안녕입니다. 김기세 어머님들이 가위님들이 가수양님들이 세솔님들이 선배님들이 근데 경기가 왜 안 왔지? 솔직히 말해서 작업했어요. 작업했어요. 그랬더니 지금이길래 그냥 왔어요. 근데 경기가 안 하고 있다. 아직 7시로 시간 밀렸다고 했고 7시부터 한다고 했는데 경기가 안 켜지고 있어. 일부러 시간 맞춰서 켰는데 말이죠. 오늘 내로 끝내야 할 일들이 좀 있었어가지고 사실 내일도 해야 할 일이 있고 모레도 해야 할 일이 있다. 요즘 해야 할 일이 많다. 망구장님도 안녕. 우리 좋은 저녁입니다. 엄마나 할 게 좀 많이 밀려버렸어. 입니다. 지금 이 상황에서 방 구조를 바꿀 수 있을까라는 약간 고탈이 생겼어요. 원래는 월요일, 화요일에 바꾸려고 했는데 방 구조를 바꾸려면 컴퓨터를 좀 분리를 해야 되는 못할 것 같아. 전기가 안 켜져. 같이 보기를 하고 싶은데 전기가 켜질 걸 상정하고선 그냥 같이 보기로 바로 병원을 했는데 말이야. 난하네요. ACLVCT 오늘 무려 그랜드 파이널 PRX 대 DRX란 말이야. 여러분 무려 PRX 대 DRX라고요. 알고 계셨나요? 어디 보자. ACL, VCT, PRX, DRX. RX 대전이거든요. 너무 재수 같지 않아요? ACL 이거 어디서 봐야 되지? 실시간? 그랜드 파이널. 치킨 시켰어. 너무 부럽다. 진짜 되게 부럽다. ACL VCT. 얘가? 발로란트 챔피언스 EMEA 말고 ACL 라이브 인가? ACL 라이브 여기 이거다. 7시에 한다고 되어 있는데 왜 안 켜지지? 정말 의문이군요. 완전 좋은 초이스. 지금 일단 이거 끄고 이렇게 기다리고 있거든요. ACL 봐봐. PRX vs DRX 그랜드 파이널 7시 7시인데? 오늘이잖아. 5월 18일. 오늘인데? 하하. 문제야. 지금 사람들 다 대기 중이야. 대기 중입니다. 우리도 대기 중. 야, 들리는 말은 지금 다른 경기 때문에 딜레이 되고 있다고 하는 것 같긴 하거든요. 미국 시간? 설마. 근데 이거 저 PRX, DRX라니 너무 재밌을 것 같지 않아요? 뭔가 딴 거 보고 있을 거 있나? PRX, DRX. PRX, DRX, PRX, DRX. DRX 뻔한 거야? 그러면? 와우. 해. The game is postponed to 6시 30분? Where can I watch? What are the lucky? 내가 이걸 기다리면서 치킨 진짜 맛있겠다. 치킨 왜 혼자 먹어? 왜 혼자 먹어? 응? 치킨을 왜 혼자 먹어? 기상부살 풀어주세요. 좋아요. 너 치킨 먹어요? 얼마나 맛있는 거 먹는 거야? 25, 25? 합쳐서 50개? 오마이갓. 추가 발자하긴 한데요. 다행이다. 아니 50개라는 게 나는 50개 50개 해가지고 100개인 줄 알았는데 25, 25였다고? 그날 그냥 아침에 때 오픈하기 전에 가서 서 있어야겠네 앞에. 헐. 고민하고 계셨다고요? 왜 안 팔리나? 이틀 만에? 이틀도 빠른 거긴 한데. 아크릴은 더 오래 걸렸나? 스탠드는 그 이유가 있긴 한데. 사람들이 좋아하는 캐릭터가 무드등으로 나온다. 근데 무드등은 다 팔릴 것 같은데. 팬더도 싸리. 근데 그게 뭐 마음대로 되지 않는데. 그런다고 줄 수 있는 게 아닌데. 그럼. 그래, 정말? 저는 골라볼 수 있게. 12대 9 얼마 남지 않아. 좋습니다. 너무 좋다. 왜냐 그게 만지면 느낌이 있대요. 레드후드가 좀 더 무겁다고 하고. 네, 저는 그냥 포토카드로 만족함. 저는 그냥 포토카드로 만족했어. 맞아요. 레호 머리 뾰족이래. 그리고 다른 애들보다 무겁. 나는 사실 딱 바꿔서 두 개 바꿔서 이렇게 만져봤는데 사람의 필과 촉이 이거 두 개 같은 거다. 이거 두 개 분명히 같은 거다. 이거 분명히 레후 아니다. 근데 뭔가 사실 원래 그 가차잖아요, 랜덤. 그래가지고 그냥 말았어. 그냥 똑같은 애 데려왔어. 이 소다였어. 맞아. 그러니까 2주차부터 공지가 더 세게 났더라고. 근데 그런 게 바꿔준 것도 꽤 많긴 해서. 어. 말이야. 여기는 날 좀 더 배려해준 곳이네 하고 가게 돼. 모두뚱 I want to. 너무 감사하다. 저는 오픈런 한다고 했는데 그래도 따로 빼놔주시단 말이나 이런 건 안 내시더라고요. 그때 다음 주에도 올 거예요. 오픈 시간에 맞춰서 올게요 했는데 네 일찍 오셔야 돼요 라고만 하셔갖고 네 하고 말았어. wen씨님 어서오시게 좋은 저녁입니다. 갔는데 없으면 그냥 관광 울면서 와야지. 오오오오오 해야지. 넹 모드등이 남으면 남긴 해. 메뉴로 넣어서 근데 절대 안 남을 듯. 무드등 절대 안 남을 듯. 절대 안 남을 듯. 대파하는 사람들도 막 있다던데. 꼬마잉 다음 때 꼭 모두들 원하시는 분들 다 같이 가차 하시길 바라면서. 네, 개인적으로 지삼구 떡볶이가 맛있었거든. 그리고 캐러멜 크레이프가 좀 틀려서 캐러멜 크레이프랑 떡볶이랑 핫도그 잘 먹었어. 무드등이랑. 실패했어요. 아크크. 아크크. 소다도 나쁘지 않아요. 나는 그냥 내 시그니처 컬러가 그린이어가지고 소다가 자꾸 나오나 보다 하고 그냥 생각하고 말았어. 저토는 맛있게 먹었어요. 아니, 나 궁금한 거 있어. 이삼구 드신 분들 아메리카노 괜찮았나요? 내가 가는 매점만 맛이가 없는 걸까? 배달어플 늦었어요? 그다님 어서오세요. 좋은 저녁입니다. 언니도 여기는 커피가 너무 맛이 없어. 그래요. 그럼 그냥 여기가 커피를 맛없게 내리는 건가 봐. 다른 지점까지? 어머. 그렇게까지. 벌써 품절이 하면서. 난 내가 딱 말했는데. 아, 여기, 이 지역에서 이 매장만 남아있어요, 점장님. 이랬는데. 아, 그래요? 그럼 내가 보기엔, 여기가 커피를 못 내리는 게 맞아. 다른 건 괜찮았었거든요? 자바크라프트도 맛있었고, 아이스도 맛있었는데, 제 딱 하나 커피만. 저 결국 커피 안 마셨어요. 아직도 지금 제 앞에 있어. 그거 버려야 돼. 여러분, 목요일날 산 커피가 아직도 제 앞에 그대로 있다는 게 뭔지 뭘 뜻하는지 알겠죠? 저 그냥 버려야 돼. 진짜 더럽게 맛있었어. 아니, 진짜 너무 맛있었어. 아, 네네. 그 연락했어. 연락 주고받았어. 아니에요. 저도 늦게 그 연락 드려가지고. 사람이 많으니까 충분히 그럴 수 있죠. 제가 제가 조금 소심해갖고 여쭤볼까 말까 내적 갈등하다가 근데 저기 죄송하지만 혹시 제가 가족 예약은 아닌지 바로 받았어요 바로. 어허허허. 저의 잘 부탁드리겠습니다. 물음표? 그게 있잖아요. 관리자분들이 여러 명이면 또 이제 관리자분마다 알고 있는 정보가 달라. 근데 저 사람은 알고 이 사람은 모르는데 하필 이 사람한테 이 연락이 가면 더 혼돈이 오는 것. I know. 안녕. 남은 푸바랑 티? 그 프리마티도 메이드복이고 소다도 메이드복이니까 두 개 이렇게 나란히 뜨면 예쁘대요. 근데 제가 갔었을 때는 그때도 낮이었거든요. 그래도 그날 당일 낮이었는데 절반 남았다고 했었어서 없을 것 같긴 함. 아크리스틴은 더 이상. 그냥 무드등 사러 갔다가 키링이나 아크리스틴은 남았나요? 한번 여쭤봐야겠다. 안 남았다 그러면 아쉬운 거죠. 경기 아까 12대 불안해. 연장인가? 다 안 팔릴까봐? 제거 너무 근데 그런 거 걱정되긴 할 것 같아. 이건 연장이 아닌 이상 이렇게까지 딜레이 들릴까? 흠냐라라. 그거 했어요. 메이드복 포토 결제하셨잖아요, 여러분? 보시지 샤마타치? 그래서 그거 작업했어요. 작업해서 넘기고 진작 했어야 됐는데 너무 시간이 없어가지고 그리고 내일 해야 되는 작업 하나 있고 또 모레까지 전달해야 하는 작업 하나 있고 근데 그 사이에 가구 배치도 해야 되고 다시 보기 작업도 해야 되고 당분간 여러분 뚜따는 없어요. 솔직히 이번 달 많이 했다. 5월 1일, 5월 5일, 5월 10일 그 다음에 또 운동할 때가 또 4번 했다. 4번. 여러분 그거 아세요? 오늘 5월 18일이면 알고 실시간 대화번호 안 열린 네, 그래서 안 열린다고? 근데 재밌겠다. PRX, DRX라니. 짜잔, 짠. 나 근데 이거 자기소개도 드려야 되는데. 잠깐만요. 이거 어떻게 해야 하는 거야? 이렇게. 잠깐만, 나 이거 확인해야 돼. 네, 벌써 넣는 사람도 있어요? 오 마이 갓. 저 잠시 한 번만 체크 좀 하겠습니다. 사운드 들린다. 이거를 저희는 ACL 떴다. 잠시만요. 이거를 유튜브에서 볼 게 아니라 사실은 여기서 볼 거거든요. 잠시만요. 16분? 꽤 후회하네요. 이렇게 두고 DRX 때 PRX 진짜 재밌겠다. 결승전이 무려 PRX 못 참지. 이렇게 하고 나 근데 배고파. 나는 아침을 먹은 것도 점심을 먹은 게 아니어갖고 제목 이렇게 하는 거였나? 근데 아마 내가 이게 대문자인지 소문자인지 기억이 안 나는데. 대문자인지만 확인하고 가야겠다. 두둥. 대문자 역시. 짜란. 또또또또또. 그래서 무슨 치킨인데? 그래서 무슨 착하면 세상에 무슨 맛있는 치킨 먹는데 나한테 말해줬어? 말해줬나? 오늘 무려 DRX 때 PRX DRX 때 PRX. 오 마이 갓. 따다잉. 맞아. 저 좀 다음 주에 할 거. 작업백 많을 거고, 니케 해야 되고, 마크 해야 되고, 또 뭐 해야 됐었는데? 마크를 왜 해야 되냐? 무려 로베 서버에 도박장이 생겼대요. 도박하러 가야 된다. 그리고 또 뭐 해야 되더라? 뭐더라? 뭐 해야 되더라? EWC, 로드 투 EWC. 와, 중국 광고다. 오. 음료 온다. 와이닝, 와이닝. 예. 새롭다. 어허. 예. 왜? 그게 뭐야, 뚱이야? 낯선 맛이 느껴진다. 브링방방. 인터넷 방송, 그러니까 인터넷용 광고라서 그런가? 장이. 방금 양미 아니었나? 상어? 쌍어. 아기 상어 뚜루뚜루. 허여움 뚜루뚜루. 하이커. 거거. 약간 랩인 건가? 오 와우. 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 허허. 아니, 긴데? 노래가 생각보다 긴데? 주공, 웬맹반. 아, 제 사운드 많이 줄여놨죠, 생각해보니까. 황녀 친구 상어 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 아, 혼란스럽다. 짠. warning.
反击啊你！削他呀！你俩回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You can you are no can no baby。
상어. 오케이, 상어. 와, 마카오? 오. 오. 야경 예쁘다. 뭐야? 무슨 게임이야? 아, 다음 무슨 치킨 먹었는데? 이건 뭔 게임? 이거 롤인가 이거? 얘는 생긴 게 롤인데? 얘는 롤체다. 이건 롤체야. 의심할 여지가 없죠. 발로란트. 발로란트 말고. 오. 얜 뭐지? 할걸? KO. 아, 세 팀의 퍼시픽과 세 팀의 중국팀이었다는 건가? 맞네. 세 팀의 중국팀과 세 팀의 퍼시픽 팀이었네. 근데 결승은 퍼시픽 vs 퍼시픽인 거구나. 귀여워. 오. Starting now. 3분 남았다. Your clip. 나 계란 있나 봐야겠다.
안녕하세요. DRX
여러분 보고 있어요?
클립 촬영하러 왔습니다.
네, 결승입니다.
康康还有 something， 康康或者
계란볶음밥 배울래?
康康或者 texture， 康康或者 buzz， 康康或者 dirt， 康康或者王浩哲。
刚刚有
winning ball or dirt or zaken zaken or 风风 zaken or 九边某or jin or 胡耀明 zaken 还是王浩哲 zaken 还是小开 zaken 还是 raga raga 还是 mini boo raga 还是 buzz Raga 还是 Forsaken？
Raga。
哈哈哈。
王浩哲这个位置也不太好进啊，进来，盛开陷阱，所有的陷阱全都是灌在王浩哲的脸上，但是硬顶着所有的技能多打了一个
，B 点站位一定是不好站的，没办法啊。好在对面也没什么技能了，
要顶一边吗？还是怎么着？
王浩哲再打一个有滑斩，回到点内吃了一部分的炮的伤害。
王浩哲已经完成了3杀，而且对方的位置被他卡住，而且王浩哲4杀，最终乃福利用风4是完成了残局。
万一给他拿到信息的话，其实在拉扯的过程中 ，SLG 可能会吃亏。对枪北影有没有收益？
但是我觉得对方拿了一个鬼魅跟你打的话，这到底几枪不是很多。
对，但直接被北影用鬼魅接完了，接了4个。
4打3，能不能保住这个人数优势
？Views 还在啊，往后站一站还是好几天的。哦，这里
集市包过来了，集市包过来了，点上露脸，这个位置露露活不下来，
可惜。 王浩哲
也没有空场身位，
有阵有大，王浩哲但是被架了一个头皮的位置，很难拆。对方交了技能，
有一个滑铲
，4发子弹有点不够啊！
这个滑铲。
B 点是一个放空的这个情况，YOU 下方吗？这引过来的 Coconut 可以完成这个补枪。
光能器敢捡吗？先捡起来，暗眼先推一下，要做反清，反清的效果怎么样 ？Coconut 有击杀 ，Coconut 多打了一个 ，Coconut 想要寻求更多的对枪。阿 T 往半线的 timing 直接被抓到了 ，Coconut 同样又是一个 ace。
看到了
Marco， 刚刚好打了个假人，山峰剑给了过来，但是来不及救 Marco。
G 点已经压了出来，所以掉头去 A， 所以这位置走不掉的。
看一下正面烟散的一瞬间，蒋敏的反应，蒋敏对枪直接是被 Raga 给打掉了。Green 还有一个赛博球龙可以去给正面 Raga 的对枪，能多对一个4杀 Raga 有 ace 机会 ，ace Raga 在第2张地图在影视修索上来也是发挥了个人能力。
Hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally time, the grand final here at the ACL live in Shanghai. I'm Achilles, that's Komodo, and we are going to be guiding you through what is bound to be a crazy best of 5 here in this packed arena.
Yeah, we're already hearing such electricity from the crowd just through the beginning stages of this one, and we're not even into really anything just yet. We have to see the players, we have to see how this one's going to turn out, we have to see how we've even got here first.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I imagine some people being like, why is this starting so late? I thought it was going to be 5 p.m. local.
Yeah.
We just had a Game Changers best of 5 final that went the distance as well. Very contentious between the two teams. But Nova able to come out on top, so congratulations to them. Now it is time to see who's going to be taking home $50K from the ACL, because there is still more prize money on the line. We've got the El Clasico, DRX versus PRX. PRX, obviously, they've only had to play the one match to be able to get to this stage. They've kind of been chilling back. They've been watching DRX competing, going down through that bracket to then qualify in for this game. DRX having to play back-to-back games just 2 days ago as well.
But it did help them in the grand scheme of things, didn't it? They were right, they were ready, they were just rolling with the punches in the series as well. A little bit of a longer one with more maps being played as well, but you come in towards this one and really who is that going to be favoring? Do you more favor the break, the time off to really watch and reset, or consistency playing in the venue?
It's going to be difficult to say. I mean, obviously at this point, everybody, all of these players going to be used to playing in arenas like this, going to be used to playing in front of crowds like this. So it's not really those factors that we look towards. DRX, I mean, we've seen in the past from a bunch of other teams that you have to go through and play more matches. That often does help you a lot. Genji, always the one that really comes to mind. T1 as well, back at Masters Bangkok earlier this year. So maybe you kind of tip the balance a little bit more towards DRX, but the biggest question that I have for PRX is, how do they all look? Because we saw 2 sides of the coin from Mindfreak. A really, really rough one with 70 ACS, and then them flipping over into that second map and him pretty much pounding.
Yeah, absolutely, and this is going to be a best of 5 as well for those that are just joining in us. We were asking the question earlier on, what does the bounty gauntlet look like in terms of a veto system as well? And I mean, we can give clarification that it is a ban each, so that changes things a little bit if you didn't know that one.
Yeah, so don't have that auto suit top seed advantage of getting 2 bans here in the grand final. PRX does get the first ban, and then DRX has the second one from there, and then we just kind of go throughout a standard draft from then on out without a second ban phase. So how that impacts things, I think it's not going to be that much. I
No,
think
not
we're
really.
probably going to be seeing the Haven taken away because DRX has widely looked quite good there. And then DRX is
알겠기는
probably taking
편해요.
the permaban
Pearl,
Pearl.
yeah.
What order we get the rest of the maps in, that's going to be
아낌없이
the big
주는
question.
닭.
Yeah, and of course you look towards what we've already seen, right? We've had a sunset finally. How is that going to look? Because PRX, do they want to contend with this map or not from what we've seen on the flip side? So I'm kind of wondering maybe you're leaving that one a little bit later on unless we get a surprise from DRX because who really knows when it comes towards that.
Yeah, still plenty of questions to be had, but I mean, you mentioned the bounty system. The 50K is on the line, but there isn't a takedown available here.
No,
so if DRX beats PRX, they're not going to get anything else on top aside from that 50,000. But obviously, they keep everything else that they've been able to collect in their run to get here to that grand final. So it's still going to be a pretty good paycheck.
Yeah.
Win or lose, frankly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be worried about that whatsoever. They're taking home like similar money if PRX win technically as well because they got the 10K win from the original, so they'd be getting 60, and DRX have the other money coming through from their wins as well. So yeah, just all in all, El Clasico with some money on the table, not too shabby.
Yeah, not too shabby at all. But you know, again, players have been sat back. We've been asking, you know, oh, you guys going out? You having fun? They've been widely locked in. We saw Estrella. His birthday just happened yesterday. You know, you go out and celebrate. No, they brought me a cake on stage. We've been practicing. So everyone just very dialed in on this tournament. I think that, you know, even though this doesn't seed into anything, this is
분발인지
a direct
조리는 다
kind of
이유가 있는
connection to
거겠지?
like EWC quals, etc. Teams, you want to be able to go into a tournament, walk away victorious, get whatever trophy, whatever prize pool they do have.
Yeah, absolutely, and you got to think about Toronto that's going to
Absolutely.
come around the corner as well. PRX going to be going there. DRX, unfortunately, who knocked them out of contention in towards that one? These guys.
Yeah.
These guys did. So there's a bit of revenge on the table too here.
Yeah, definitely a bit of revenge. I think it would be still bittersweet for DRX because then they're going to be thinking, why couldn't we have just done that a couple weeks ago and then gotten the ticket over to Toronto? But you know, them's the breaks. Can't make it to all of them. But you know, I like the approach that DRX is going with here. Still willing to kind of change things up. We saw the swap on the Haven comp the last time out that they had played it. That didn't really come together super well.
Wow.
But we'll see if they're going to stick to that, and you know, again, which
PRX는 그냥 바로 올라왔고 DRX는 와우. 16개 경기 두 번 하고 올라온 거네. 대박이다.
Eliminated on day one. We're in an elimination match from the outset versus Trace Esports, who were able to take them down. But then from there, it's been kind of DRX just going through the Chinese teams. They had to take down Billy twice, then got rid, eliminated G-Light Gaming. And now find themselves versus PRX for the millionth time, it feels like.
Yeah, it would have been cool to have one of the CN
확실히
representatives
잘하나
in this
봐,
arena
진짜.
as well, to have a good grudge match between CN and Pacific, but
sure,
it did
for
feel
sure.
like with, coming into this from the outset that maybe it was going to look like the PRX-DRX show. Anyway, it's always good to have some little fan investment in this one. Some more fan comments to come through.
We do. I got to lean forward so I can see this. Started supporting the whole team because of one player. When Valorant launched, the first agent I bought was Omen, purely because he looked cool. And then I randomly stumbled on Mako's POV. That is one way to get inspired. Become an Omen main. That for sure, I think, is a good one to latch on to. And after watching both ACL matches on the 16th, DRX looked insanely disciplined in their calls and were so precise and well-timed. But for today's final, my heart's still with PRX.
I wonder how much recency bias that technically does have, though, because you'll be watching this tournament, you see a lot more DRX than you do PRX. But, I mean, PRX have been around the block, right? They've been around for so long. We've got Patman away for this series. We've got Mindfreak coming back into it. So it's a known team. And, I mean, there is so many fans here for PRX.
Yep, that there are. I mean, you know,
결승이니까
naturally
B5
going to be the
이려나?
case. A couple of those players have competed
오빠
in and
하면서?
around China in the past in various other esports. So I think that is going to be pretty par for the course. But even throughout the stages back over at the VCTCN arena, we were seeing a lot of fandom for DRX as well, because similarly, they have been there as well for the from the outset, and we're kind of the original hope of Asia when it came down to getting a trophy on the international stage, despite the fact that it's not happened yet. So they'll have to wait a bit longer for that one, champs, at the earliest.
Yeah, the 5th to 6th curse is something to behold. I think there's some Overlord script writer that is doing them a little bit dirty. But hey, maybe they'll come away with a first or a second here, at least.
Yeah, I mean, getting something in the, during this kind of like mid-off season,
Yeah,
I guess.
don't know what to call it yet.
Then don't conflate my words. I'm not calling this matchup a mid-off because we love both of these teams. Mid-off season because the season's still technically active.
보고 나면 또 발로 뽐보겠는데?
That's what
또
we
발로란트 하고
So don't
싶어질
try to
듯?
say mean things about us on the internet where you might hurt his feelings.
Why me?
Well, because I'm just jaded at this point, and there's just nothing that can upset me.
I guess I'm new, so yeah, I got a lot to learn. I got a lot to rumble through. I'll cop that.
And continue to cut your teeth
어쩔 수
here in
없어.
VCT Pacific. But yeah, I think we're going to be, of course, hearing from some of the players, getting their thoughts on the matchup, coming into this arena, coming into yet another head-to-head versus DRX, PRX, whichever side they're on. But for now, I mean, it's just a hell of a vibe. I mean, for you, I don't know what scale of events you've worked in the past. How does this compare?
This is cool. It's my first time into Shanghai, into China as a whole, and just being able to immediately see this, it's yeah, it's awesome.
Pretty awesome indeed. Well, it looks like we are ready to hear from the players, so we're going to go ahead and toss it over to an interview.
어쩔 수 없어요. 예, PRX의 다른 팀이었으면 PRX를 응원했겠지만 DRX잖아. DRX 응원해야지. 베타 대 PRX였으면 PRX를 응원했겠지? 왜 why? 깜짝이야.
I think there's no specific achievement. We just wanna play, have fun, and win this game.
他说，其实对于这场比赛，没有什么特别想要实现的成就和目标。对于他们来说，最重要的就是享受比赛，并且尽可能去赢下比赛。那其实和今天的对手 DRX 也是非常非常熟悉的老朋友了。对方也是在这几天的高强度对战中未尝不败。那面对这场比赛，他们有做什么特殊的调整和准备呢 ？And you are DRX, very close friends, and they are in a very hot form and into this match with a single loss. So, is there any special preparations and adjustments when you're facing this matchup?
We don't really have any specific adjustments because this tournament we didn't practice that much because we are trying to prevent burnout. So we just practice like a few maps a day. So yeah, we're just trying to play and have fun and enjoy the game.
对于他们来说，其实确实这段时间没有做什么特别多的准备，因为确实这也是一场休赛期的比赛嘛。对于他们来说，可能没有花特别长的一个时间去做这些准备工作。同样，对于今天这场比赛，其实最重要的还是要享受这场比赛，享受快乐，然后呈现给大家一场精彩的比赛。那感谢今天选手接受我们的采访 ，Best of luck。
Alrighty, well, here you have it. If you, again, just tuning in, you might say, well, where's Batman? Well, he couldn't make it to the tournament, working on visas for Masters Toronto. So Mind Freak has stepped back in, and we've seen the two sides of somebody who hasn't been on stage for quite some time and somebody who can very quickly find their comfort once again. It's like riding a bike. Took him a little while, make sure he wasn't wobbling around, and then he was just cruising from there on out.
Yeah, the training pedals are back off, which is good to see.
That it absolutely was. Well, now we'll go ahead and get a comment from DRX. All right, might not have had the audio for that one. Apologies if that is the case. Either way, DRX, there's been a ton of changes. There's been a ton of difficulties for this team, for this org, for these players here throughout the year. And despite that, they've widely persevered. Yes, they're not going over to Masters Toronto, but overall, the footing that they have been able to find in the face of adversity, I'd still say is pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, and another battle between these two teams has another fresh look towards it as well. Throughout Pacific Stage 1, we've seen them clash twice, but a different couple of players throughout those rosters, right? You had Flashback in one of them, you had now Australia coming into this, and then we flick it back over and there's Mind Freak as well. So a little chopping, a little changing, and a lot of role swaps starting to kind of feel their way back in towards this too. We've seen a lot of to and fro for Freeing, for example, between the Teo and between the Cypher, wondering if it's just going to be back towards the Teo here for its last little hurrah before the nerf comes in.
Yeah, and then, you know, what it looks like from there for DRX is, again, another thing that we're kind of scratching our heads about.
ACL 자체를 팬맨 선수가 맞았을걸요? ACL 자체를 저는 팬맨 선수 아니고 마프 선수가 계속 하고 있었다고 알고 있었는데?
running duelist, and that was right after Flashback had asked to be benched.
Yep.
So do they go back
비자
to
이슈라
that, or
그랬던
do
것
you,
비자
like,
이슈.
you know, there's going to
였고?
be some reconfiguring
그래서
that needs to
입국
occur.
불가?
I'm totally shaking my head no,
약간 뭐
because
그런
he did what's the
이슈였던
most
걸로 난
convincing
기억하고
thing,
있어.
the very least. But go ahead and take a look at some of the head-to-head statistics between these two squads, and overall, not too far separated.
Yeah, PRX, one of these teams that recently have had some great success with the pistol rounds. It starts to slip just a little bit. DRX getting up there a little bit more. Now you look at the stats, the asterisk on this one is it's just from this tournament. So DRX have played a lot more series at the moment than PRX have, just the one against Shilai Gaming. So take that with a little bit of grain of salt, but all in all, pretty good.
Very good.
Good indeed. Well, I feel like those pistols going to be ever important, but DRX, I think the biggest concern that PRX is going to have coming into this is just the streakiness of DRX. They've shown that in Pacific, but especially in that last series versus Shilai. You remember how things had begun for them on that final map. The score for them 1-7, and then they find a victory 13-7 on the map. So you cannot really let the floodgates get opened up, otherwise DRX will just be able to go round for round for round over and over again.
And then you also have to remember that they had one defensive round on Haven, right? The 11-1 blowout that they lost there, so that's why we're thinking for the veto. That's probably going to get removed at some point, whether or not it's PRX. That might be a little bit more likely as opposed to DRX. But here we go, the head-to-head. A couple of different roles here, but a lot of consistency. Bane has certainly stepped up.
I think the biggest thing to consider for this is just how many more maps Bane has played. PRX, they got a 2-0, they got into the grand final. So, you know, pretty good stats here for the side of Forsaken, but like you said, consistency has to be the big thing that you keep in mind, because for Bane to have these performances across all of those maps played, I think that is a big level up for what we have kind of come to expect from him. Because initially when Bane joined the roster, it's like, okay, yeah, you know, he might not have the heaviest fragging, but he can be clutch when it's necessary. His utility is good, but he's also the vibe merchant for the squad, and that's where they're getting the most value from him. Now he's stepping up in pretty much every other metric.
Yeah, absolutely. If he's going to be, you know, delivering this, I'm very excited to see the pathway that DRX is going to keep elevating towards. But similarly, over on the side for PRX, we've seen a lot of adjustment, a lot of role shifts for them to find their new identity. So a bit of spanner in the works yet again with having to have Patman out and Mind Freak back in, but slotting back in neatly to, you know, be the assistive variety to allow players like Forsaken, like Jing, like something to all just run around and shoot heads.
Here's the players earlier on, getting their way into the venue, getting settled, getting ready to make battle. Another question. Who do we get in the coaching booth? Something tells me it's going to be Termi and Glow.
Ding!
I'd assume so. Did see a couple of shifts coming in towards that double day for them as well, where we had Argentine slotting in for the second series.
Yeah, which, you know, I think is good. It was a little bit rough. Initially, I was like, oh no, Argentine. I don't know if your prep was going to be working out too well for you here. After that second map had gotten dropped, gotta get the money shot on the food as well.
왜요?
Why is it making me hungry again?
그렇지 않을까?
I'm just hungry for
아닐까나?
Valorant. There you go.
모르겠어요.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Yeah.
I had a little bit, and then I was like, you know what, I'm good. I don't usually
거기에
eat
뭐
too
냈지?
heavily before
볶음면.
a cast, especially a finals cast.
Yeah,
Something
that's
about
true.
the body being under duress that makes me feel like I'm casting better. It's like survival instincts catching on, adrenaline starts pumping a bit more.
Yeah.
And then you just
오케이,
lock
물을
in
너무
on
많이
it.
It's like the
넣었어.
dehydration that you go through for the actors before they have to
Yeah.
like go on
So
camera,
they
go
can-
on stage and stuff. So they got their muscles all
So
prepped and
gonna
ready.
look absolutely ripped.
Absolutely.
I didn't catch what that last
삼겹살볶음밥
message
먹었어요?
was. They tried to say something about 5 minutes. I don't know if that means that we're taking a break in five minutes, or if we're not going to be able to get the stage for 5 minutes. I'm going to keep yapping.
아, 이제
until
살
they say
정상화가
something
맞긴 해.
else
그동안
or
태호가
until we go to the
너무
stage shot. I think it's
탈퇴긴
probably the
했어.
best way to do it. You can hear the Chinese casters, I'm sure, in the background. You can see the Chinese fans waving their glow sticks around. There's the energy in the room right now. It is building up. We're
그냥
in
맛있는
the
거
crescendo at the
드시는군요.
moment, as it were.
Yeah, and I think, you know, one of the things for the crowd is they're going to be very familiar with these teams as well, even if there isn't a CN representative coming in towards this grand final. When's the last time they actually got to, you know, have something like
굳이
this? where they've
팔로우
gone
안
across
하고
international
치킨 치셔도
event, you're generally
상관없습니다.
only having this at like the real off-season events at the end, or you're
왜냐면
having
엄폐당하는 게
internationals,
더
right, when it comes over
슬프거든.
here for a Masters or something. So I'm sure the crowd has just been eagerly awaiting this.
Yeah, I feel like there might have been something in the offseason, but aside from that, it would have basically just been Master Shanghai, which is the last time. And Fortunately for the CN
태우
fans,
유도할 때
the
사격도 너무
scenes were
사기였어.
couldn't quite get
되도록도
that
이제서야
Chinese squad
버프를
into the final,
했는데.
but it was okay because
버프라고
there were so many of
할
them
만한가?
at the champs final, and EDG was able to take the most important trophy of the year. So I think that all in all, it balances out pretty good.
Yeah, I think so, but you know, I personally would have liked to see a CN team in here. It would have been cool.
It would have been very nice, but you know, we get to see three of them over. at Masters
195
Toronto as well,
데미지예요.
and it's
엄청나네.
all basically new faces aside
Abo?
from Billy, who's been, you know, has gotten some international experience in the past. For the fact that Wolves are going to be there, XLG is going to be there, Raga playing in front of that crowd over there.
Yeah.
It's
근데 태호는
still gonna be,
팔다리가
I think,
잘린
a very
거보다는
sick year for VCTC.
Yeah,
약간
if you like hold up a sheet
타고
of all of
있던
the
보스에서
team
내린
logos
느낌?
straight after Bangkok, and you'd be like, these are the teams for the next tournament. I don't know what you would say to that.
I mean, yeah, it's having done some power rankings post Bangkok on it, all of the teams globally, it
Yeah.
didn't really shape up the
충격
way
화살이
that we
거의
had
한 3배 정도
expected
되네.
whatsoever.
Yeah,
But at
yeah.
the end of the day, that's fine because that's not us being stupid. That's teams getting better than we could have possibly expected.
Yeah, I mean, didn't you guys like put T1 to come 8th or something over, and then they get the win?
I wasn't on that.
You
episode.
7시 경기였는데
I was
경기
not on that
8시에
episode
하겠구나.
of the show that shall not be named because I'm ashamed of what we have done. But yeah, no, I wasn't on that episode. I probably would have fought a little bit harder, but honestly,
그쵸.
not that much harder. Like that's the thing. It's like
Yeah.
위치
the
지정이
expectations
가능하니까.
were not there.
Yeah, that's
so.
yeah.
Sometimes you just come in and you get absolutely surprised. I mean,
Absolutely
PRX got a 2-0 with
surprised.
Light coming in the first map. He dropped 70 ACS.
Who would have thought?
Not us.
Not us.
Not these guys.
No.
Not PRX themselves. They said as much. They said we didn't think we were going to win that.
Yeah.
We thought that we were going to have to go through the lower bracket. So everybody has just been getting shocked here at the ACL.
I mean, we've had just a lot of surprising moments as well. Like a lot of well, I wouldn't say miraculous. A lot of very well fought individual performances to get the likes
Sure.
of 30 kills, 29 kills, that sort of stuff. Just have a map here or there,
I mean-
and kind of just pull the rug out.
One of the ones that lives rent free in my head at the moment is Forsaken on that icebox playing Sova, the 4K with a
The
Sheriff.
Sheriff.
Just some really crisp shots. So yeah, I mean, there's been plenty of hero moments like that as well.
The double aces as well to come out in the pistol round and the bonus rounds, and then
Right.
fall off a little bit.
Yeah, there's been a lot of really fun stuff here.
Yeah,
I hope that you guys have been enjoying it. Obviously, you know, slow build up to today. Had a day off yesterday, so a day without matches. Then we have to wait for the Game Changers Grand Final to wrap up. That one ends up being an absolute banger. So, you know,
공격 수비 둘 다
a little bit of a
좋았던
slow
캐리.
build up to get to this Grand Final, but I think it's going to become pretty explosive pretty quickly. But I think it's now time to go ahead
因为在之前我
and
们看到他
hear
们
this.
控场位的表现非常的惊艳，尤其是在和 XLG 那场比赛里拿到了50个击杀。那也想问一下他如何在如此高强度的赛程里保持一个这么好的手感和状态的。I must say your controller was really amazing, especially during the match
아니
against
수비할 때 좀
XLG.
애매하다.
So how could you keep your form and health status in such a tight schedule?
네, 이번 XLG전에서 연막으로 굉장히 좋은 활약을 보여주셨는데요. 굉장히 빡빡한 스케줄 속에서 어떻게 그렇게 폼을 잘 유지하실 수 있었나요?
평소에 이제 오지 못하는 경기장일 뿐더러 뭔가 좀 더 재밌는 경기를 보여드리고 싶어가지고 마지막까지 집중을 했던 것 같습니다.
It was a really special chance for us to do a play in a stage that we don't usually play on. So I really focused until the end, and I think that's why I can still stay deformed.
他说：“其实对于 DRX 来说，对于他来说，真的是一个非常特殊的机会，他们才可以站在这个他们从来没有站在上的舞台上去打比赛。所以对于他来说，就是因为有这样的信念，他才可以一直保持自己的状态，直到比赛的最后一刻，也保持了一个这么好的手感和状态。那也想问一下他，之前有没有想过会在总决赛的舞台上和 PRX 交手？今天准备以怎样的心态来面对他们呢 ？And have you ever expected that you could fight against with PRX in this grand finals? And how's your mentality right now?"
이번 대회에서 결승전에서 PRX를 만날 거라고 예상을 하셨나요? 그리고 지금 그래서 기분은 어떠신지 궁금합니다.
예상했을 것 같아.
사실 어느 정도 예상은 했지만 결국엔 중국 팀이 올라왔으면 좋겠다라고 생각을 했었고, 근데 사실 어느 대회를 가든 너무 많이 만나다 보니까 이제는 없으면 좀 섭섭해질 것 같아요. 그래가지고 또 그냥 재밌는 경기 보여드리겠습니다.
I actually wished China team to come to the grand final, but I think we're beating PRX like every time, everywhere. So if they are not in the grand finals, I think I will be a little sad about it. But anyways, I will do my best in this game. Thank you.
他说，其实他确实也真的非常期待可以在总决赛的舞台上碰到一支来自 CN 的队伍。但是对于今天的对手 PRX 来说，无论何时，无论何地，只要面对这支队伍，其实他们都是做好了准备的。所以，如果假设今天在舞台上没有碰到 PRX 的话，可能他也会有一些小失落。但不管怎么样，无论如何，面对今天这场比赛，他都会用尽全力去赢下来的。And best of luck.
There we go. Glad we got that fixed up so that we can hear from Mako. I mean, he was right there saying we were hoping to try to get a Chinese team in here, but always fun to play against PRX. It's going to be the 13th time that these teams have ever clashed, and only out of 2 of those, now this will be the third, they've all been within the VCT circuit. It's always been non-off-season tournaments pretty much, where they end up fighting against each other.
또 너희야 약간 그런
In those
느낌.
off-season tournaments, DRX has never been able to best PRX, so this could be the first time for them to get one of those back.
And this is going to be a BO5 instead of a BO3 as well, so there's a little bit of a run back in case you lose the BO3 like 2-1. You've still got more to do.
Yeah, it's at least a decent change for PRX of not encountering them in a group stage, which is often where it would happen at least.
물론 저는
back in the
좋아하는
past,
두 팀이라서
but
좋기는 함.
overall, it's been a very good win record.
기왕이면
for the
한국
side of
팀이
PRX.
이겼으면
8 to 4 out of the
좋겠지만
12 that have been
그래도
competed.
재밌게 볼 때.
DRX maybe a chance to make them
맞아요.
85 all time.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been looking pretty darn hot in this tournament so far, out acclimatizing nicely towards the different styles of the China teams that they've had to play against already. And really for PRX,
RX
a
대전이었잖아.
nice day at the office, pretty rough start, good pick up. So I don't really know where I even put my head at this one. I think you look at this from an outside view, 5 maps, very plausible, but which way it goes,
Yeah, a very different story. I think that this does feel a little bit coin flippy for me. I think it's going to be what kind of form do we see from Mindfreak and the rest of the players off the rip, as well as for the DRX camp. Are they continuing to make these adjustments to their comps that we were seeing from them in the last series? Because that's where things were falling flat a little bit. It took a little while to restart the engine. They managed to do so going into basically the second half of that final map. And then from there, they looked damn good. I think that if they're going to keep things pretty stock standard for themselves, not play around with those comp changes, not take freeing off of the tail quite just yet, then I think that they're going to be in a really good spot.
Yeah, I mean, at least they're exploring when they kind of have an event that they can, right? If they've still got the comfortability mark there, that's okay to adjust and have a little bit of a slower start to still back themselves. But I think this one still has a little bit of a different sense of aura around this series as well, because it is a known competitor. You've done it time and time again, and there is actually a decent amount of money on the line as well, right? For a team like DRX at the moment who's not going to be over to Toronto, you want to still be able to pick up something good with the time, get your preparations down pat to get ready to explore and what the differences look like going into Stage 2 in knowing that Teo is going to get nerfed and they're going to essentially have to make those adjustments.
Right, which is why I think that both of these teams are going to be try-harding about as much as one
있고
could.
골방에서 뛰어놓고 보던 때랑 생각하면
Patman, so whatever strats you were going to have with Patman in the roster, you don't really have to worry about it too much. So you can, just continue to make some changes and maybe catch DRX off guard a little bit.
Yeah, and on the flip side as well, PRX, how much are you actually showing as well, right? Before you get in towards Toronto, because you want to get the victory, you want to get all this money as well. You want to at least have the rest of the team in good form going forward too. So there's a couple of questions, a couple of caveats towards what this series has. But at the end of the day, I know it's one thing that everybody wants. Just a damn good series.
A damn good series. It should be that. If it's anything other, if we somehow come into this, wait this long to be able to get into this series and it ends up being a 3-0, I'm going to be pissed at whoever wins.
Okay.
I'm going to be very angry.
I thought there was going to be like, I'll do something and then,
I'll just be a little disappointed and angry that they, they made it too easy and too quick.
Okay, but what if the team that does that just looks really, really impressive? Would you be at least okay with that?
If it's PRX since they're about to play an international, yeah, I would. If it's DRX, then once again, I'm going to be like, where was this a couple weeks ago when you were trying to qualify?
Yeah, and PRX got the better of you there. So, yeah, I guess that's, well, let's get the 5 then.
Yeah, I
let's get the
think
5.
that's the safest way. And I think that, for the fans here watching, I think that that's what they will want as well. Because if you're not going to be able to watch a home team be able to play in this arena, then you at least want to get your money's worth out of the ticket.
That's true. That's true. Yeah.
Which, isn't that much, to be frank. So, we keep the costs down in Asia. It's quite nice.
Yeah, it's good. You can fill up the whole venue, and for those wondering as well, it's not just what you see behind us. There's also all of these stacks behind too. So
yeah, there's a full wraparound upper level. I have no idea what the seat count is in this place. Didn't Google it.
그렇구나.
But it's got to be a couple thousand at the very least.
yeah, probably something like that. You see all the glow sticks as well.
아직 하나도
Yeah,
못.
and people are still filtering in as
Yeah,
we speak. So should be nice and loud in here, which having done, the Benz Arena as well for Shanghai last year, Chinese fans very vocal. They love to get loud.
Yeah, even in the group stage games, we saw a lot of vocality too coming through from for the CN teams, for PRX as well in the series and for DRX. So we're not going to be any shy of super hard fans coming in towards this one too, and I wouldn't be expecting anything different for every single round to just have applause, right? Both teams going to have a good following here.
All right, well, we should hopefully be getting things underway here in a bit so that we can figure out the draft, see what kind of opening ceremony we have as well for the players. Do we get that individual light beam type thing, or is it going to be a whole collective walk down? Because we have some pretty long walkways.
I was about to say, we've got the really long walkway, so we could have some
아니, 1시간이 딜레이 됐는데.
this one. I remember, we had Benkai
언제
as a little bit
시작하는
of a guest
거죠?
previously on Pacific, and it was always good walkouts to come out there, so I wonder if we're going to get anything just a little bit different.
Could you imagine the shock if they had just secretly brought
Brought
Benkai
him in?
to just do a walkout with the team, and then he just leaves. He just doesn't play.
That would be so Benkai. That's the thing.
I know, and I think that would be awesome. It was lovely to have him there for kind of just the last wrap up over for VCT Pacific as well, to show up on the analyst desk. So always a good time to see him, and I'm sure that he also would have a ton of fans. Here in this audience. So maybe we will get that shock, but something tells me probably not. I'm cheating. I'm taking a peek behind. Players are now loading up into the game. I won't see what the map is. I also can't see what the comps look like, but it looks like we're getting ready to get started. So now that they're done, we can pause the timer, get them off the stage,
언제
get ready to do the walkouts,
시작하냐고.
get this party started.
Yeah, and that's what everyone's been waiting for as well. So just
잘
wanna
먹었습니다.
highlight, thanks for waiting. We did have that Game Changers
잘 먹었습니다.
series to end up for those that might have just joined us in the interim. We were watching it and we were getting actually pretty, really excited. There were some crazy moments in that full best of 5.
Yeah, there was some really good clutches, especially on that last map of Pearl, just to be able to maintain the lead and get a really dominant performance there at the end of it all. But yeah, I mean, again, shout out to Nova. They played a very good set. ALG, it looked like from the outset that it was maybe going to be a 3-0, but ALG was able to rally back enough to push it to 5 and, even then make that last map pretty contentious. I think it ended up being like a 13-9, 13-10.
13-9, I think it was, yeah.
After an 8-4 half in the deficit. So, yeah, it was pretty nice. So we've just been chillaxing, hanging out, and, chatting a little bit to the Chinese casters as well. So it's been a good day, but we're ready. You're caffeinated. I haven't had anything yet, but I got a great night of sleep, and I'm ready to jump into this one. So we should hopefully be able to do that in just a few moments.
언제
Yeah,
시작해요?
hopefully not too long before we get into this one as well, because what'll it be? We'll have player walkouts, and then we'll have the
접시
veto
치고
come
와야겠다.
after that. So there's a little bit of time in the expectations.
Yeah, we're still a few minutes away.
What are we going to get in the veto? I think we can kind of, from an outsider's view, already recognize what the bans might just be from permas, from history.
Yeah, I think it's more about the map
order.
The map preference, the order there between the two teams. Because, yeah, like you're saying, I think Haven, Pearl, 100% are going to end up having to be the bans here for either side. Both teams are going to be more than happy to play on maps like Lotus, Split. I mean, PRX could maybe consider Ascent, but in recent history, it's like,
I think more so you're leaving Sunset to the end as well. So it would probably come in there a little bit earlier. So you're tossing up between Icebox and Ascent, which, from what we've seen on DRX's side, maybe you want to shift over to Icebox first.
It's been a little polarizing.
Yeah.
They've had their moments, but PRX also has. I mean, bested them on Icebox previously, and had that crazy set versus XLG.
Yeah.
So. I'm not really sure where they're going to look to go with this. I mean, it did end up going 15-13 versus XLG, so maybe DRX will feel like it's still not super strong for PRX, but at least this iteration of them.
Yeah, that's one thing to highlight as well. Yeah, I guess, and a bit of a shift up for DRX. Though you also have to remember, right? Omen instead of the Harbor, toying with the ideas of those as well. So whether or not we still get the same comps, slightly different. That's the great thing that I like about this event as well. It's like you do have a little bit of time to change ever so slightly. If we had a team coming out with a crazy different comp, then I'd kind of question things a little bit more.
Well, which we did on that Haven.
And that's why I'm questioning it. Yeah.
So, yeah, that was pretty shocking. I mean, we also saw that one in the Game Changers final earlier on. The ISO on Fracture.
Oh, ISO jets on Fracture, and they just
it kind of pounded.
Yeah.
It kind of looked good.
It did a little bit. For those wondering, it was like the standard Fracture comp, but you're substituting out the breach for the ISO.
Breachless with an ISO on
얼마든지 내어줄 수
they
있다.
ended up getting a really good
아니요,
performance.
까비님 치킨 안 먹고 남겨놨었으면 오히려 손해였겠는데 이
It
정도는?
was pretty smacking.
너무 시작을 안 하잖아.
Like 13-5 or something.
Side,
yeah,
because
that's what it was. It was 7-5 at the half, and then it was
7-5 at the half,
13-5.
and then they just didn't drop anything really on that defending side with double duelist breachless. It was super bizarre. So I'd say honestly worth checking out. Go ahead and watch that final, especially if you're somebody who loves to follow the various game changer scenes.
이미 1시간 10분 딜레이 된 거거든요. 7시 아니다. 6시 경기였어 원래는.
Going into Fracture,
원래는 6시 경기였는데 실시간 통역도 없어요. 이미 2시간 14분 딜레이 된 거고요. 6시에 켰으면 진짜 엥 됐을 텐데. 그니까 결승전인데 그래도 그것도 우리나라 선수들이 올라간 결승전인데.
It's a good one. You know, I'm like maybe I should start following the Chinese scene a little bit more here alongside the other ones that have happened because the players were also great personalities.
Oh, that was so energetic as well. Every round.
You got to clutch their
근데 오늘 5경기란 말이야? 근데 만약 풀각이어봐? 와 잠깐만 풀각 5경기면 12시 넘을 수도 있겠네.
Seems just like a very fun time, a very
근데
fun
이게 실시간인 거 생각하면 선수들도 빡세겠다.
which we found out that Korea has had their first
그쵸?
for game changers. We were chatting earlier with some
있는 데서 없는 데서 다 끌어모아서.
that was something that had happened over at the WPG studio, which is in Hongdae at the
저는 지금 내가 이거 이미 1시간을 어떻게 보냈는지 모르겠어.
Had a good turnout from the audience. So maybe that's something that we can expect more in Korea as well. So
would be good.
LANs are always better, as it turns out. Unless there's a global pandemic, in which case there's nothing else to be done. So if that's the case, don't do LANs. Don't be in person.
Don't jinx another one. Don't jinx another one.
I mean, I really hope my caster curse can't go that far.
Yeah.
It's gameplay only, surely.
Yes.
But yeah, that's the only time that it was excusable. From now on out, LANs.
LANs everywhere.
LANs forever. LANs for everything.
Yep.
That's going to be the slogan that I'm going to pitch.
Catchy.
Yeah.
It's catchy.
LANs forever, LANs for everything. Well, hopefully the walkouts are going to start soon. We're flying by the seat of our pants here. We were told that it was going to just be a couple more minutes after they had gotten the walkouts and stuff like that. What is probably happening is somebody had to use the bathroom. There's probably some player, and they're just like, oh, actually, yeah, maybe I need to use the bathroom. Maybe I should just do this. And then they've run off.
야, 제가 용각산 캔디를 샀잖아요. 그다지 효능이 없어. 그런가? 30분에 시작하려나?
Recognize them in full jersey attire because I've seen some people in the audience that are wearing the attire. So
oh yeah,
there you go.
Be like, no. Yeah, this is you're not a player. You're trying to sneak in.
용각산 캔디 효능이 그다지 없고.
They don't have it. Either way. It seems like we are ready to go ahead and kick this off. So we're going to send it over to the stage, get the players out here, see that draft, see that ancient selection, and kick off this best-of-5 grand final for ACL. So let's go ahead and get this started.
나중에 뭐 보내줄 거 있으면 용각산 캔디 넣어서 보내야지. PRX. 어제? 한 유니폼 바뀌기가 전인가?
사실 이런 컨셉의 대회가 저희도 처음이어가지고 좀 신기하고 저는 좀 좋게 바라보고 있고 당연히 상금이 커졌으니까 당연히 기분이 두 배로
와.
되는 것 같습니다.
I really like the way how this tournament providing everything for us.
이제 하려나 보다.
이 스킬을 가지고 있으면은 저는 3맵
0换5完全没办法左右经济了，一瞬之间直接被清完了。DRX 现在需要去知道哪一个位置是弱点。
저희가 퍼즐 걸려고 좀 긍정적으로 생각해서 잘 풀어가서 이렇게 이길 수 있었던 것 같습니다.
It was a
역전.
quite tough game, but at the end we won.
3杀了，标收尾，一个人一把正义选错手里面，3杀到手。
한국에서 오신 팬분들 있는 것 같아가지고 we're quite popular in China and it's like really surprisingly.
빙.
We still wanna do our best and we just to win this tournament and we're gonna try to do it.
슬슬 할각 보는데?
일단 최선을 다해서
그거 아니야. 아, no.
되겠습니다.
비록 PRX한테 이제 져가지고 토론토는 못 갔지만 여기서는 꼭 이겨가지고 1등을 차지하겠습니다.
See you guys on the server.
DRX. 아, 4선 2025세트. 나는 거기 있는 걸 다 갖고 있어서 의미가 없어. 잉. 그냥 나는 이미 4선세트에 있는 모든 총이 있어서 살 의미가 없어. 맞아, 스킨이 다 있어. 그래서 이겨지면 DRX, 절대 DRX. 가격 2,000대? 오, 진짜 괜찮은데? 아섭에 사놓을까, 아섭에? 나는 정펜이 아마 2개만 정펜이었거든. 아, 정펜 샀어. 정펜 진짜 난 좋아. 돌고 돌아 정펜으로 돌아오게 돼. 됐고, 요거, 와. 맛있긴. 아, 정택만 산다면 2,000대? 무대가 되게 런웨이 같다. 정택이 참 맛있다. 아, 뭔가 쑥스러워하시는 느낌인데? 터미 감독님.
Mind freak.
와, 반응 봐.
Something.
중국팀 다 누르고 올라와서 그런가 반응 차이 좀 그러네.
Defy.
근데 혈액이 인기가 많아. 혈액이 글로벌 인기잖아.
Forsaken.
Forsaken.
Gene.
띵. 띵띵.
Alex.
Alex.
PRX.
PRX. 와, 무대 보소?
There they are. You know them, you love them. 5 players on each side, once again getting ready to do battle. But here in Shanghai, there is a clear favorite between these teams. PRX getting a hell of a lot of support.
Yeah, but I do see a couple of people in the crowd near us as well that were getting up and at 'em about DRX, so it's not like they are without the followers of their own as well. Just really excited to get in towards this best of 5 and what the Vito is going to show us on the money with the bands. And here's the order of the maps.
We've pretty much nailed it. The Haven out, the Pearl gone, Sunset at the end, but it will be split. Go ahead and start things off with DRX electing to go to defense first. Their own map pick. They are going to look to go back to that ascent where they had the monstrous run back versus XLG. And that will then lead in towards Lotus with Ice Blocks as a potential 4th and Sunset to potentially round it out at 5.
I kind of like this order as well. Split to start things off is a little bit of a fun one. PRX, of course, they had that battle against RRQ where it went into the overtime. They went back into the history with the Sky pick to come on out on that one. So whether or not we're going to have that be brought back out here as well. And for DRX, I mean, they've had some good favor on it as well against Gen G. So as I'm saying, you know, there's going to be Hyunmin back onto the Yoru. I'm excited for this one.
Them as well. Players now getting their earbuds in, getting headsets on, getting ready to jump into this action. Now we get to see what that ancient comp is going to look like for both the teams as we jump into split.
Well, I'm getting ready for this one, I tell you what. Best of 5, 50,000 USD on the line. DRX missing out on Toronto, want to get the revenge against the team that knocked them out. And for this guy on the screen right now as well, I think the question is the form on that one.
Form on that as well as what he's going to be playing. Ooh. It is just going to be the Omen Viper here for him. Jing on the Rays. Meanwhile, we do have Bane sticking with the Deadlock, but Hyunmin on the Neon.
Yeah, this is something a little bit different for DRX coming in towards this map. So Bane to Deadlock, Hyunmin not going to be playing on the Yoru, of course, Teo for freeing. That should always be happening with the current patch that we do have. And a shift up lately as well, right? Estrella, we've seen him deploying on towards his Omen on that Icebox, for example. That's just going to transition over on towards Split here too. So I'm expecting to see some similar sort of strategy and style with the maneuverings around the map between Marco and Estrella.
Last time out that we had seen PRX on this map. Did still have the Sky in the works. That was with Petman in the roster. So it seems like they're just going to go back to some of the older tech here.
Can't blame him.
I mean, you know, if Yoru, you still got a good amount of flashes here for the team. So should it be all right? But starting on the attack, let's see how many rounds they're going to be able to rack up here. Because while you do have double duels for the attack, you do have this Deadlock, this Viper, the Omen to really slow up the approaches onto the sites.
Yeah, and I think that's where you're going to have to see a little bit of ingenuity from PRX and a lot of adaptation as well, right? Is he going to be using these paint shells and the satchels to just get right up in your face, or are they going to potentially use that to destroy some of this utility? Going to have to see some changes come around for that. I hope that something is able to find a couple of the gaps on this Yoru as well. Most recently, we've seen, you know, a lot of just dimensional drifts come out time and time again. Like, we're getting these halves where they're coming out so repeatedly. It's been kind of mental to think about.
It's kind of strange to still see Alex sitting alongside someone who is not Mind Freak at this point. Some fans here in the audience trying to
선대상 잠들었겠네. 선대상 보기에는 이제 시작이라 너무 빡세.
3-1, 3-0. Things that we're not looking to see. We've waited long enough. We might as well go the damn distance here. Find out if they can make that happen.
I definitely agree with you on that one. I mean, it's a best of 5, it's a grand final.
아니,
All of them
그게
should be a banger.
나 그거
All of them
들었어.
should go 5.
분명 C로 가기로
Is it going
했는데
to be a new storyline, Achilles? Are we having only
C로
bangers
가기로
on split?
했는데 준비
Not
단계에서
ending it,
3초
but
전에
starting it?
A로 가자 이러면서
But,
A
again,
러시
not
해갖고
having it as a round
죽었을
map
때
is a good
샷건
point. Just
진짜
feel
세게 치셨다고.
bit more bizarre compared to what we are used to seeing here.
Speaking about bizarre, if we get to the map number 5, are we going to have the old Paper X
분명히 그러기로
stage
했는데
comp when it comes towards sunset?
우리 A 가자.
Yeah.
감독님 띠용?
You know, we were talking
결과라도
about the whole time,
좋아야
but
돼.
Paper X only played the one
전멸.
series until this point, so kind of slipped the brain. But it feels like that would be something that they just fall back on with reckless abandon. I mean, it was working a treat for him, still can maintain tempo quite well. So maybe they do
DRX
just end up going for it, which means that we might also get to see a bit more of that operator in the hands of Devi.
Of course, we are just waiting for a couple more issues to clean up on the stage. Looks like it's on the DRX side, so just bear with us for a moment. We've got all the admins figuring that out as quick as possible.
You haven't had too many issues, but obviously pivoting into a different venue rather than VCTCN Arena.
그래서 마크 있어서 다행이다.
Go ahead and
비자
quell.
문제는
So hopefully
예상
will
못했을
be
거
done
아니야.
pretty quickly as that's doing him dirty.
어머, 언니
That's a
예뻐요.
legendary photo.
Yes, it certainly is.
예쁜 언니네.
Let's see. Still have him there? Yes, we do. All right, so still parsing issues. I think it might be down around towards Estrella side of things. As, oh man, he's getting called out by his friends.
저거 얘 아이언이라는 약간 그런 거 아니야? 실버야? 실버 아이언이야?
Maybe.
아이언 느낌.
Maybe potentially. We'll have to wait
얘는
and
아이언.
see what the performance looks like in the server if you know, they can throw shade with that.
All right, well,
라타.
in the wide shot, the admins are not right here behind the PC, so that should mean that we're just about ready to go. Alex here with the players leashed, the original 5, well, not the original 5, obviously Ben Guy would be one of the more OGs. Roster goes back, has a couple different iterations, but in the VCT Pacific era, the OG 5 here on stage. We'll see just how well trained, how well leashed they will be today.
Or maybe how unleashed they're going to
Wow.
be if we want to see the 3-1s, the 3-0s that the crowd is starting to throw out.
Alrighty, well, at long last, seems like we are loaded up and ready to go. Split to start things off as we get into the El Clasico for the millionth time, the 13th time, the DRX starting on the defense, Paper X on the attack, exactly where they want
아까
to
거기
be.
Already
스플릿이야?
just be main control as well from DRX looking to be established, but mid for Paper X on a slow walk up.
Mako on the swing, instantaneous with that headshot.
아우 아파.
He's going to get quite a
많이
bit of
아파.
damage in as he falls down to 45. So he's actually a little bit more there on the back end of the explosion. So 39 on the Viper. Slight little one-way setup here, that tiny sliver that Estrella is trying to play around.
Yeah, even if you can try
게임
and
사운드
draw
되게
some more
작은데?
rotations towards this B side at the moment, DRX are still just playing, freeing on the line over at the other side.
게임 사운드 많이 작다.
Glimpse out onto Jing. Not able to get any damage tags across though, so we'll just be an orb take for free. And now a cluster up towards this A side of the map, but Mako, he's in such a great position. He's hearing all of this, relaying the footsteps through the attacker spawn.
Gonna come down to timing, isn't it?
Just getting ready to come through. Relay bolt to try to hold them at bay here for the moment as the salvos go out as well here at main.
Oh, good wall.
Wall set up. Mako able to find another here. Swings around the back. Mind Freak
Oh.
to be taken down. He dips back down in towards sewers. Forsaken trying to find the punish. He's just chasing.
Wow.
And Mako is slaying. Gets himself a third. Nearly finds
아이
that
까비야.
fourth Elim as Jing down to 11 health. Needs to be all headshots, all insta. 10 seconds rather remaining. 11 HP. Drops down. And there you go. Quick tap from Bane. Gets the pistol across the line for DRX.
A lot of the heavy lifting in that round done by Mako.
ACL이라고
You
아시안
remove the
챔피언이라고
Yoru from something
하나?
real early in the middle of the map, and then you kind of just
약간
play in a little bit of
일종의
rotate
이벤트
game, right?
매치인데.
Paper X not kind of able to do anything. I like the forward line from
퍼스픽에서
freeing. There's some assistance from
네,
Hyunmin as
중국에서는
well behind that
중국
one with the relay
세팀이랑
bolt to shoot on out
퍼스픽
where
세
necessary.
팀이
And
초대를
just a
받아서
good holding of the barrier mesh as well.
했거든요.
Always very difficult to destroy on a
DRX,
pistol
PRX.
round.
근데
DRX
제타는
starting off this
강탈했고
best of
PRX,
5 with the
DRX가
pistol.
결승까지 올라와서
See how
하는 거.
commanding on this defensive side they're going to potentially be with a little slight new look towards the agents on this map.
예.
Going for a big investment once again here.
오.
Just the one
오.
ghost in hand. Otherwise, a lot of money going to be spent. Estrella, snappy
선택
readjust.
선수도 많이
Forsaken
긁혀가지고
swinging
지금.
out. Knows that there's another player, but hasn't quite been able to find any damage there on a Mind Freak. Something at the same time. Just trying to lurk forward.
근데 이게
Mako eventually
심지어
rewarded with the kill. Final one starting
PRX에
here for the Viper, as he's just 3 charges
감시가
away from
없어.
having that pit online.
공격에서 많이 따야
Nothing you can
되는데.
really do for Mind Freak at the moment, so
Good
it's just
job.
going to be the flawless one for DRX in the second as we wait to see what the bonus round is going to look like. And if PRX are going to be able to start things off, attacking side, double duelist, are we going to get some more explosive action from them here? Is it still going to look to be a little bit slower and more methodical? These are the sort of times as well that we look towards DRX, potentially changing a couple of positions around the map too.
It's a nice controlled pace thus far here for the side of DRX. And if Mako is having starts like this, that's where it's a bit concerning. Let's see how they fare though.
Yeah, a little bit more presence in mid again. Early Prowler. Gonna go up. You stalled out from going in towards A. Where's chzzk? Found that one through the smoke. Spot shots.
미드 잘렸는데.
Yeah, just straight through that one in towards Mail. He caught him trying to reposition, so Bane dead off the rip. A judge around the corner though for freeing. Heavy stack sees the gate crash, but they're playing at range, and Divine is able to find it.
That's going to be an open sight for them to get in. Hyunmin can't really do too much from screens, you'd assume.
Good wide swing out. And then just having to wait, play this a bit more patiently, push up into the smoke. Something, does he continue to advance? Looks like the answer is going to be no. As Mind Freak able to find Mako, the lurk dealt with. And something trying to push out off the back of the boom bot.
Oh.
They both not going to be connecting. Slide into the corner, slide into his death. Estrella out trying to see if he can stop this from being a flawless. Otherwise, PRX is going to be a very nice round. Team Ace confirmed. Everyone getting a piece of the action, and PRX getting themselves a round win.
Yeah, pretty much call that one a flawless at the end there. Some great patience from PRX on the back of the early mid pick, almost free of charge. Just, yeah, directly through the double smokes there. And then when you got a judge in play, you're thinking to yourselves from our side of the things, well, they can potentially get 4 here. Very well navigated from PRX on the board early. So no enormous leads at the beginning for one of these teams. We've seen a lot of bonus round conversions so far. And coming into the fresh round as well, an operator out real early for Hyunmin.
And he's immediately going to try to maybe get on a decent little line here, escorted by that self-thrown forward, and is rewarded as well. Something picked apart. Wall not blocking.
소나사나 구독자들 감사합니다. 받으신 분들도 축하드려요. 하율님, 루아님, 하츠당님, 전돌상, 콩키님, 자암신님, 선상현님, 여령님, 왕꽃케이, 왕꽃, 진우님이 왕꽃이었어? 어리언님, 오메데또 익명 랜덤으로 구독권을 주셔가지고 뭔데? 갑자기 이렇게 죽어가는 건데? 어이, 분명히 아마 지금 보고 있는 분들 중에서 안 좋아하는 선두가?
Makes it a hell of a lot easier. Swing forward though, freeing, able to find one, knows that the other 2 players moving forward towards that screen's position. The swing in, Jinx so low, finally finished off 76 feet here on Estrella. As Forsaken
못 지켜줘.
needing the clutch from this position, which he has been able to do in the past at internationals, but
제발 제발. 아이고.
as Estrella comes in from behind, a 3K for the
오랜만에 와서 뭐야?
Early operator as well, going to be the big surprise here from DRX. Not found on the first line, something down for the count yet again. Want to see a little bit more adjustments from him and the team a little bit later on, but really, for me, in this round, it's the later flashes that come in from Estrella. Caught 3 players. Real close to screens, just allowing DRX to find the kills almost free of charge.
1픽.
Another investment come through from PRX now. You do pick up the Nightfall. So if you've got a
T1.
way to kind of access that
DRX.
and get
동심.
into the site, could be
Oh.
really good. Something
PRX.
nearly, again, first casualty.
And that would have been a very brutal way
입니다.
on this round, because that would have been also a
길이
vandal
달라? 물론
well away from the player that has a stinger in hand,
어디는 퇴근.
making a recovery a bit more tedious and difficult for them.
어쩔 수 없어요.
Prowler to check towards the site. Quick spot out, and Bane
일단
seeing a little bit more there on the jiggle.
지금은 당연히
Yeah, currently
DRX
no smokes
응원하고
for Australia to
있습니다.
throw over here, though. So Bane just kind of has to play a little bit more
집에
patiently.
갈게.
Doesn't want to take any chances. Gate crash now at the ready here
젠진
from the
이유는
side of
하나예요.
Mako looking to reinforce. They're going to start sliding forward here.
오,
So as
야.
he peeks out, ends up taking an immense amount of damage. Salvo's now set to try to further delay as the wall gets invested as well. Bane trying to get locked out.
예미.
Something still TPing into back sight, ends up falling to the wayside as Jing
주고받았다, 주고받았다.
able to find one more up and over
어머,
the top of the
아,
box. Nearly a
우와.
showstopper online, chasing in, but he'll receive it in death.
오.
Being able to go ahead and finish him off. Hyunmin finding Mind Freak, and now the pit in play from
헤드락 많이
Mako.
쓰라고요. 그럼 위험.
Making this site so damn
와.
difficult to take it on the side of this pit.
아슬아슬했다,
Trey has
진짜.
not turned around. If he does at all, they'll know that they have him
아,
completely
포세이크
locked
선수
in
여기
the
있는 거
corner.
모르나 보다. 모른다, 여기 있는 거.
Finally starting the
아,
straight forward.
이제
Forsaken
안다.
gets the jump. Quick reposition coming through. Mako
아하.
ensuring that they're able to keep this, and that's
와.
going to be the cleanup as Freeing finds himself another kill.
오퍼도 떨굴
Things getting
뻔했네.
a bit chaotic. Estrella not spotting, but still DRX closing it out.
살짝
It's a
무섭다.
very smart play to just silently double peek back in towards the main angle as well. You've got Marco holding for the gate crash backside of something who's just really been taken out too early before getting any damage into this map. You feel
아,
like at
제가-
the moment, as soon as the pit gets activated, just makes it extremely difficult
경기를
for
보기
PRX to
시작했을
navigate
때
around the site.
벤지가
And I was
마스터스 우승을
expecting a
했어요.
timeout to come on the back of that
그래서
round, so I'm glad that we do see it real early
그걸
in the map.
보고도 한국 팀이면 다 응원이야라고 생각을 했는데 막상 퍼시픽을 보니까 젠지를 응원하고 있더라고 내가.
Needing to make sure this one's here are PRX.
그래서 아 나는
again,
경기가 원픽이구나라고 깨달은 지 한
Of
일주일
DRX is
됐거든요.
something to be a bit of a concern.
Well, what do you discuss right now as PRX as well, right? You're seeing a lot of different
경기가 엄청
maneuverability
크더라.
around the map, repositioning the operator, cycling the smokes
그래서
timing
공명희 씨
a bit
집은
better around it
들어가셨어?
as well. You give them a little bit of time to
맞아,
discuss
젠지를
things too
응원하겠다.
here.
All right. Back in we go. Obviously, the buy not going to be in a great spot at all for PRX.
우리는 관중이 딱 그 한쪽에만 있잖아요. 근데
Still do
여기는
have a
그냥
showstopper.
사방이야,
Try to go
사방.
ahead and get an early upgrade. The Bucky as well. Been finding quite a bit of value throughout the Pacific stage.
Yeah. So a bit of a going to come
아웃로의
through for
오퍼야.
PRX here. Hoping maybe they find themselves an advantage to even consider deploying the showstopper.
A 오퍼 피아노.
Bounce forward, and there's the kill
와.
secured. Getting in on top of Mako.
센터 어고.
Okay, yeah, Bane just goes strafing into
Oh
that one,
my
finds
God.
something, and then Mind Freak comes up with the kill on the Bane. Things
아,
already starting
총
to get
업그레이드
very
두 개나?
chaotic. His weapons now upgraded. That
아웃로랑
showstopper still
오퍼로.
available.
Yeah, and you also have to consider there's two snipers in the mix for DRX here. They cannot afford to miss a shot.
No, they cannot. Hyunmin
아이고,
about
위험하네.
to
너무
peek
아이고.
in, and Forsaken is absolutely prepped. Still, his late lingered
God.
back through sewer from Divine. Push up, maybe even just grab one of those other weapons that's stranded around.
50 seconds to go. Australia.
나 얘네 비오는데.
Very
Dialed in, reading it decently well, but it gets off the angle.
봤다.
noted though.
Both of them are.
아이고.
Paranoia going across. Has to pull it down somehow. Estrella has that kill escape.
Estrella.
Quick little TP out, but they are still in such a poor spot. The timing
Nice.
to be found here as Mind Freak does end up getting taken down. Jing bounding forward into
아
garage.
스트레아 선수 죽었는데.
Gets rid of the enemy omen. And somehow this has now been brought to a 1v2 with Freeing trying to clutch. Even if he finds one, any damage taken is going to prove to make this
안돼.
so very tough. Swing onto the corner. Looks for the concuss. Swings
Nice.
out. Does find the punish here on the Jing.
오른쪽
Salvo
오른쪽.
set to try to clear backside. Swings out. And Forsaken with a headshot will confirm the
저약 아니야?
thrifty.
Oh, whatever they discussed in that round, absolutely worth it, isn't it? Hey, just immediately up the guts of mid with that bucket. And Bane caught none the wiser. Looking the wrong way, maybe expecting a play to still stay in the vent. Wasn't even the Bucky that got the shot at the end there. Really great rounds to get the job done for PRX. Keep things in great contest for the early stages of this map.
그러니까요.
Don't be mad about that, Alex. You got the round.
He probably thought like, okay, we'll have this get as close as it was given the start that we had.
심하게 안
Even the
들리는데.
weapons upgraded. Either way, quick little backpedal is, oh my god, Ching is just getting absolutely mocked.
많이 긁혔다, 찡
You got a
선수.
rotation immediately from Marco, though, in towards Heaven, where PRX are looking to bully their way in.
And the bite is right there at the door
두개
as
죽었어.
Ching tries to up the ante.
두개
up the
죽었어. 아,
pace.
왔어.
Ends up getting taken down. Freeing now, setting out the salvos. He's widely pinned here into the corner.
Nice.
Looking for the shots, and the
빠져라.
salvo will be able to go ahead and get the kill. Swing in though, trying to send out the red carpet. Is able to pull the trigger on the ultimate as Estrella.
한 대
Quickly
맞았다.
repositions. The spike now dropped. Mind Freak.
오,
Not gonna be
스팅어.
reading the close angle. DRX.
그러니까 이미 찡 선수가 피가 많이 까여 있는 상태에서 부패 독까지 밟은 듯?
Ah, a bit rough for PRX
피가
in that one.
반쯤
Just off
깎였는데
the get-go, not even
그
seeing
연막
the
지나가다가
opponents getting
부패가
peppered down a
됐는데
little bit.
거기에
Things go
이제
from bad to worse. When you
뱃밑발이
don't
떨어졌어.
isolate a couple of
저렇게.
these members of DRX, you get stopped from going in towards the site. You have to adjust in the midst of all of the chaotic abilities. And then even in the end, a 1 versus 3 to come out from Mind Freak would have been very difficult. Back to the drawing board individually for the team. Hero, Vandal, a Marshall though for something.
And he's able to find a very nice headshot, and Ching playing off the back here.
아니,
They trade out their Yoru, but they trade up, and now it's going to be another great start as PRX looks for another Thrifty.
You are forced to reset here, though. That's the problem with the barrier mesh up. Forsaken's going to have to destroy that one, but you got to cut a couple of losses here as DRX, right? Either individually look for a straggler or regroup together as a team.
And Showstopper still online.
Getting closer to the site.
Marco across towards the rope. Gets onto the rope. Drops down. Can't outside of the aim. Forsaken able to find one.
우리가 화내야 되는 거 아니야?
Finding one, finding two. Drops down Mind Freak. Desperately trying to find the hit.
아고.
As that is not going to connect. Divide.
Oh my god.
Finally arriving on the flank now. Leaves freeing once again.
아,
Trying to
진짜.
see if he can clutch this out. And the pit is going to be in his face.
도와주세요.
Quick silent drop off the rope.
Oh my god.
Salvos sent here, but are avoided. Push into the corner here. For Divide. And somehow Brink gets away. Gets that kill. Round's not over.
아니, 이걸.
I need to see what's going on.
They got it.
아니, 이걸 안
Mind
보여줘.
Freak gets the 1v1.
왜 한테 저렇게 보여줘?
themselves there, so we do apologize.
뭔데? 왜 우린 안 왜 우리 따돌리는데?
Pit gets dropped. Crazy shot from Free.
아니, 우리 따돌리가 안
Luckily we have
보여주는데.
replays.
That's it, isn't it?
So
And I mean, in amongst the replays, you've got lesser buy from PRX, but you've got a lot of moments where the DRX members are just caught a little bit off guard. Some ill
아, 이런
timing.
일이 있었구나.
The tray's not able to come out properly. And that's, what, the second Thrifty to come through for PRX now.
Yep.
Forcing DRX onto one of their own.
황당당.
Dimensional to drift out from something, scope out things towards middle first before coming towards B.
Should have been able to just spot out one. Wall now going to be set up. The barrier mesh gets
요로라
invested.
들어가.
Something arriving here on site. Mako going to be taken down. Now he's just going to gate crash right back over into garage to join in with the rest of the team. It's Hyunmin getting a ton of damage.
오.
Flying through that smoke, able to find it here. Spotting out all three
Oh,
players.
nice.
Drop it down, gets the headshot. He's got them all shredded! As it's a Thrifty in kind. Hyunmin picking up the 4K.
Good job.
Goes absolutely berserk for DRX.
Just nuclear in that round. As soon as it comes out, zap, zap. Shut him down. Another Thrifty. Courtesy of individual moments coming through on Split.
안 들려.
Dimensional drift as well. I was kind of noting. Did he even see Bane, who was still up on the rafters? Dropped on down, came out of the drift, and Bane's still looking the wrong way. Either. Not much you can do
쿵 사운드가
when
1도 안
Hyunmin comes
들려.
away with something like that.
Looks like here that Showstopper finally going to be invested as stun comes through. And Estrella, the rocket is far too
이걸
short.
살아?
Ching Just cannot get the flick forward.
진짜 사운드가.
Shut down now.
And that's playing into a deadlock. You trip those sonic sensors.
저번에 찡 선수
There's no way
공만
in
5
towards the B site
번인가
for the moment. Have
날렸잖아요.
to adjust together as a team. Meanwhile, off towards the A side of thing, full scope out with the stealth drone. So the idea for DRX at the moment that, well, we've locked them out of B. We've seen nothing at A. We can put some
중계
focus more on
알아듣지도
towards
못하는
mid,
중계
but have an
사운드만
idea
들리고.
that PRX tends to this A site in these moments. And that's exactly what they're going to do.
띵. 데미장식 날려버리는.
Slow push forward.
근데 쿵 맞을 줄 알았는데 좀 의외긴 하다.
The outlaw in tow once again. It's going to be a drift across the wall.
Oh, so nice.
Freak. Seeming like maybe he had spotted
다 해본
the swings out
올라갔는데.
a little bit too wide.
아이고.
Something. Very nice headshot. Finds one. Wants to sprint over and grab this weapon.
총 먹었다.
Fight a little bit late as
아우
Pain.
페인.
Able to find it, rather, it was the Vise, I should say.
아.
Does manage to bring this back to being decently close. The spike up here on the ground. Quick little pop there on the clone. Something TP's forward.
오.
He tries to fight his way out. Ends up falling to the wayside. The time right now is just not going to be there for Divine. Gets himself a headshot. Needs to fire a second.
와.
Which he does. Gets it so very close.
에스트레아.
Straight out from heaven. Able to deny away the clutch. DRX now stretching the lead.
Oh, these backwards and forwards rounds are getting so damn close from going really either which way. The lesser buy from PRX again. Starting to see what they can do, but just time ticking down a little bit too far at the end. The 1 versus 3. If the paranoia wasn't there, I probably would have given it to him.
Yeah.
It was looking so sharp with those shots on the Guardian. Now you do break them a little bit more. Light shields, lesser guns, but I still can't write them out.
And Henman says, well, I can just keep getting value out of this one. It's going to be a quick reposition. Has he seen? Yes, he has.
Let's
clear it. There's some covering fire there from Mako. Just gets rid of the Prowler.
Yeah, problem in this sort of scenario too for PRX is you don't have any ultimates online. You're not one away from
중계 사운드
anything
줄이고
too.
게임 사운드 높여주셔도 괜찮은데.
Mako dropping the wall. Smoke now cycled in, and damage not quite going to be found there. Just a tiny bit of taps on the Forsaken from earlier.
땡겨내라.
Gonna go cutting back across the opposite way. At the same time, Mind Freak does catch a stray, freeing. Fishing for a kill does get rewarded.
저기 있는 거 모를
PRX
텐데.
has done well to draw out a lot of this utility at the moment.
와.
They kind of just need to find
이거 모를 테니까 모를 것
around
같지
the
않아요?
map, which is what Divide is looking for at the
다바이
moment.
병장 여기 있는 거
PRX
어떻게
pivoting
알아?
to the B site, deadlock utility, first point of
현지도?
contacts if they
현
start to run.
글로벌 중계고 현지는
Gambling
중국어지
over
않을까?
towards the weaker side of the map.
중국제 전부 다 이제
Now
영어로
gonna be
듣는
sent
거지.
forward.
We've
Had to
seen it.
spot it on that one. It's faked. Straya still jiggling as they get the net baited out.
Oh my
I
God.
should say. Stun
Oh.
going down. Drop down here from Bane though. Turns his sights back over. Now pounds the spike
Come on.
on the floor. Gets the other two cleaned out of heaven, and that is going to be a flawless for DRX.
Bit of stability now coming in from them. 3 in a row, 8 on the round count.
약간 그러니까 베인 선수 지금
This
폼이
deadlock
나쁘진 않다.
utility
근데
providing
아까부터 약간
really
억까
great things for them.
샷들을 좀
He's
당하는
looked
것
a little
같아.
bit shaky
그래서
and
아다리
weird to look on a
억까가
couple of these
당하는데.
angles, but when he's really focused, playing around these sensors, some really good wall timing, whether or not it's gone in towards B main itself or he's been putting it in towards mid, like this instance. Just playing with the team on these crossfires. Looking very handsome as we move into the last round, where there will be another fighter come up for PRX.
이거
Slide forward, and Henman does get shut down.
공수전은 마지막이다.
Looking for a crunch play here as the
맞아, 자꾸
Armageddon was
엇가가.
sent just outside of the garage. PRX now
여기서
full
9-3이면서
over towards his A site. Divine hits a hell of a
오.
shot, but straight up finds two in response.
뭐야?
Knocks out Jing as well. Freeing here to try to back him up. TP to reposition away from the paint shells. Something in deep over its screen. Sight for now. Plant can come through.
세븐에 오면 있고
Dane
스크린이
trying to watch for a little bit more, but Straya finds the enemy Yoru. Swoop in and Jing holds his own for now.
They haven't seen Mind Freak.
어우야.
Chance for a 4K. It's like you say, they know there's still a lurk somewhere, but it does not matter. Jing will pick up 4 to get PRX the same on the board.
A lot of individuals in this round getting the shots out too. Australia trying to really dig deep. but as soon as Jing gets on towards the side,
아니야.
and his team is
탈사잖아.
holding a couple of angles that he could get encroached upon,
PRX에
looks pretty
지금
good for PaperX to close
감시가
out that
없어요.
round and make it better than the 9-3, where you almost feel like that's going to be super difficult to come back on the defensive side when you're running a double duelist composition and no sentinel. So see what these sort of adjustments do look like for them. Again, changing it up
맞아,
from
그거
the
아니다.
Sky Comp.
Well, round wins all spread out here for the
이
side
정도면
of
카메라
PaperX.
갖다 내놓고 즐겨
Half of
촬영
them
중이라는
thrifties.
건가?
Yeah,
맞네.
ridiculous, right?
But still a chance to try to fight their way back into this one if they can start off with the pistol.
앞에서 이렇게
DRX
카메라 이렇게
applying
들고
that
있어는
first.
것도 이렇게. 썸띵 선수 앞에서 이렇게.
See how they do fare. Swapping sides now over to the defense.
찰칵.
The man knows.
We agree.
여긴 포토 타임 있더라.
Always great to see the fan interaction, whether it be from people submitting the comments or getting with the crowd. Alex's table should be like cracked in half.
I don't know.
Broken.
Obviously, I won't claim to read Mandarin, but I'm assuming it's saying like maybe like before. Maybe there's an after for another slide, or maybe it's saying like please don't break it.
DRX 팬도 있다.
As yet, you can see the DRX fans scattered around here throughout the venue, liking what they're seeing so far.
그림 귀엽다.
And there's still a lot more work that needs to be done if they're going to be victorious in this series.
I mean, absolutely getting a treat so far with what we've had in this map. It's not been clean, it's been scrappy, but it's been super fun.
Yeah, very chaotic, very fast-paced.
Yep.
And, you know, the thrifties are just so damn ridiculous.
Yeah.
아까 DRX 저지하는 PRX 유니폼 입고 있던 사람 있어요? 두 팀 다 응원한다는 거지.
But here we go. Second half to get back in towards what do
오늘
DRX
마포
have on this
나왔어요.
attacking side.
팬맨 선수 기자 문제로.
The neon back.
ACL 자체를 참여 못했을걸?
Bit of a change in look though, because last time they did it, it was flashback and Hyunmin was on the raise. So
Look at this collision that's about to happen in mid, though. All 5 players from PaperX looking to try to push out, but nothing really noted. Gate crash back towards Ali, and now it's 4 of the 5 from DRX getting ready to work their way across towards this B site.
yeah, you got to just consider though, with all of them there, too many conductors on the track might derail.
Looks like they're going to reroute. Straya setting up the smoke, backpedaling the Prowler to chase in.
와.
Alerting forward presence, obviously not numbers.
아, 패시나 걸렸어.
Meanwhile,
맛있겠다.
scaling.
No, he's just been playing very patiently, seeing if there's any
Wow.
forward investments, but you see no utility, no prowlers, for example,
A 많이
from Forsaken, no
파가지고.
haunt towards that direction, so you know that you
스크린
can kind
벌써
of get in,
왔는데?
take the space, and look for a plan.
Things are coming down. They're expecting someone to be around that ramp position. Mako now backing off as Estrella watches the sewer. Well, to try to
아,
slow
헤븐
the
저렇게
advance here ahead of
막아놨어? 와.
With their combined efforts, they can quickly clear out the barrier mesh. Gunman at the ready here.
헤븐 저렇게 막아놓고
Gonna be
맛있네.
lobbed in, but that's going to be the sonic sensor taken down. Early alert system now removed here from the grasp of the DRX. Ching with that sheriff, making it sing. Comes up with 2. The site now in control as Estrella spotting out 1, finds the headshot. The paranoia about to send, about to connect onto multiple players. The smoke is there to obfuscate.
아,
And
너무
Mako cannot
아깝다.
stop him. Ching with the 4K gets the pistol here. The
Gimme.
second half for PaperX.
Yeah, another one comes out from him there. Very pivotal that the paint shells destroy that sensor as well. If you see them get into that spot and they don't destroy it immediately, you would just expect them to get destroyed, but instead they return fire. Lots of great shots to come out from them, and just a little bit unfortunate for Estrella that the paranoia doesn't collect upon Jing there. Very sharp with the Sheriff. A much-needed pistol to go PaperX's way, tying it up 1 apiece. Starting to get a little bit closer, you would assume, in this map.
Should be at least that 8-6. There's a Prowler just sitting here on the hunt. Forsaken, judge in hand, looking to really
어디?
mess up their day. As it is double
다운
stacked
팀이네,
on the
깜빡.
angle. And any kind of unassisted peek off this should almost certainly lead to death. Quick clear with the ghost, quick exit. No punish to be found. And sonic sensor removed.
와, 저기 보이는 거 봐.
This little sliver of the one-way too.
연막 저기 보이는 거 봐.
Have to almost just respect it. This is the sort of deployment as well from PRX.
Oh,
They're not gonna disrespect it. They're just gonna go.
Hyunmin just swings right into that one. Mind Freak able to find him. TP's over to the side.
Oh my gosh.
And has him lined up. The judge now to run down the two remainders. That will be a flawless from PRX.
연막 진짜 잘 치긴 했다. 아.
No damage suffered here on the anti-eco.
와,
I guess at the
진짜.
end of the day, just get the job done, right?
연막
You're,
진짜 좋았다.
you're probably not going to be able to get in, so at least attempt it. I was noticing though the different deployment of the PRX members towards the A site. That's the sort of
저
style
연막
where
너무
they're sitting
좋지
there that
않아요?
Marco was kind of waiting for in the previous round, seeing if there was going to be anyone on a more forward line, playing up towards the ramp, playing up towards main. So we'll see how often he wants to try and get his lurks out. Something that Meteor does very well, for example, on this map. But here we go, bonus round. And it is the duelist yet again for PRX playing at the ramp.
Double stack set up from bot to try to check
와,
close. Gets the reveal and Mako gets a headshot. I've been finding one here in trade. And for now, it looks like ramp is widely just going to be avoided. No, Freeing does manage to get the peek there from something. Gets the headshot to give them a player advantage. Good amount of damage going to be taken here by the Tejo. Lance is in. He's entrenched on the site.
Yeah, I want to see Forsaken grab a gun here. He's dropped the judge for the Guardian now.
Another one going to be spotted. No real way to try to get Devi into position to try to collect that for now. He's just trying to get his way through this barrier mesh where he's just been stuck inside of screens. Clears it eventually.
아이고.
Drops down into the stun. Hyunmin on the peak, able to find one, finds two. Mind Freak going to be taken down. And Hyunmin, a 4K of his own. Does not allow for a bonus conversion to come in here for PRX. 9-6 to lead.
Yeah, lots of 4Ks coming through from players here, and just a lot of great team consistency, right? You get in towards the site there, you set up your utility, you're not really able to play off the sensors too hard because all of these PRX members have already rotated, ready to flood on the retake, the lesser weaponry, and as I say, DRX kind of just already set up and available for it. Makes it difficult. Fourth round in this half, Operator out for something. See if that's going to get him a little bit more in towards the server here, but he is on the other side of the map.
Not exactly going to be on the right line. Plenty of noise being made here as Jing quickly looking to just disconnect backward. Boyd's getting spotted out. Pushing forward, though, is going to be stunned up.
Oh.
Tiny bits of damage now, but Devi!
Oh my
He
god.
just goes barreling through the vent. Finds himself 2 kills. TP forward, Astray up.
Wait.
Oh! Something you haven't noticed!
어머.
Seems like they have a solid read, and now he's stuck in!
갇혔어.
Oh my god, the smoke about to fall! And he's got 3 players on the opposite side!
Oh my god.
And at best, all you could say that it was info gained.
There's a flank from Mind Freak here too.
Swinging around the back, Mako.
아, 너무
Here on
아깝다.
the side. Swings
Nice.
up, has them stacked together. Jing
Come
and something
on.
now dead. Bane arriving here at heaven. The smoke
Nice.
falling. Looking to readjust. It takes him a damn long while, but eventually he gets it. DRX scraping
nice.
by in the round as we continue to witness absolute insane scenes.
Oh, it's absurdity. You just see disheartening in the end with how it eventuated for
이거
Devi,
너무
with that judge getting 2 and Bane finishing it up with 2 of his own and a double. I mean, there's too many 2s to count in this round. A rough one for PRX on the receiving end when you think they have advantage going
화나셨는데?
towards that
벌써 화나셨는데
retake.
어떡하지?
4 versus 2 weathered by
벌써
DRX, setting
좀
themselves up here
화나셨는데?
for a potential closeout.
Oh.
For a heavy fight forward, but something just going to get stunned up. Has to gate crash back over to the spawn. Bucky in hand to try to hold main here for Forsaken. As Stealth Drone does not peek over towards the vent.
Oh,
And
yeah.
Bucky somehow connects to that range. Hyunmin dead, Freeing able to answer 1 back.
Oh,
Answers down
다행이다.
2. But at the same time, he's the last one left alive. Catches a bit of a time
Nice.
here with the Prowler. It does catch him off guard. Swap now over onto the Phantom and a sprint across towards the opposite side of this map. Something at 27 health. Mind Freak
달려,
untouched
달려.
the Bulldog.
그냥 달려.
Armageddon is available.
Yeah, they can get some upgrades here as well.
Yeah.
Eventually going to recognize that he's not here. And the plant will go down, so they'll have to make a rotate now. Something of
다행이다.
note, there's no flashes for them. There are smokes. So they, well, you would assume, maybe play it a little bit more closer together clearing angles, setting themselves up a couple of crossfires, but with the plant going down, they are literally at the opposite side of the map, the furthest away they could be.
온다. 근데 뒤로 온다. 메인으로 온다. 아닌가? 미드로 오는 건가? 미드로 온다. 중도 있고 하긴 한데.
The drop down sent a smoke has flown. They're both directly right here on top of this one. The Armageddon now pushing them away to the opposite side of the pillar. The salvo's still going to be there on the back end. Another smoke cycled through. The salvo's confirming his position, finding the kill. He looks for the swing and cannot find it.
아, 이거 된다. 아, 이거 된다.
And looking for the praise, but it doesn't even need it. Still about a second to spare there on it. As freeing nearly gets himself a monstrous clutch.
Yeah, valiant attempt at it for the 4K. I was looking at where those salvos were going to fly, right? If they came from the tower, you would assume they would have been spotted as well from something at the end there. And with them not being there, the only position that he could really come from was the alleyway, right? So just getting out the trade, ensuring that a half was stuck no matter what. Die to the salvos, it's okay. The trade should be there. So PRX, they do manage to get it done. And they are holding on. A Nightfall and a Showstopper available at the right spot currently for a couple of members.
Grab that send. Showstopper now chasing in. Bane going to be taken down.
제대로 들어갔네.
Here behind the box, though, straight out. Flying off the orb tap. Is able to find one on the side. Henman, however, not able to find much value at all. Just taken down to 45. Mako freeing, joined together, pushing their way forward here onto the A site.
You would assume this is where they'd be as well. Prowl up, confirming nothing close towards mid. This is where the toxic screen has been too, right?
Question is if they find something, do they invest the pit to try to clutch it out? Mako sliding down, the aim getting readjusted. It's the spray. Oh man, it is whipping his all hell. Being able to find it now once again, going to be asked to clutch it up.
Forsaken aware of this push through the screens. Freeing going to think better of it, though. Or is he?
He's going to try to challenge forward here for the fight. Does get a decent little bit of damage there on the Mind Freak, but cannot find any limbs. The rest of the team sparing the blushes here from something clearly still needs to warm up a little bit on stage.
Now we know that this is map number 1 of this series. It's not the 5th and final.
No.
But it is true that we only have bangers on split. And so far, it is still continuing that way. That spray, yeah, okay, we've been there. It's fine.
Well, it seems like that's going to be the first timeout call now here from the DRX camp. Still up by 2 rounds, but considering advantages found at the half, Jeremy, he's been biding his time with this one.
I think it's the right time to deploy it as well. You've had a little bit of time for the team to figure things out and adjust accordingly by themselves in the map. See what Australia's been able to figure out as well, right? Way to try and lead the team around now. Termi having an idea of a couple of key rounds that you can navigate here, and you can definitely close the map.
Let's see what the change-ups end up looking like here for DRX. They try to take another step towards closing out split.
You don't have to contend with the Showstopper, of course. Just invested in your little SBI. So see if they might even want to potentially go faster. I mean, you're still going to have to contend with, a lot, right? There's still got a Drift for a retake, from Shadows for info and retake, Nightfall for Forsaken. Current stacking of positions too, heavily weighted towards this alpha site. That's exactly where DRX are ready to roll with 4.
일단 2-2 하고 와 소리가 사라졌다고? 쏘리 이거 아닌데? 이거 봐.
That's just a really quick round, isn't it? Some overzealousness in the very beginning from Jing, trying to just send it in. getting taken out by freeing on the pistol, and then you've just got all of these players going trade for trades. I think it was what, Dimensional Drift that goes in, sorry, From the Shadows that goes in from Estrella to try and catch him off guard. He's good for one, traded out.
아, 너무
Bit of a
아깝다.
rough one for DRX with that investment, with that timeout, and now PRX 1 round away from tying it up.
Well, that's a horrendous way to try to start this off as you go for a thrifty attempt. One of your smokes dead. Just through the wall, Estrella getting a bit unlucky. Sight does, in the end, be a bit more opened up here. Mako just with a ghost. He's going to send the pit. They're committing for this one. Nightfall on the opposite side. They're trying to counteract, but Forsaken going to be taken down. Gunman swinging off the timing, finds it. That's going to be another weapon. Able to be collected perhaps. Overdrive, popped, finds something. Here's a tap of the defuse, slides in. A 3K here for Hyunmin, down to 5 HP. But for Divine Mind Freak.
Are they just going to call it?
Yeah, no real way to try to get back into this one.
세이브하려나?
To back away, Forsaken Jing.
세이브하는
Players that just don't have that much money behind.
타이밍.
Try to save, maybe find some exits. Bane is on the prowl and will fall. Back out. Hyunmin does get himself a 4-piece. So some damage dealt here in response, but DRX keeping them at arm's length, not allowing for them to tie up this map.
Yeah, don't convert after the timeout, but you get the one afterwards, so you'd assume it might be a little bit okay, a little bit more stability. Like the investment of the Nightfall as well, sends Jing on the back of that to get over the pit, unexpected if they can't heal. Attack one towards the defuse, but very wise to it at the end there. Hyunmin with another 4K to end the rounds.
That's the thing, I think because of the push from Gunman, he had audio. I think he realized
그렇던데? 아까 그렇게 떴는데?
knowing that defuse
아닌가?
attempt was coming through.
Oh, this becomes quite
근데 위에 떠 있는 거는 또 페렉이라고 떠 있네?
Jing can do something from the heavens as well to help him. There's a pit invested in mid, immediate rotations, too much heat around this B site
아까 보면
already.
잘못 써 있었던 건가 보다. 아까 DRX, PRX, DRX, PRX, DRX, TRX 이렇게 써 있었거든요. 위에는 또 TRX라고 되어 있네.
For now, Smoke's just to be waited out. The pit making mid completely unassailable, but as that smoke goes down, Mind Freak jiggling it back, Killer ends up getting caught. Push forward into the smoke, trying to get out, but Bane does manage to capitalize. But Jing's still here.
매치 가자, 매치 가자.
Enemy Neon finding Bane. Bane Shield now going to be lobbed in the spike, dropped it back sight. And Estrella not having from the shadows. Not having a beat here on Divide. Does mean that he falls. Puts him down to 10.
기다리고 있다.
아이고. Divide stands tall. PRX denying the map point.
Standing and delivering some great damage on the site as well. When you got Hyunmin zapping through, his fast lane goes down and Bane falls as well. You have the early pick from Estrella where I was actually thinking there might be a little bit of a smaller reset to come through from DRX. Whether or not you want to pivot towards mid and stealth drone out the pit to try and do something a little bit different. Instead, they try to just bully their way a little bit in towards the site. Jing has one of his rounds. Some really great shots. This is a timeout to come again, and from DRX. Just 3 rounds before the previous, they are wanting to close this one before having, full regulation, before having overtime, before just giving PRX the time to maybe even steal the map now.
Just looking to get this map point guaranteed.
손이 많이 시렸나 보다.
Again, that previous timeout did not lead to an immediate conversion.
긴장을 너무 해서 손끝이 막 차게 식었을 수 있어.
Fighting this tooth and nail, looking scrappy,
그죠?
but also looking sharp at other times. So we could even just end up in an OT right off the rip here.
Very possible.
눈물이 타고 흘러.
What has Alex got for us in store on the back of this one from PRX? Are they going to look to get a little bit more aggressive again? After the calmness that you would hope a timeout can bring for your team. The tense moments at the moment with the arena as well. I mean, I can feel the rumbling here when the crowd goes wild.
우리는 막 흥분해서 덥고 그들은 긴장해서 춥고 뭐 이런 느낌.
But here we go, back into the thick of things. An eco for DRX, a couple of hero guns.
2 Phantoms, a Frenzy, otherwise classics. Just an Armageddon, which you would assume gets held unless they get this into a position where it looks winnable, where they can make that call. Hyunmin Looking to try to push forward here as Jing swoops in from behind. Managing to assassinate too. Mako and Bane taken down. Hyunmin turns back for a kill onto the Raze, but then Divide finds him there. The quick hit, the weapons dropped. Freeing in Estrella immediately having to reposition.
Yeah, you just feel that this round is done now, don't you? The spike is in an unassailable position. You'd be very difficult to get that back. I wouldn't even mind Estrella going off yonder trying to see if the A-orb is still available, right? 2 away from the shadows.
Goes in a little bit deeper to grab the Vandal. Freeing now with that Phantom. Smoke dissipating. Double face in. A recycle on the smoke, and they're just gonna maybe try to push out of this one, but they are met with their demise. The timeout once again not working a treat for DRX. They tie things up 11-11.
Could have tried to potentially use the salvos there as well. Top of tower, get a little bit of hot under your feet happening, but nevertheless. The eco round with a slight investment from DRX in that one. Now gone by the wayside. 11 apiece, the full rounds of regulation to come into play. DRX are putting a lot of stock in this B site. In the 4 players to start, Mako off yonder.
Mind Freak able to bound away from that grav net, so not caught up. 3 players around mid once again here.
1팀인데?
PRX very much identifying that DRX is trying to find openings.
Very deep haunt by Forsaken over at the A side as well, clearing all of main. So the members for PRX can hold around mid, still can hold around B.
Quiet drop back is Armageddon going to be coming through, looking for the catch, is able to find one, spots out something as well as finds Mind Freak in back sight. B now opened up the clone, already tapped, something's position going to be known. Jing, showstopper, at the ready, sends it, Bane going to be taken down, lands it on top, looking for Hyunmin, cannot make it happen, but the flash is there. A 2v2, a judge in hand for Forsaken, spamming out. Damage found, the push on backside, something on the peak.
위치 알잖아요.
In Estrella now. Has to clutch it out. TP's across the map.
다행이다. 궁이라도 있었다. 근데 포세큰 선수 총 바꿨는데?
To really speak of, to really work with.
왔다.
Should have been spotted.
No, he wasn't.
Okay, clearly not, yeah. The mask not coming through, just clearing out the site. Trying to spot him. Now knows.
부딪혔다.
Doesn't have any flashes. He's going to tuck back around the corner. Exits the drift, is just trying to draw the attention. Both approaching
둘이 갇혔다.
in through main. Shorty to try to lead it out, but Forsaken there to collect. PRX get themselves now up to map point.
너무 아쉽다.
DRX with one more would send us into overtime.
Oh, you just feel like the timeouts that DRX have called for this half at the moment with the no value conversions on the back of it. Had there been a difference, potentially would see themselves in the lead, potentially would even see themselves already close the map. Here we go into the last round of this half to push us into the overtime. One away from the annihilation, one away from the overdrive as well. If you want to get this B main control with the gravnet combos and
매치가
salvos.
저쪽으로 넘어갔네. 그냥 연장 가자.
It's possible to find the space.
And both the overdrives that we have seen have been very huge for the side of Hyunmin. Quick jiggle peek set up on the sonic sensor. Orb to be grabbed here. Paranoia gets sent, but punish not available. Annihilation now online for Bane.
And meanwhile, Marco hasn't been spotted out by the Prowlers. Now he just has with the second one invested. You got something and Forsaken off at A, and that just slight utility that reveals something is going to keep them there. And this is where DRX can start to toy with a couple of rotations if they want, can start to scale up and pivot towards A, or to still go towards B, where this annihilation is available.
호흡을 하셨어요.
Sneaking in around mid and collecting a kill. This man is going to be taken down. He repeats for a little bit more. Giving him now that player advantage. Just the 3 left alive. The ult still a consideration here for Bane.
Do you expect something to be pushed up like this in this round?
Jing right here alongside the box. Opens up, paint shell, try to hold them at bay.
잡혔다.
The grab does manage to
오케이,
come
일단
through. That
잡혔다.
should just about be Jing. Dead to rights is Mind Freak.
띵바이.
Here it heaven.
Okay.
오케이.
Suddenly a 3v2.
3, 2,
You've still
3,
got the
2.
wall as Bane. That's just going to lock something out.
막았고.
DRX flipping the script. He's going to be looking to try to catch him on the exit here, but the stealth drone ends up coming through.
가면 안
So
되겠다.
just stays tucked.
프링 선수 못
Gun
움직여.
barrel spotted, but nothing that Suzuki can do about this at all.
프링
Has
선수
to
못
clear this
움직여.
out, and now he's the last one standing.
위치는 일단 알았다.
All of his bullets committed. 26 remaining in total. Not even a full magazine. The clone into the face. Around the back of the pillar. The push
Nice.
up, freeing to find it. 12 to 12.
연장 가자,
We are
연장
going
가자.
to OT to kick off this best of 5.
Yeah, only Vegas
프링
on split.
선수.
Still a thing.
아, 나
for
여기서
Kilios.
나가면
It doesn't matter if
죽겠구나,
it's not the
딱 그거.
closer of a series. It's all right.
아, 이때 진짜
When we have this
좋았는데.
performance, I mean, Devi in the beginning of this
Oh,
round.
nice.
Really trying
Yeah.
to dig deep in that one. The fact that he gets away with 2, kind of ridiculous. But DRX still managing to get through it in the end. We have a reset on the fickle economies. No ecos to come through.
아, 마이 선수 코아이.
Which, I mean, if there even was one, you give PRX a good run at it.
Well, now, no force, no glass cannon, no operators.
오픈 마이크.
3 players here at this A side, really relying and trusting in Bane.
Oh.
To be able to hold this for himself, cut around the side, and Estrella, unanticipated Jing,
퍼킬은 우리가 가져왔어.
delivers himself into the mouth of the wolf.
Yeah, unfortunately, the Haunt not revealing anything early enough for Jing to play on the back of the assistance and the information. So the 4 versus 5 now that they're going to have to try and look to convert immediately, scaling up towards mid and through mail though.
Relichek's onto 1, stun out with the bite in play. Not able to find the trap there for some added damage. And Mako on the reface ends up getting taken
아,
down.
까빙. 모른다, 모른다,
Bringing
이거.
it now to a 4v4 here is Forsaken as Estrella trying to get cheeky here. Advance. Loses his head, and suddenly the balance has been tipped right back into PRX's hands. Jiggle peek out. Hunt in the backside.
아이고, 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 아이고,
Reposition and
아이고.
dodge out the reveal, but ends up just getting gunned
도서대쇼.
down. Far too many targets here. Gentleman catching a glimpse onto 1. He's able to collect Mind Freak.
대장군님
Take it
해줘.
out. But now the arrival from behind something. Not going to go for the knife.
펌핑 선수
Just
언제
does him
여기로
a courtesy.
왔었어?
Gets the headshot. And leaves Bane now
아,
alone. PRX once again finding themselves here at map point.
Yeah, despite losing the first kill in the round as well, that's pretty much the 4 versus 5 conversion, just dropping 1 more after the fact. You've got layers on layers from them still behind that as well, with a little bit of alert coming up through the A tower side of things, and then a bit of a mid exploration as well. Something at the tail end of it, just some great little changes to come through from PRX there. Another timeout, though. You're afforded an extra going into OT.
진정한 옹알옹알
DRX are
들어보시겠어요?
going to exercise here.
찬이는 이렇게 많은 것밖에 모르겠는데
In the kitchen sink to try to
어떡하지?
get this reset.
곤란하다
Worth noting
진짜.
again, this is PRX's map pick. They'd like to take us here to split, have that rough first half,
아니야, 아직 아무런 적
and now find themselves in overtime on it as well.
Yeah, last time they played it against RRQ, dropping it in the overtime. Just one instance of it, 12 to 14.
옹알이.
This time looking to
잠꼬대라뇨?
script,
그게 무슨 말씀이십니까?
get the first map in this best of 5. Technically coming from the upper seed, but
근데
stock
좀
standard Vino,
이렇게
1 ban
뒤로
apiece.
좀 이렇게
They
의자에
really have too much of
기대가지고
an advantage coming into
아
this one.
죄송해요.
Talk about looking
이렇게
hot
말하긴
from
했어.
playing series upon series, looking rested and ready for the final.
반성합니다.
So far, both of those
반성하겠습니다.
storylines looking pretty decent to back up the team's performance here.
아차차.
Well, we're in question now. PRX close at 14 to 12, secure their map pick.
저요?
Do we go a bit deeper here with DRX finding yet another reset? Hyunmin into the corner, jumps back across, gets spotted here on the Jing, and does manage to bait out the
아버지.
paint shells.
Something of note, Devi has brought an Odin to the party.
Oh.
Yep.
Just for some screen spam? Maybe some heaven spam as well.
Bit of ambition at the moment from PRX, silently creeping up through mid with 3. They can lean wherever they want as Forsaken clears the B garage with
Doesn't go
the
that
Prowler.
deep into garage though. Could
Exactly.
still be some players disconnected back towards Ramen, but now the haunt over the top should make them feel a little bit more secure in this. So
much spam.
Push through the sewer, ends up coming through. The Odin starting things off as Levi re-swinging, looking for a little bit more, but Bane able to take his head off.
Early flank.
Wall set up here at screens.
벌써 뒤돌았는데
Unless they
알까?
reposition, because now
아,
the
이거
double
모를
flank is
것
coming in from
같아.
behind. Estrella
아.
Mako pushes up the top of ramp, is able to find Forsaken, but now is pinched. Swings down a little bit closer, something barrel stuffing, able to find the headshot there as we go now into a 3v3 with Bane. Playing the close angle here on the left-hand side. It's going to be the wide swing. Something setting up for Jing.
왔다.
Brings position now spotted. Gentleman trying to bail them out, freeing. Trying to
프링
clutch.
제발.
7 bullets remaining. The 1v1 dancing around this one. And something gets a some swing once again.
아, 너무 아깝다.
Every single timeout be damned. PRX take the opening map. They take their pick. 14-12.
Oh, just the wide swings to come out from him in that round are absolutely gorgeous. Hadn't seen him deploy them too much, catching the members of DRX off guard. The synergy from PRX as well. In a couple of these moments, just going together, changing the game plan.
이거 너무 아쉬운데.
Working a treat, falling over at times as well.
심지어
But
수비에서
nevertheless,
8대4
map number
먹고
one,
들어가서.
the pick of theirs, going their way to start off this grand final.
너무 아쉽다.
What the hell? Long await to get this map underway, to get this series started, but seemingly well worth it with OT off the rip. I think that is promising quite a bit for the remainder of this one here. They do have Ascent getting ready to come up next. DRX's pick.
Yeah, I mean, you gotta wonder as well for DRX on the back of their timeouts. Excuse me. What was also PRX coming out with, right? A lot of thrifties, a lot of great game plans. Feels like leveling up when they've got these discussions as well. And we're asking ourselves before this series started, how is Mindfreak going to potentially look in towards it? Didn't have the most stellar performance, but at least he didn't have an abysmal performance in map number one and potentially activate a little bit later. So I think in the scheme of things, that's really good for PRX here if they're still looking to have all their key pieces activated.
It seems like for the most part,
필박을 보여주기 위한 큰 그림이라고 했다. 하나도 안 들려요. 선수 사운드는 아예 안 들려.
that he's got higher ACS than he did in the first map that they played versus XLG, so should be feeling a little bit better about that regard as well. But yeah, for DRX, this one gonna sting a little bit. Not able to find any timeout
이런
conversions
부금 말고 그냥 게임 사운드 더
It's
들려.
very uncharacteristic.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to go back to the drawing board a little bit now in the break to prepare for the second map of Ascent. But here, we'll take a look at a bit of the stats. Jing to top out as the MVP
근데 그래도
in
결승이라서
this one. And when we do see the team
사운드가 좀
affairs
이렇게
in the next one, I mean,
있지.
they're pretty all close.
저번에
So
Yeah, it should be
첫
fairly
경기
condensed, you
봤을
would
때는
think.
진짜 사운드가
As
너무 조용한 거야.
on your screens for you.
도서관인
Yeah,
줄?
Gunman. Exact same ACS, 2 additional kills, 3 less deaths. But Jing just finding so many important moments. I mean, that 4K to be able to
아,
pick
현민
up that
선수가 진짜
very needed
잘했는데.
pistol to start off the second half. Things like that, and end up netting him that MVP.
yeah, I mean, so many 4Ks to come through in this series as well, right? Just so many wild and wacky things. The ecos too, but all in all,
충분히
great team
잘했는데.
efforts from both sides. No one really
아쉽다.
falling too far behind. These stats here, pretty comparable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously there were some
와,
conversions
퍼킬 차이야?
in there.
퍼킬도
So it's not
똑같이
just get
12대
the first kill
14야?
and win, but 14 for
아하.
PRX, 12 for the side of DRX. Shows that how close they were pretty much operating throughout this.
Yeah, absolutely. And if we're going to keep getting these close sort of rounds, these close maps as well, the best of 5 could echo back like we saw in the Game Changers game before. How long is this one going to go?
I don't know. We know how long we want it to go for, but whether or
All
not we get exactly what we wanted, that's going to be another story. DRX, we know that they're capable of bouncing back. This wasn't their map pick. This should be all right. But that Ascent's going to be coming up in a bit, so don't go anywhere, because I think for now we're going to go to a quick little break. Right now. Never mind. There we go.
Left side. Oh, left side, TP, left side.
사운드 들린다. 선수들 사운드.
Go. Wait, we can go again. I'll go again. Yeah, go away.
Come boys. I will scan side guys. I'm gonna some city, okay? Wait, 1 second. Fucking city now.
Should be one side, guys.
Yeah,
One side, blue bird.
You go pick 1, 2, 3.
Careful, Neon could be here. Neon could be close, guys.
One city deadlock rotating. Chill.
Heaven.
I'm flanking you. Don't die.
Go to the beam.
Chill, boys. Chill.
I want city boy. Heaven dead. Maybe city.
I think city.
Maybe city. 정답입니다.
Hey, flower pot. Nice.
Wait.
(2분 30초)
单排上分，喝东鹏特饮；组团开黑，喝东鹏特饮；巅峰对决，喝东鹏特饮；累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
다바인 선수 빼고 같이 사진 찍었어요? 오, 이거보다 상어. 쌍어. 이거 2분짜리 광고 아니던데? 길던데? 들어봐요. 상어 해요. 버터. 짜완. 봐봐. 그래서 상어할 때 됐는데. 야, 상어 안 해주나? 안 해주네? 아, 잘렸어. 쌍어 하는 거 잘렸어. 진짜. 저 노래는 상어가 포인트인데. 쌍어. 그걸 따르네. 아쉬운 일이죠. 비리비리. 웨이보. 나 저 제일 위에 있는 거랑 두 번째 있는 거랑 내 아래에 있는 거 2개. 어플 4개 다 핸드폰에 깔려 있는데. 이제 내 정보는 개인 정보는 다 날라갔을 거야. 내 뒤에 있는 건 뭐지? 빌리빌리는 일본어로 따지면 니코니코동. 유튜브 같은 거.
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into map number 2.
영상이.
Some absolute cinema in the first
진짜요?
map. Only bangers on split. 14-12. PRX were narrowly able to pick up the victory on their opening
웨이보는
map selection. Now we
트위터
get ready to go
같은
to
거.
DRX's with Ascent.
Got to have a big reset coming in towards this one as well, because there will be so many moments that DRX thought that they were going to be able to close out that map. I mean, it felt like they were in the lead a lot of times, and PRX were trailing, trying to catch up with these thrifties that start to come through, with the individual moments too. But as soon as you get to the really tail end of it, it felt like it just really shifted into PRX's direction ever so slightly, and that was just enough for them to get it over the line.
Yeah, not having any kind of conversions of the timeouts. Again, a little bit odd to see here for DRX. So a lot of things that probably need to get tuned up very quickly. So we'll see if that is going to be the case. And what kind of start they're also going to have on Ascent, because
그래서 자동 번역 자막 써보려고 그랬거든요.
and you look at
근데
it
중계가
versus XLG.
너무 빠르니까
With DRX in the deficit, they were able to go
번역이
on a
잘 안
massive win
되더라고요.
streak to close that out. But still, versus a team like PRX, not going to be able to afford to have that kind of start again.
And not going to probably happen in the grand scheme of things. But we never really know when it comes to this game of Valorant that we love right now. So yeah, I mean, Ascent to come out of the way. And I cast my mind as well to what we actually saw from DRX there. Changing their agents going in towards that one, right? Would that play a little bit of factor into how things were played? Potentially, right? But we also saw them change it up going into Ascent last time. So are we going to have the same composition that they've already ran here against Shila Gaming? Or are they going to again change it going in towards PRX? Because we're talking about teams, you know, wanting to explore just a little bit coming in towards this tournament when you don't have a proper VCT run on the back of this. It's possible.
Yeah, saw them pivot over, going for that Vice deadlock setup here on that Ascent, and it was very rough around the edges, but then when it started to click, we're like, okay, we kind of see the vision here. We see how this is supposed to be piloted. It just took them so very long to be able to make that happen. But yeah, I mean, it's a curious thing because we continue to see DRX making these changes, and that also makes me think like, okay, well, maybe they just change it back because now they've shown it once. They got the win. PRX are probably saying, okay, well, we think that they're going to run this, so maybe they go back to the even older composition. It's very hard to say.
And this is the to and fro that we love about this game, and this is why they highlight an importance on all of the practice and all of the coaches' knowledge and investment and such, you know, all the counter plays and all that jazz. But of course, we want to get in towards this one. We want to see what Ascent is going to look like, and by what we've heard from the crowd so far, in map number 1, yeah, best bloody know that they also want just more of the same unexpected scrappy battle.
Well, that they do. Looks like we should be getting that agent selection up here in a moment and confirm our suspicions. See whether or not
나는 롤은 언제 해보지?
sticking with this composition, or if there's any changes for PRX for that matter. We're talking about a team that makes changes.
한 5년 안에 한번 해볼 수 있겠지?
They have very much done that historically as well.
Yeah, but to be fair, when they've played in a recent history, you've got a player change to consider about as well, right?
롤 한 번도 안 해봄.
Oh, going back that. Yeah, that's true.
The days of, are they running the arena? Are they running a harbor?
와, 광고 최적화 의자인가 봐.
Yeah, I mean, they've...
그죠?
I'd like to say no.
광고를 위한
I'd like
의자인데 아무리
to
봐도.
see a similar player agent switch and still keep, you know, the fade and the KO as your initiators, the jet,
옆에서
the
날개.
Vice. I think that's starting to have a little bit of a good look for them, and they're warming up to it, despite the score lines that they come
선수들
out
비춰주면 저 의자가 미칠
of
수밖에 없어.
note, the RRQ game where they kind of got smacked a bit.
Right.
So we'll see.
Taking a gander. Looks like everybody is getting loaded into the lobby.
왜냐면은 오른쪽에 그 ACL 써 있었으니까 스폰서까지 해가지고 맞춤 제작하는데.
Get ready to see this fight unfold. See whether or not
저기 오른쪽 날개 하단에 보면 ACL도 써야 있어요.
I mean, the word upset kind of comes to mind just given the settings, but mostly if it was in 3-0 fashion, I suppose is what I mean.
아시안
I think it's just
챔피언스
upsetting
리그.
in the fact that everybody probably thinks this is going to go to 4 maps or 5 maps, right? You think that there'd be a lot more weight behind the names and the players that we've seen, the tenure of a lot of them as well. So would it be disappointing if it's a 3-0? I think so. If it's not a 3-0 where we echo the same map that we just had, right? If it's not your 13-11s, your overtimes. Throw that away. Here are the agents to come on through, so it's going to look the same for the DRX score, and for PRX.
제트띵이야.
Yeah, okay, so it's just going to be a very classic comp here for the side of PRX.
이건
They're shoveling
피네.
out the Vice, bringing in the Killjoy.
베드록 바이스.
You know, kind of normal, really.
Though, obviously, you know, it's Jing back onto the KJ, something that we
2차
have
코드
seen
이감시.
in the past. We're seeing it a lot more during the off-season, the lead-up to kickoff and whatnot, but not as much
우리는
recently,
이감시고
obviously, because he has been
테렉은
leaning over in
2차
towards
코드.
playing Omen. But with Mind Freak in, you give that man his smokes.
The Choman. Everybody loves the Choman. But yeah, of course, Mind Freak going on to the Omen. That is very common and something that you would expect coming in towards this one. Forsaken as well, opting for the Fade instead of the Sova. That is very common for PRX too. despite Patman, now coming in and kind of taking that over. So I'm expecting more known things to come through for PRX, I guess you would say, compared to what we just had on Split, with the expectation maybe they still go back on towards that Sky comp, but they change it up. They have to adjust things a lot in the middle of the map, the tail end of the previous map. For DRX, though, they have already played this exact comp. They aren't changing anything going into it. So what are they taking away from their series against XLG? They're great. They're not so great.
Alrighty, well, looks like we are set and ready to go. The timer is ticking down. We'll jump into a set with DRX starting on the attack. See whether or not we can get themselves another pistol win and another dominant first half. This time, though, starting on the attack, PRX electing to go for the defense, and it's pretty much everybody just electing to go defense on their opponent's map picks throughout the duration of this BO5.
Yeah, I mean, they have a lot more things known and why they want to pick certain sides with their certain comps that may or may not change for us. But here we go into the pistol round to start it off, and immediate battle in mid, and PRX win that.
That they do in emphatic fashion. In fact, that is going to be Bane tagged down at 26 with Hyunmin dead. Quite a large amount of value found there as Straya now picked off. Flash into the face. Mako does manage to slide over towards the door, but as he waits for it to shut, Mind Freak gets an angle, and Freeing is now all alone in a 1v5. And the man is Teo himself. He is a god of the ghost. This time, Divide will shut him down.
Yeah, PRX picking up the pistol round quite convincingly. I was looking off yonder as well towards where Australia was. That is a very common thing on the Vice comps, and a little bit more so in the pistols that I've been seeing. You are just leaving them to kind of set up and walk into B main a little bit late, so PRX, they've got that kind of recognized.
이번에 오맨이 마프 선수가 오맨이라서 땡 선수가 킬조이 했나?
Well, he might not have a lot to do in the very beginning of this map and have to look to come with the team a little bit more.
Something strafing forward, and yeah, just slicing him.
저
Cuts them all in
예방에.
half with that judge. Attempted a flick. I mean, Hyunmin at 55. Something swaps the weapon over. Pop flash out, peek towards Gelato. Nothing going to be noted there. It's just the two players sprinting back through the attacker spawn to try to join in alongside Estrella.
This is a well-coordinated A main take to come through from PRX, really.
벌써 맛있게 드셨네.
Now it should look pretty clean to close it out.
Just a couple taps here. Jing going from Sheriff to Guardian. Does men end up falling there as Bane finds one. He gets a plant money for the team.
Oh, will he?
Well, he's going to try to, and no. Just
아쉽다. 허리라도 했으면 크레딧 생기는데.
Instantaneous with a
너무
headshot.
아쉽다.
He got his sprinters on there, so close that one down. Quick little 2-0 to start out for PRX.
너무 간발했어.
Started the different way over on Split. And now we'll start to see what DRX's attack will actually look like. Will we have Estrella still playing on the wings? Will they look to set up their deadlock utility in towards A main as well? Pretty common when teams do run that one. Drop it down, see if there's any overzealousness from the defenders. And you pivot towards mid and pivot towards B.
마법 장군님 보여주세요.
Just the slow creep up. PRX waiting for this.
Really trying to get that annihilation online. Forsaken. DRX have to remember that there was a judge. Sends out some ghost shots, maybe to try to bait them forward.
0 point just landed in the B lobby as well, dodged by Estrella. So this is a bit of false sense for PRX here.
조심 제발.
Still are suspicious though. Estrella.
아이고. 오, 다행이다.
와. Able to keep him alive. Just 15 health remaining here on the Vice. Up and over the top they go. Clearing out the remainder of this B site as the barrier mesh gets set up on Alley.
Mako was heard by Mind Freak.
발소리 들었을 것 같은데 미드에서.
Haunt cleared, but Mako not really looking to push the angle, it seems, so that might just even be a time buy if Forsaken is waiting for him to swing forward. Estrella here ready to swing if Mako calls for it.
여기 예상 못할 것 같은데, 그죠?
Yeah.
아,
Swinging out on the opposite side of Strand,
나니?
gonna be good for one, but Mindfreak comes away with both kills. Upgrades now over to a
아,
Vandal.
이건 조금
Problem is
아파요.
something.
아니야, 나가지 마, 나가지 마, 나가지 마.
Operator is not going to be able to get involved, has to save this weapon, so bonus conversion not going to be coming through.
오빠
Dying,
세이비네.
smattering of damage, just 2 casualties on the side of DRX, but they will get themselves online.
And DRX will know that the operator is in play as well because something already went for a shot with the op. So they should have some slight adjustments in the way that they're going to try and navigate the early informational game come this next round. Might start to see, you know, some early salvos used, flash to come through as well. The Arcros, so maybe we'll also see Australia be with the team instead of just playing on this little lurk for the Sheer to go down in B main, which is extremely common. And more importantly, I'm thinking for PRX as well, right? Don't let DRX immediately enter back. How do you fashion the operator on the line? Mid or Tiles peak might be a little bit more common, and it is going to be the mid line for him.
Well, you mentioned them playing together. Full stack here. For the side of DRX is up into the window, quickly going to be cleared out. Just trying to disguise how many players they have here in this position. Forsaken going to be tucking back over by Switch.
Oh.
Shunman goes diving forward. Going to take it down there from the flank. Jing back steps. The peak finds himself a second. Estrella answering back there, but disadvantage now. RTRX.
Got to get the spike too.
Mako.
아, 저거 오빠 너무 위험한데?
Like you said, the spike still dropped over at main.
야, 오빠 조심
Smoke on
제발.
the market. Try to buy some space, get them to rewrap,
나 맞게 돼
reroute.
있다요.
Peeks in, nothing going to be seen, but all the while, Estrella able to go ahead and recover this and now get the plant in
맞고
play.
해줘.
You've got the paranoia for Mindfreak too. Just the Arcros for Estrella. Available at backside, already placed.
Something pushes forward, that's the wall now popped.
양쪽으로 오네.
Gives him a decent amount of information here on at least one player. And given Mako's smoke position, seems like he's got a pretty strong understanding of where Mindfreak could be. Jump shot attempt. Not gonna find it. Paranoia goes across. Mako, however, playing up close, has the vision necessary. Takes down Mindfreak. Now looks for a little bit more. As Mako, still a monster, gets himself a 3K and gets DRX tied up at 2-2.
Very patient from the
뭔가
DRX
피망
lads
맞은
when
거
they get
아니었나?
into that post-plant scenario at the end there. Good timing when there is a spot out, but it's really the
진짜.
beginning stages of this round. They could have gone anywhere. It's
이거,
ambitious
이거,
for Marco
이거.
to push the spawn side of things there, but kind of
와우.
Gotta have these little moments that you just have to do something yourself, recognize
야.
some gaps around the map. You also drop the operator importantly
그러니까
too
저
and force
뺏고는.
PRX onto a bit of an eco
진짜.
around Hero Bulldog.
어,
Missed up draft
원불도?
with Hyunmin.
히어로바인가 본데?
This sort of round though. Damage the name of the game for PRX. Crawling up main.
차라리 히어로바이.
Some noise being made. Paranoia does come out from Mako. Sending them off here for the moment. Plenty of noise. There's a quick push up through Pizza. Comes in. Something out into the open. Dashes over to the side. But still able to line it up. Jing. Good for one, but cannot find the follow-up. As the door now shut. All
오.
set.
잠깐만 이감시
Control here
세팅.
from DRX. Looking
이감시
to get back to it.
Yeah,
세팅.
this is where it becomes difficult too. Double Sentinel comp in a post-plant scenario. Difficult.
Bit of a warning shot there from Estrella. Repositions. Checking now over towards market.
들어와 들어와.
Swing in.
Nice.
Fine. Does end up falling to the
나한테
wayside here.
갈라.
As Mako
Nice.
swinging around the back, able to catch him off guard.
Nice.
Fring gets the other. One casualty, just Hyunmin left on the floor. DRX
Nice,
now in
nice.
the lead.
Just the little eco round to come through from PRX though, so they'll have a buy coming in towards the next one. You really wanted to see over at A main
너무
the
좋다.
orb gathered by Forsaken, for example. 2 away
공격
from
많이
the
가져오자,
Nightfall. Getting
이감시니까.
that, getting a kill or a death for the tail end of this round as well will permit access to that ult in the next round. And you can shift towards, you know, retake or early stalling when you also consider now what DRX have available. They have 4 ultimates online, just missing the Blade Storm. So this can be a real important round for PRX to try and swing things back. You got to chip away at the economy too.
잡혔다. 잡혔는데? 나이스.
That's rough.
Two
가만히
quick kills
선수
now
잡혔네.
getting down,
오야.
coming on the reposition.
오.
Australia covering fire.
That's done.
And that, yeah, I mean, you have another
That's
operator
good.
in play. As soon as you cycle this back in,
이거
it's
오빠랑
out of
세이브하려나
position.
보다.
It's not finding shots, not finding
좋았다,
value, and
좋았다.
now it needs to be saved. What a quick hit here from the side of TRX, and what an ult from Bane.
Yeah, it's just quick recognition and quick audio. You know, you're making sure that as soon as you hear that pin try to be pulled of the gravnet, just rip your ult. You know, it ricochets the technical wrong way of where Mindfreak was gravnetted down.
자금
And
여유
it
있나?
catches Divine in
잡으러
the tree.
가는데?
It's just a great angle to come out there. They forwardly go in towards the site too, just shooting. Forsaken, well, he's at the rafters trying to potentially
어,
bring
오빠 할
something back. It
거라.
doesn't happen, and now the hunt is on.
Oh. Oh.
못 잡았다.
Up position confirmed, but not quite going to be able to go ahead and get these guns out of the hands of these players. So DRX
깜짝이야,
going to be
오빠를 못
stretching the lead,
잡아서.
knowing that that operator is still going to be brought to bear into this next round. PRX, question for me becomes, do we see
빠르게. 아, 저기가 잡혔다고?
enough around the corner there?
아니 어떻게 저기가 잡혀?
And
미쳤다.
you're exactly correct with that one. The timeout to
아니,
come
완전
through
나무 안쪽에
from
있는 게
PRX
잡혔네?
surely needed. And I mean, you look at that round as well with the ultimates that PRX
아니
have
방금
going in,
소멸에는
but they don't
두
invest
번째
any. So they
잡혔.
technically have them to try again, and they don't have to contend with the annihilation right now. But they were kind of on the precipice of being reset economic-wise as well, right? So you've had two weapons carry on over. What are you trying to invest now to build them back up? Are you going to be foregoing a little bit of the utility to upgrade a
그래서
couple of
마프가
key
아니라
players'
가와이
guns?
선수가 잡혔구나.
Discussions to have for them right now.
There might just be some more stingers, sheriff, something
Yeah, maybe.
of that ilk here to go alongside the two weapons carried forward. DRX right now looking to deliver at least another very solid opening half to the map, which from the attacking side is not something that we see very often on Ascent these days.
I was about to say as well that the fact that they were 6-0 down against Sheila Gaming, and they were starting on their attacking side. So immediately from that series, from a armchair position, they've learnt things on how to play this attacking side. But here we go, timeout away. There is a buy behind PRX, so they've done the math, the quick numbers.
Able to force up, still going to be plenty of half armors. Something, trying to drift back, but has he already been spotted?
Yes.
Seems like the answer is yep. Trying to get the grab there with the net. He's trying to get back in onto a bit of a line. But with all this attention paid towards main, they haven't really put eyes over towards tree. Smoke off on that one. They're looking, trying to push this one. Is Hyunmin able to find one, but Divide finding the other. The ult now in play as something comes up with one. Three overall. Now brings us into a 1v2. The fadeaway shot. Straight up finding the kill there. Uh-oh.
Oh, no.
뭐지?
Looks like it was just our screen.
뭐지?
For a brief little moment. Seemed like the gameplay
뭐야?
likely unaffected. Might have just been a
패급파전가?
drop on one of the observers. But we'll get confirmation here in a moment.
방금 뭔가 이상하지 않았어요?
Oh, PRX. And they do gather the round on the back of their timeout.
패급파전 아니야 이 정도면?
So nicely done. That's disgusting.
그러니까 완전히 멈췄었는데?
I was thinking to myself in that sort of situation when the first pick comes on out that there could have been a bit of a reset from DRX and they could have Armageddon towards the tree, forced PRX back and then looked to scale in towards the site. But
모았으면 됐던 것 같은데?
All right, well, timeouts.
이거 할만했는데 진짜.
Very good for the side of PRX.
Operator back on the line as well for something here. Re-clear A main, call the audible that nothing's there, but Forsaken with Jing.
They walled themselves in, and they've taken down Estrella. Forsaken getting a little bit of damage there, but the alarm bot similarly set up to try to
평소에
lock these players in
움직였어가지고.
position in mid. Forsaken is going to be sending that Nightfall in reply, catching on to 3. As the Device swooping in around the back, catches Mako. Spike now dropped in one of the worst places possible. The crunch here from PRX is looking absolutely gorgeous. Captain from behind, something finds Free at the same time from across, and that is going to be a flawless.
What a way to answer back from them too. Very commanding, every single kill going their way. Pretty damn cleanly as well. all things
그러니까
considered.
라운드가 끝났었잖아요.
Great aim, aim
왜냐면은
control. Great scare
에스트리아 선수가
tactic in mid
죽으면서
as well
라운드가
with the nightfall.
끝났는데
Just forcing
누가
them
봐도
back.
멈춘 화면이었는데
Much needed duel to be won.
그냥 넘어가는 거
as well, you would
보면은
think.
뭔가
Australia
그냥
wins that one.
막
Rest of the team,
기술 문제까지는
maybe they
아닐
still pick it
수도
up,
있는
maybe they
거고.
don't. Tied scoreline now.
아니었으면
Do we get
걸었겠지.
an enter and return from DRX? We don't. Straight back in. Their economy was still looking alright with what they built up previously.
저도 맨날 하다가 스크린샷 찍어요.
Smaller. The approach.
맨날 하다가
Marco
갑자기
was 0
진짜 중요한
pointed
순간
away
스크린샷
early
찍으면서
at A as
바탕화면
well.
나가버림.
So he has to hold on to these smokes for just a little bit. Now can deploy them.
Steel Garden just going to be used here for the entry, but obviously no one there to receive this. Mako now going to be at risk and dead. Forsaken finds him outside here at B lobby. Prowler now going to be sent through a straight, going for the peak. The Seize is going to connect, and he just manages to hold down M1, but something. Knives popped. Gets 2 kills in reply of his own. 2 more to go. The null command pulsing across.
Oh, yeah.
Push. Looking for the reset, but Kunman does manage to stick alive. Stick around.
Please, please.
Might be intact. Finds a headshot on the Divine, and now the Armageddon. The hold back Mind
잠깐만,
Freak here for the moment.
거기까지.
Slides back into the corner. Salvo's going to be sent. Mind Freak slow
Nice.
walking along the side.
어허.
And Kunman gets himself a third.
어허.
Massive
round.
They pull it back at the end there, don't they? When you
진짜
consider that
장군님이
Marco
이겼어요.
revealed over at
감사해.
A, has to run a marathon to get back towards the team. They are kind of gifted the territory of the site, and I'm considering, are you going to drop down your lockdown on the back of your null command as well, because you remove the Armageddon from the equation and you would lock them in towards the site. But with that one not coming down, try to go in for the retake on the 3 versus 2. DRX will reclaim the lead. They will not be able to reset with their money.
Big reveal. 3 players going to be spotted, but Straya finding something there off the rip. I'm curious if that was through the window, if he just scaled forward and caught him inside. Looks like it was the latter. The fragment from Divide trying to buy some space and time here. Given the kill found, Straya calling for the pivot back over towards this B site. Jing lingering a bit further forward. Do they read this? Stealth drone not available. Flash set up though. That will confirm at least a peeking presence. As Jing, considering going for the ADS, ends up falling critically. The site is now wide open.
Yeah, just Australia strafing through the 2 Vandal shots. And this
Oh,
4 versus 2
no.
feels like maybe it might be the save situation.
Oh.
Give him a crack.
Yeah, collected operator Australia was showing off
My.
some ability with this just a few days ago. Looks like DRX at least going to be securing 6 at the half.
Yeah, further figuring out a little bit more on what to do with their attacking side of things. Beginning stages when they lose Marco, the regroup together is real king. You didn't want to see Australia over peak and give a chance for Jing to bring something back in this round for PRX. Now, the question for me is 2 more in this half. Kind of want to see Devi hold onto this gun.
Oh, yeah.
It's not going to do too much to DRX here, so you just give that to them. I mean, you're so far away from your null command as well.
They're going to go bouncing out of here. It looks like they don't want to try to carry the operator forward into the next attacking round for themselves.
오빠 버렸다.
Obviously, Devi in no position whatsoever to try to go for
오빠
recovery
버렸다.
on it. Will be DRX reestablishing a 2-round lead. Chance for another 8-4 half.
아니 리플레이 인게임 사운드 요상하지 않아요?
Decisions to be made
뭔가 많이
here.
끊겨.
Do you drop a timeout or not? DRX to further chance things here, get an 8-4. Not feeling like
근데
you need to.
이게
Of course,
처음부터
PRX,
그랬어요.
they don't want to drop their second.
리플레이 때.
Understandable. This is a much needed round for them. Wait.
He's just TP'd right past them.
They don't know.
Mindfreak is in behind them. There's a jump in the front, but it's falling to pieces. Now he strikes, and it's only going to be good for 1.
와우.
This could have been
사고 날
devastating.
뻔.
It could have been one of the biggest hero plays.
진심 사고 날 뻔.
But somehow, some way, it is only Estrella dead. Ooh. Lockdown committed to. Jing and something.
공세?
to try to clutch this out. Waiting
공세
here, flooding back
부숴도
in.
될 것
A
같은데.
suppress onto the jet, the tailwind. Expired, Salvo sent the swing of the
Wow.
door, finds one, finds two. Maka from behind.
제발.
Able to take him down as he gets dragged off of
Phew.
the fuse.
와,
Bang
씨,
from
둘
the door.
저지를, 와.
Will ensure that this does not get further out of hand.
Phew.
DRX secure the lead at the half.
Such a bamboozling start towards this round, though, isn't it? The fact that the TP just comes through from Main Freak, unheard, unexpected, in the chaos of the beginning. A lockdown invested from Jing as well,
아,
and 2
마커
versus
저
4, where
메인
they
쪽에
can't
없었으면
flush
진짜 큰일
anybody
났을
out from
뻔했다.
wine. They are just stuck. So, yeah, here's that timeout. If we're looking at Marco, it's a...
Oh.
Ah! I thought we were going to just say, yeah, if we're looking at Marco, maybe it's a DRX timeout, but then it will be on Termi.
테크 퍼즈, 테크 퍼즈.
Yeah, nah, mate. All right.
테크 퍼즈인데
They have
누굴까?
been short all this week when we were at the CN venue. So I'm hoping it is also short here, given that when I turn around to the stage, there's no admin. I can't see admin.
I think I think he's just kind of getting a final relay out. Do you see the admin? But he's not up behind their shoulders, which is usually a good sign.
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody, yanked out a cable or something during that round or after that round, I wouldn't be too shocked, given how chaotic it was. I mean, it started with Mind Freak TPing behind them.
Yeah, so just ridiculous. That could have been the play.
So many ways that one could have gone. Is it one? On the other side of the coin, you have to say, very fortunate of him to not end up
당신
right into the
나왔고
face
태우
of
너프는 안
somebody who's playing that
먹었고
angle.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit unfortunate. Just
다음도
ambitious, straight in
요상하고
towards it. How do you do? And immediately
DRX
dead.
테크
But he
퍼즈기는
got one
하고
at the end. Give him credit where credit's due on that. Didn't eventuate for the rounds. Bit rough for PRX because now you go into the last round of this half and it's either
나 풀각 볼
8-4
자신
or
없는데
7-5, which is definitely more workable, definitely more wanted.
아, 나 오늘 아침 너무
Alright,
일찍
well, some
일어나가지고
fist bumps to
풀각
come
자신
through here.
없는데.
Seems like we are just about ready to go ahead and jump into this last round of the half. See if PRX can
중간에
make it
낮잠이라도 잤어야 되는데 낮잠도
7-5
안
or if it's
자가지고.
8-4 once again with DRX out in front.
페루왕.
Usually we've been seeing DRX get some B main control quite nicely with Australia putting the shear a little bit deeper. There's been some challenge.
아직은 괜찮습니다. 발로란트라서
Pushing it off
그런지.
the back of the stealth drone. Got a able to find a headshot on the one, but something's shutting him down. Up drafts, trying to avoid the salvos, and is able to do so.
Yep. And there are a couple of players one away from an orb point here. DRX to get the ultis, right? So straight up, Bane. Big ults to come in towards this round.
Freya, I mean, we'll have time to turn as the wall gets ready to be tripped here. Doesn't have the thorn set up, so now it's just staring in. Something on the strafe.
사운드 들었구나.
It's going to cut down now. A steel garden
Ah!
online. Divide pushing forward. It'll
아니,
find a kill.
아니.
A second snappy headshot. on the
나봐야,
flame.
나봐야,
Finding
나봐.
Estrella. Yo, now no longer a concern.
아니!
It's looking for the investment there. The annihilation ends up going
이게 안
wide.
맞았어.
A net to get the grab. Double approach here from the same side. Stun out on the one.
제발.
Bane collecting
Bane,
the kill.
please.
Tucks back. Just dancing around the boxes. Here's the drop. A smattering of damage across. Just buying time. Playing it gorgeously. Bane. Comes away with the clutch. 8-4 at the half here for DRX once more.
Well, I guess a bit of a recovery in the later
근데
stages of that round,
되도록이면
courtesy
솔직히
of Bane,
좀
but I'm kind of
이게
questioning
맞아?
things in the beginning when
이게 안
they
맞아?
have the
이게 좀 많은 거.
mid-duel, and then they disconnect away. There's the orb in B main that one of them can grab. There's the plant one of them can grab, but it's Freedom that gets it, so they don't immediately get the Steel Garden online or the Annihilation. Seeing Estrella still holding the line with the Outlaw. I mean, that one's a little bit more understandable because he doesn't know who might be close in towards B main. Wow, still around pulled back nonetheless, and that is the worst side of things for PRX here on the second map of this best of 5. 8-4, DRX, 4 and 4. Lots of rounds in that half.
PRX now needing to have a very strong
밈캠?
attack side of their
밈이
own.
이거예요, 밈.
Going up against the Deadlock Vice, that is going to be a bit of a tough ask.
밈.
Yeah,
무섭다.
absolutely. See more commonly, you know, well, previously I guess, the Cypher Lock be the more common double sentinels for this map of Ascent. Something that XLG play with, the Yoru and the Sova in the mix as well. Bit of a different look when you consider DRX in towards how they're going to be deploying the Vice utility for Australia, who
손가락,
has some pretty
검지손가락
consistent
이렇게 하는
moments in this map
거라고.
as well in the kill department.
여기가 제대로 했다,
Oh,
그나마.
yeah. I'd say overall for today so far, Australia having a whale of a time. It's been some very good impact on the IGL.
I'll see if that's going to continue on for the next half as well. Or if we're going to see the PRX lads have a couple of better ideas now, bashing themselves onto the more W gaming side. Got a lot of that in the previous map. Had a lot of that against Chile in the first series too. But here we go. Back in towards Ascent.
I mean, yeah, you see that attack win percentage and consider what DRX just did.
안 맞아.
Yeah.
Honestly, begs the question, are those statistics up to date with these rounds just played, or is that coming into this series? Well, for now, though, we'll push in towards mid. Stealth drone to try to check.
Dodged nicely.
Be clear,
Oh?
but Hyunmin just
My.
doing him dirty.
들어왔어.
Still
어머.
push coming in.
오야.
Let's take a good chunk of damage there. Knocks the eye down to 56. Pops the tailwind to get away.
You know, you'd assume a lot of stalling at the moment.
Oh,
He's
coming.
Mind Freak, good for one.
Wall in the tree as well.
But Mako's just swooping down here towards top mid.
Oh.
Gets the catch. Mind Freak now going to be dropped. Wall does get the segment broken.
까비. 피사?
It's going to be noted over towards
포세이동은
that.
피사. 근데
Defender
포세이동이라.
spawn. Now it is just Forsaken with 4 HP. And realistically, what feels like no hope in hell. These would have to be the cleanest, crispest shots that we've ever seen.
I mean, a 1 versus 3 where everyone's playing different angles. If Marco doesn't
Yeah,
read
if you could
this...
backstab all of them. Well,
no, never mind.
you know where each other are at, and Mako says,
Nice.
well, my teammates are able to tell me that you're very, very close to dead. So, there you go. Pistol taken for the side of DRX, keeping us up 2-2 in that regard, and stretching the lead here on Ascent even further. PRX, do you go for a force buy?
I mean, that's something to consider, isn't it? When we've seen such success with the Stinger forces up already in this series, the eco being very valid for PRX on the round counters, and that's what they're sorely lacking right now. But they're going to play it to the numbers and just go for the save. I mean, I respect it. I understand it. They give themselves as many rifle rounds as possible. Comes down to damage, though, in this round to make it easier next.
Main just trying to maintain control here at a main. Thorns to play off of in case that pressure comes through on the site. A bit of a fake back and then a re-aggress in. Try to rescale this position. Mako just cycling smokes on it, however. And he's got an Ares. Oh dear.
If they go on to the Thorns.
This is going to be very painful.
Wow.
As Pain is actually the one who comes away with 2.
Why?
Playing off the back of the damage. Mako involved in the kills. Given the smoke. As Mind Freak is now basically pinned at wine.
Wouldn't mind Bane going a little
RS를
that
들었구나.
annihilation.
RS 너무 맛있어. 아, 갇혔어. 아이코. 갇혀 있는 거 같네. 갇혀 있어. 나이스. 무결점. 왜 이렇게 조용해? 갑자기 중계 사운드가 사라졌는데? 아니, 중계 사운드가 사라졌어. 여보세요? 여보세요? 어라? 오히려 좋은 것 같기도 하고. 진짜 쉽지 않네. 와, RS. 너 센트라서 나올 만하겠네. 나이스. 마이 딴 거.
还剩1名敌人。你们在哪里？爆能器已部署。
아허. 발로란트 내전. 한식하면 빌게임은 어서 오세요. 좋은 밤입니다. 언니. 우리 내전 보고 있어요, 여러분. 그것도 무려 DRX 대 PRX 내전입니다. 엄청나죠? 중계가 사우나가 분명히 있었는데 사라졌거든요? 이유를 모르겠어. 중계가 있었어요, 분명히. 사라졌어요. 사라져 버렸어. 공식 아시안 리그입니다. 야. 11대4 타임아웃. 현재 PRX 타임아웃 걸려 있고요. 지금 맵은 DRX P 어센트입니다. 아무래도 감시자가 2명이다 보니 그걸 뚫고 들어가는 게 관건이겠는데요. 헬디스는 젠다를 살 만큼 여유가 있고 마인드 브레이크 선수만 가디언입니다. 마코 선수 저지를 들었네요. 빼빼 숭숭숭. 영어에서도 막상 없으니까 너무 조용하다. 그리워 그리워 설마 그랬군요. 아 맞아, 1세트는 PRX 이겼어요. 오, 현민 선수. 아, 포사이크 선수가 개인 선수를 데려갔지만 트레이드가 났네요.
爆能器落在 B 区，还剩1名敌人。
너무 조용해. 너무 조용해. 선생님. 이것이 도서관. 일단 DRX 매치 가져왔습니다. PRX 과감하게 바이했는데 DRX 마코 선수 오딘 나왔어요. 아하. 오, 위험했다. 중계요? 현재 와인에 한 명 있어서 열심히 해당 방향으로 모드를 쓰고 있는데 아무래도 PRX는 아직 돌리지 않고 와 뒤에 들어오려나 봅니다. 아, 네, 이제 돌리기 시작하네요. 안 돌리네요. 아, 이러다 오딘 총알이 더 먼저 까이겠어요. 누가 안 잤는데? 어머. 기어코 연막탄 당했군요.
还剩1名敌人。
As there you go. 13-4. That's a flawless round
돌았다.
for DRX to close things out.
돌았다.
As they will tie us
DRX
up
우승과 함께
1-1.
돌아왔다.
This series at least guaranteed to go to 4.
Yeah, for sure.
그냥
A monstrous effort to come through
그냥
from
끝낼
DRX
생각이었던
in
것
that
같기도
one,
하고
but,
이기니까
PRX, I
돌아오셨네.
mean, things
갑자기
left
싸운다가
to be kind of wanting, right?
성상해졌어요.
You all may have noticed that our audio kind of dipped for a little bit there. We had a slight hiccup and we're trying to adjust it.
Yeah, we had to do a whole hot swap, basically, is what that led to with our audio box. But
should be good.
You know,
We'll get
for
there.
people who've never done commentary or maybe even streaming from time to time, if you can't hear yourself in your headphones, it can be really difficult to talk because you just can't hear your own voice out loud because the headphones are noise canceling.
사실은 마이크를 끄고
that
있다가
for the entirety of the map, so it's a little bit of a struggle. But now we can hear perfectly fine. So for the whole rest of this set, we ought to be good to go. So we do apologize for the struggle there. But now we should be nicely settled.
Yeah, you'd hope so. Nicely settled, it seems, our DRX though, right? A really great recovery to come through in this map as a whole. Just felt like they were pretty commanding on the back of the tail end rather, of the first half, and well, not too much of a run needed in the second half when they have the bonus going their way. All in all, good look towards this new look for DRX on Ascent.
Yeah.
If this is going to continue, well, I think it's going to be pretty scary with what we might get from them in the future.
Oh, for sure. I mean, Lotus coming up again. Both teams, they have very different play styles that we've seen from them in the past on that map, but both of them also more than happy to play it. And this could be maybe a bit more in line with what we were witnessing on the opening map there of Split. Maybe a bit more contention, maybe another overtime as we get ready to go to Lotus. Either way, Hyunmin, nice little bounce back performance here from him. Finding some very good value throughout, whether it was with that Bulldog or with things such as the Outlaw as well. Taking a look here at the zoom in on the score lines. Yeah, just not really able to get those frags online for the side of PRX. 10 kills, the most found for Forsaken.
You're just kind of locked out completely, right? You've got a little bit of change of paces, a little bit of plays towards A main, for example, for PRX, but apart from that, the scrappy duels just kind of weren't being won this time, really.
Oh.
8 out of 8 in their post plants. Clutches there.
로터스는 다시 PRX 맵.
At hand here in the first kill department. So it's like, yeah, DRX more than well rested after that slog of a game that they had to run back versus Shilai just a couple days ago. It does seem like they've been utilizing the last couple days here to prepare quite well. So we are now tied up here in this best of 5, one map apiece. Lotus elected again by the side of PRX. They select that one, but we know that both teams do like that map quite a bit.
Yeah, for sure. I think that one might be a little bit more of a known quantity as well, maybe away from the unexpectedness that we get in this one as well from DRX. I mean, you look at it from the outside view that I was talking about a little bit before, they should be going with the same composition unless they just backtrack and completely change it up again, which they didn't, and I got to give them good props. I think that's a really good showing. It's a really great idea set that they come out with and maneuvering around the map. And I mean, double sentinels are starting to be
진짜
a little bit
어떻게
more
갑자기
toyed with
중계
these days on
사운드가
this map when you
살았지?
got Teo going out of rotation as
레전드긴
well.
한데.
They're kind of setting the stage here.
Yeah, I think that they pretty much just stick to their guns and stick with what has been working when it comes down to that one rather than try to change things up. But we're going to go to another quick little break. When we come back, we'll be jumping in to see who takes the lead in the series. Don't go anywhere.
삼분 40초. 치고 모여요. 치고 해차 모여. 나도 실래.
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our third map. We find ourselves tied up 1-1 here in this best of 5 off the back of a very dominant showing from DRX.
Yeah, it makes me just maybe a little bit worried if this were a BO3 for PRX now with that little smacking. But it's a BO5 for those of you that might have just joined us in the period after we started. So we have a Lotus around the corner, which if you want a bit of a litmus test on how they're looking here in Shanghai, they both played it against Shilai Gaming, and the score is pretty comparable.
Yeah. Yeah, overall. So I'm curious to see how this one ends up going, and if there are any other minor iterations on the compositions from either side. I don't think that there will be. I think that both teams widely kind of know what to expect. But I'm right there with you. Best of 5. I'm not going to be getting too concerned for either team at the moment, and especially for PRX, because I mean, with this 5-player core, they were able to pull off the first ever reverse sweep in BO5s in VCT history. So we know that they have the ability to endure, the ability to find some bounce backs.
Yeah, no, absolutely. But you look at, I mean, it's not a full reverse sweep at the moment, right? It's just dropping map number 1 in a very scrappy battle. If they win this next one of Lotus, they could have potentially even won it in a 3-0 fashion, which from, well, as far as I believe, everyone that said, you know, your 3-0s at the moment have been on the side of PRX, right? Instead of DRX, at least in the crowd, for example, here. So we'll have to wait and see how this one is going to come on out. If you want to think about the brighter side of things, though, PRX, did opt to pick Lotus as opposed to Icebox and Sunset. So they have a little bit more favor on that, at least now.
All right, well, should be getting that agent selection up here in a moment. Can see that everybody is prepped and in the lobby, ready to launch this one out. See if there are, in fact, going to be those changes, but obviously fast turnarounds on these maps. Just a couple minutes, realistically, that you're getting between the games to try to get that reset. How they're going to fare. Very tough to say.
Yeah, for sure. Got a little bit of pre-chat already to come on through. Ultimately just waiting to see what the agents are going to be for this map.
Well, they're walking through it right now. Trying to settle on this. Still never got confirmation. Meant to ask Alex about it. As to
제대로
whether or not they
졸았죠.
still have the
final
veto.
veto. 아직 경기 시작 안 해서 완전 눈 감고
I
있었어요.
want to play this instead, where they can swap the agents right before the game.
있어, 컨디션 찾았어.
Kind of gotten rid of that. We'll find out.
진짜 제대로 이러고 이랬는데 완전히. 제발 풀각 가지 말고 아박에서 끝내주세요.
Spot them out in the hallway and figure out how they're feeling.
새벽까지 방송하고 싶었는데 나 이거 ACL 경기 끝나면 자러 가야겠는데.
Not gonna lie, it's got to feel good. It's got to feel comfortable having a scoreline victory as commanding as that one. But here we go. The agents do come on out. Looking over to DRX first, it is going to be the exact same that they managed to play against Billy here, as opposed to where the Shile Gaming side of things from PRX comes forward, and I take a squiz, and it is also the exact same.
Yeah, so I'm not really going to be seeing any changes off that one.
그래서 발로란트 막상 시작하면 또 경기 재밌어갖고 잠 깬단 말이지. 응? 다이저브. 이기마쇼이. 지금 미리 말할게요. 다음 주는 아마 작업뱅이 좀 많을 거고요. 안 해본 것들을 좀 몇 가지 해볼 것 같아요. 맞아, 갑자기 발로란트 하고 싶어질 수 있어. 헉. 응? 그래서 월요일날 올지 안 올지는 장담을 일단 못함. 스케줄 조금 늦게 올라갈 거고, 중계 사라졌고. 아, 지금 무슨 일인데. 중계진 분들 자꾸 어디 가는 거야? 올라와. 돌아왔다.
To take the lead for themselves. PRX having had it after that first map. DRX
welcome.
Hungering for it now.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to start off quite nicely on this map pick, courtesy of PRX. Well, that's an immediate first kill, isn't it?
That's just Yemen. Dead on the floor. Something with a great opener.
아, 공포 아쉽다.
Similarly with that sheriff in hand as per usual.
패렉이라 그냥 밀고 들어오네.
Not going to dissuade them too much. Only gets absorbed by the Yoros. Pain Shell goes in towards backside. Something reads the reposition here. Up Bane. Quick little dip there into the smoke. And that is going to be PRX actually chasing forward a little bit here. Double stack to hold the rope. Finding access back into the site here for DRX is bound to be a challenge.
일단 내쫓아.
Marco trying to scale in.
Nice.
Finds one. Jing going to be taken down, but Forsaken there with the covering fire. Trades it back. Estrella getting rid of Mindfreak, getting rid of something. He's broken through door. Suddenly, all on Divide.
Estrella
strikes him down. Another pistol here for the side of DRX, and it's after two insane kills coming out here for something.
I mean, that really hurts for PRX here, doesn't it? You think that as soon as they get the opener from something, just waltz in towards the site without a lot of resistance from DRX, that they set themselves up for a bit of a post-plant, go for some challenges, and they should be winning that one very easily. But no, in a 2 versus 4, heavy lifting from Estrella. Talked about him earlier, looking absolutely brilliant today. And he is not faltering just yet.
My. Hello?
Going in down to the
Something
second
Arlo.
round. Something is going to go for the force. An outlaw in hand. 2 players, only one's with full armor, so still decent opportunity for him to get some damage dealt. One of them going to be spotted, and that's Hyunmin. Does have the armor, but he also has the kill. Outlaw going to be scooped up, but Hyunmin
아울로바이었는데.
not really caring, finds himself the 2 cleanup kills here. Now he says, well, you know, I like the outlaw.
아울로 먹었다.
Yeah, for sure. I
이제
mean,
우리 아울로입니다.
why not, right? In a
감사합니다.
round such as this, you carry that over into the next
이제
round,
이
and that's going to be
아울로는 떠일
pretty
겁니다.
good. But we'll see what extra chip of damage maybe PRX can find. if any.
너. 아 이제 보니까 또 이감시였네. 바이스 엔드 들어.
Slow and steady, and this little pivot or a bait at a pivot.
Just the flash being sent here. Thorns ready to greet them on the entryway. As smoke goes out. A little bit of a scale forward here. Grab net now going to be sent in as well as Salvos get pop Bane up and over the top of the smoke, catching a glimpse there on the divide. He's able to go ahead and swiftly take him down. Jing will stop it from being a flawless, but cannot survive and cannot find any additional damage. So 2-0 start here on
요즘은
Lotus for DRX.
엔트리 한 명 쓰고 이감시
A bit of a
2연막
chokehold here
이쪽도
on
이런
this map
식으로.
from the defending side.
Yeah, you got to remember, just over towards Ascent, right? It was the bonus that was won by DRX to
그러니까
essentially put the nail in the
같은데
coffin
이
of
연막
that
많이
map. So
쓰고.
whether or not they're going to be able to just answer
프랙처 같은데
again,
이 척도 많이
replicate that over in
쓰는데
towards this map. This is where we
오늘은 계속
do
이감시네요.
look to figure
DRX가.
that one out. The investments from PRX, though, this is where I just really want to start to see them be a little bit more commanding, a little bit more decisive.
Well, for now, some rebel control on Freak. Just dropping down off the rock. So probably checks over towards the baby door. Slide in, but freeing there to go ahead and clear this out. Hyunmin with a fishing shot there with that outlaw as Mako quickly bouncing away back forward into that B site. Keeps himself alive and safe here for the moment. Forsaken trying to get a seize around the corner, but now it's going to be Mako holding the door, finding one, but not finding too much more. Does end up falling down. Jing takes a bit of damage. 90 health collectively with the armor counted.
너무 아깝다.
He
맛있을
gets slotted in,
뻔했는데.
flush against the wall here at upper. Player advantage here in the hands of
우리는
PRX as they
재활용이라.
look to deny the bonus conversion, and that is a swift shot from Jing.
Just 2 more to go.
좀 조금만 더, 2개만 더 떨구면
Both
좋은데.
players about to be approaching here from the same position.
2개만 더.
Smoke gone. Can they find any additional damage? This is a very good anti-bonus from the side of PRX here for the moment.
오케이, 한 개 더. 오케이. 두 개 떨궜다.
Looking to try to make a go of
아,
this.
그래, 2개
Gives a
떨궜다.
little bit of a wider swing out, and in the end, it does end up being decent damage dealt. 3 kills found.
떴어.
Well, whether or not that's going to have any lingering effects on PRX, we'll have to wait
한
and
달을
see,
더 떨굴
because
수
there were
있었는데.
opportunities in this round from DRX to potentially weather this one. Still just 2 players surviving at the end. PRX need to have one step in front of the other. And they'll carry over some light shields in the mix, the Guardians as well. Just noting Estrella 1 away from the Steel Garden.
No outlaw here. So the half armor's at least not going to be too heavily at risk to any instantaneous death. Old cycle getting ready to come through here for Estrella. Is it just going to be the Prowlers? It cleared out, jump spot. Seeing a couple different players there. Will look to back away. Does have Hyunmin nearby. Flash through, just cycling the smokes
나도요.
across here is Mako.
한국에 살 땐 너무
Meantime, push forward in towards B.
그리웁니다.
Going to be spotting out this barrier mesh. Stop them from really gaining access in, but eventually will just get cleared out. Going to try to instill some doubt here as far as the final resting place of this spike is PRX. Just clearing out what they can, where they can. As Haunt basically landing right here on top of Mako. Paranoia at the ready, sends it immediately. TP's back across. Situated now here on the A site. 3-player cluster working their way forward through the tree. Trip gonna be sent. Estrella able to find one. Gets the lurk. They're on to divide. Vice now dead for PRX.
다 잡아먹자.
4-player push trying to come through. Mako in from behind, able to find one. Bane up in front.
아니.
Gets another, and freeing will get the other two.
옵저버 무슨 일이야?
Positioning their pieces to perfection. That's gonna be a flawless.
아니 옵저버
Oh, that's an
지금
immediate answer back from them, isn't it? When they get
어디
pretty
보여주는
close in the
거야?
previous rounds. Now, well, it's just an immediate denial of service, denial of entry, denial of any space around the map. I mean, there's sub 30 seconds before they decide to really start to do anything. And it's just a little bit too much time
너무 아깝다.
given over to DRX for free reign of the whole map. You get reset now as well. And
근데 어떻게
PRX,
4킬을 놓치냐
Hero Vandal,
옵저버가.
showstopper for Jing.
Jumping forward. Jing
Good
just
job.
immediately dealt with Hyunmin. Just hitting that headshot, taking minor damage, does manage to tuck out with the gate crash. 2 charges away now from having his ultimate online, catching up alongside something here. Paranoia goes
Wow.
straight up, finding a god timing.
와우.
And he just absolutely massacres them. It's going to be another flawless.
Oh, back-to-back flawlesses just builds so much confidence for DRX, even if this
잠깐만
one was just
까였는데?
gets a little bit of an eco with a lighter investment from PRX. Just the fact that they, again, are shut down immediately. You know, time and time again, we see a lot of teams just try to take it a little bit more methodical on this attacking side. Play it slow, play to bait out the wall, the sheer wall. I mean, something is on this Yoru. He's got the clone to be able to do that. You've got layering approaches with this set of agents that PRX do come out with, and now in a situation like this, my mind just goes to have a bit of a structured assault on towards this C site. That's what I assume they're going to try and do
맞아,
here.
좀 끊겼어요.
Jing with just
리플레이
the
볼 때
sheriff.
솔직히 그런 게 있더라고.
Stopper online. Does he just send it? Yes, he does. Jumping up over the top. The gate crash, however, kind of baiting it out. Push up into the smoke, and Estrella there, covering fire.
데미장시 완전히
Manages to take him
빗나갔는데?
down. The wall holds the rest of the players here at bay. As it's going to be a good gate crash forward for something, but Estrella turns back, notes it has the shorty. As things go from bad to worse now.
했다 있는 거 봤고.
Dimensional drift invested from Hyunmin. Just spots them all out. Says, yep. 3-player stack here at Mound. Goes all the way around, back in towards B. Looking to play this as safely as he possibly can.
요루 뒤로 간 것도 알고.
I think you'd ideally love to try to go for a save here.
I mean, you can't
못 나갔다,
force
못
into
나갔다.
doing it, right? You just had a bit of movement from Bane over towards C, who set up the sensors. That one kill, though, maybe gets PRX in.
맞아요. 템 굉장히
Find
너무
one, and that's just going to be
나이스.
Estrella having such a solid lock on this C site.
On the series
so
as
many
a whole.
rounds in a row.
He's just continuing to just deny and deny and deny, multi-fragging up, calling great rotations, calling great things, even on split in the real scrappy battle, in the backwards and forwards affair. So much cleaner on Ascent. The beginning of Lotus has just looked gorgeous at the moment. Feel a little bit flat for PRX. Feel like we need some really large coach intervention. They've been quite successful today so far when timeouts have happened to convert the round after.
타임아웃.
And yeah, there it is. A timeout to
완전
be
콱
deployed.
누르셨는데? B는 괜찮은 걸까?
It's a lot. Try to focus on. I mean, how do you
그러니까
tell
저도
him,
사건인지.
stop messing with that C site? How do you tell him to stop having Estrella be able to gain so much value? It's a difficult call, and it's still around where you end up losing out on a bit with the showstopper being burned as well.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you just have to go back to basics on this map, right? If you've got the dimensional drift available, you're probably going to have to use that really first. Drop the clone, break the wall, then get the rest of the team to go in and hope that there's not really an early rotation from DRX over to that C site. If at all, they're going to continue to do this because they've played Estrella on the C site a couple of times in a row right now. There's a timeout. Well, that might be the good time to change it up, right? I cast my mind back into what's Pacific where they did look to change it up just a little bit and move on towards the A side of things after these sort of early beginnings. So I would not be surprised if
그러니까 제
while we have
말이
a timeout here courtesy of
엄청
PRX,
빠른데?
that it's actually DRX that might find better results on the back of it.
Very well be
그러셨구나.
the case. I mean, already, given the composition, we do expect to have things be tipped a little bit more towards DRX's defending side, but same could be said for PRX, running a double duelist. Pretty much whoever secures the lead here at the half is going to be feeling pretty damn good about their odds. Tech pause though, go ahead and slow things up a little bit. And hopefully it's just another little fast one so that we can get right back into this and see whether or not this intervention here from Alex is going to work its treat. They're down by 4. Not going to be a cozy position for the side of PRX. I mean, we saw it there on that ascent, talking about it. It's the ramp up that you can have from DRX when they get that ball rolling. Seems like things are ready to go though, so we will get back into the action.
Fighting.
Just a short one there. Excited to get back into it and see what they've got for us here, PRX.
뭐야?
Ruh-roh.
Yeah, a little bit of ruh-roh.
Okay.
False alarm. 이렇게 갑자기? Oh my god.
Just when I thought we were good, they drag us back in. It seems like maybe
갑자기 퍼즐.
thought the issue was solved. Get the timer to tick down a little bit more, and you go, wait. Still having a problem. Obviously, everything is clean and in good
샷건
condition.
쳐서
as humanly
책상
possible here
부서졌어?
for
진짜
players.
무슨 일이야?
Absolutely.
Yes, it's only.
Just going through a little bit here on our side as well, but just want to extend a thank you for being patient.
Oh, yeah. I mean, let's be real. You don't really have any
오늘
other choice.
원래는 리튼 조금 하고 명조도 하고 하려고 그랬는데.
But yeah, you know, it's one of these things. We just pivoted into a new venue. Didn't have an English cast going on for the Game Changers Grand Finals, so we didn't really get to fax the setup extensively there. But I think that we've gotten everything for the moment now into a nice workable spot as far as our audio is concerned. So pretty happy with it. And now I'll just be made even happier if this tech pause ends.
Oh, you've said it, and it has
banner has
disappeared.
Yep. Got rid of it.
Would you like?
Alrighty.
Towards the game. Okay, here we go. PRX. I think a lot of eyes are going to be on you right now in how you're going to get back in towards the server, it feels like. It's just continued from the tail end of Ascent. Lesser by, start off at the front of B. Hyunmin, an outlaw on the line.
어디 갔어 하면?
Oh, and shut down.
Forsaken.
깜짝이야.
Crispy one there with that sheriff. King reveal.
테크 퍼즈 내가.
Somehow getting traded out, but traded up here.
아니 아까 화면이 쭉 내려갔어.
Is continuing to hit that W key. Estrella does manage to slide into the B site, strikes. But now all alone.
Oh my god.
Timing. What a round for PRX. It's a thrifty off the back of the call. And Alex probably got a feeling pretty good about that one.
I mean, how many times have we seen an eco round go PRX's way? They somehow look a little bit cleaner than not. Are you going to be able to do it again, or are you even just going to be able to double down the rounds at the moment?
컴퓨터 진정하시
Those calls saying, well, we're just running them.
Yeah, I mean, straight out the guts of Pillars. You know, you catch Hyunmin trying to gate crash away. I don't even think he saw freeing there. It might have just been an obs side of things.
I think it just off the mini-map and seeing where his teammate had died. Either way, that's going to be freeing, rolling out the red carpet, finding Mind Freak as well. Still looking good to try to deny away any consecutive round wins here. Because now it's a two-player advantage. DRX seemingly more than happy to go for a bit of an aggressive crunch play themselves. The buy had been noted previously, and it's just going to be spray fast forward into the smoke. Flawless fashion once again. DRX shrugging off the thrifty.
Oh, and I guess the answer there for my question is going to be, can PRX double down on the round count? The answer is no, unfortunately. So the way that things have been going, smooth proceedings back for DRX. Big investment with the ultimate, but well worth it for the result of the rounds. Sometimes it do just be like that. Now, I'm kind of questioning for PRX, you know, you go fast on an eco, it works. You go fast on a proper gun round, and it doesn't work. It doesn't work. So maybe they do have to just slow it down. Outlast the util.
They crash forward, spot on the 2. As Mindfreak, okay, does get guided here once again by something who pushes forward, trying to find Baby here. Baby door. That's going to be the shotgun blast. Open Annihilation used, but they should be able to break him out. Reload, and okay, Jing does get saved.
Okay.
Out of the cocoon here is Estrella, nearly getting timing, getting a headshot here through the corner of the wall. Divide entering in from behind, managing to find him. Hyunmin losing the plot, ends up falling down to the wayside. Mindfreak, big 4K. Overall, fairly clean. And for Alex, hopefully this one puts a smile on his face.
Yeah, hopefully so. You definitely want to see him look a little less stressed.
That is a nasty shot on the bane.
Yeah, it's nice. I mean, we were asking a little bit earlier, right? Mindfreak, what do you got for us? I think better in the first map, of course. Waking up a little bit more. If he can continue that performance here, that'll be really nice. Something on the back of that as well, by the way, with the dimensional drift. You just got to kind of use these things when you've got them available. Faster again, PRX over at A. Hyunmin forced out.
Guided forward here by the Nightfall door. Held by Mako for the moment as Hyunmin trying to go for a couple wall bangs here. In the end, it's very minor damage found. Barely anything at all as Stealth Drone, I believe, stuck on the wall, the barrier mesh, now locking it in position. Behind Mako, they know that there's going to be a judge here around the corner. The paint shell going to be sent as Bane finding one. Now the paranoia going across. Connects on the 2. Mako maintains control of the position.
와, 어떻게 안 죽었어? 저게 안 죽어? 마코 선수 대단한데? 어떻게 피가 1도 안 깎이지?
On a very late walk. He's now outside of C. Might call if he senses that the site's going to be opened up.
Problem, the Shio is keeping him in check.
Tap on the door. Mindfreak goes for the push. Winning the fight. Gunman going to be taken down. Still needing to try to fight through this position here. It's absolutely gorgeous for something. Swings in, finds a headshot. Wide swings. The takedown freeing as well. Estrella dead through the smoke. Bane, last one alive. And my goodness, how have PRX done this? Something else dialed in on the line, taken low. Shot a little bit wider. Nearly hitting the transfer. Nearly going for that ace clutch, but PRX, they managed to persevere. Consecutive round wins now found.
Definitely comes down to the jewel in the baby door, doesn't it? If that judge is able to find one, potentially swings it the other way and something. These wide swings, he's carried them over. Have some great success. 4 now on the tally for PRX to try and recover this half as well. Termi recognizing that, wants to try and make this another 8-4, so calling for a timeout.
2라만 더 따자, 2라만.
Still solid here. PRX starting to find their footing. Mindfreak starting to come alive as well.
2라만
Still
더
looking on
따자.
point. The rifling from the previous round, similarly very, very clean. There's some unexpected whiffs happening here at the hands of DRX. Let's see what the strat call ends up looking like for the Korean squad as they try to secure themselves an advantage at the half.
혈액맵 먹어버리자.
We're seeing just a lot of this combo utility go towards Rumble more predominantly, right? You're playing kind of copy-paste Lotus at the moment with this composition, leaving all your Vice utility still towards the C site, changing the Thorns in a couple of spots. Very strong combo at the entry point of B. It just looks to be similar things for DRX. Hyunmin with the operator, if he stays around the A site, well, I'm hoping he gate crashes towards C because that's where we got the radar view for PRX, who have the op-out for something too. And now Estrella scared back because of it.
공오퍼야.
Quick reposition, gets up on top of the platform here. Divine grabbing the orb, does have a steel garden.
오퍼 대 오퍼?
Getting back as the jump across and Hyunmin hits the shot. Jink dead in midair. Mako at the same time, holding things down forward.
현민 헤드샷에 막 same time.
Cuts across out in the open, but he's still winning the fight.
Nice.
One after the other, they fall, and now he's got control of the spike.
아고.
Strafes in, maybe getting a little bit too aggressive. Mindfreak does manage to peel back that kill, but they know where the spike is. They know where Mindfreak is. And they have him bested 4-1. This would be
하나라 더 자르고 가려고 하네.
if he can clutch this out.
Just toying with him.
Yeah, Pop of the Thorns. Freeing at upper. Salvo sent. Escorting him even further forward into the trap. Into Estrella's headshot. DRX.
DRX.
Holding PRX back here. Holding them at bay. Get themselves a guarantee at the half. What a shot from Gedman.
And on the back of their timeout too, so they're going to be pretty happy with that one, with the multi-sided action around the map at the end. Very difficult for Mindfreak and just DRX. I mean, playing Valorant on the back of the way of the utility, right? Let it reveal, then go for the shots. Last round of the half now. Hopefully see this investment from Devi on the steel guard, and if we want to try and maximize the chances of PRX in this round of conversion. Similarly for Estrella, who's one away from it, but still at that C site, not going to do too much. Back towards the B site here for PRX. Just waiting to see. Steel Garden lined up.
All right, well, trying to go for the TP4. Somehow winning that fight. Gedman does manage to find him there with a shorty, but now the bound forward, Jing, judge in hand, clearing out some extra space.
방금
TP check there from Mako, and Widely is just seeing his team teleporting
안돼
into
거긴
a
예상이었다.
massacre.
아고.
As Mindfreak holds the flank, and Estrella now left to try to clutch this one out. 7-5 looking certain. Swings in. Can only find the one. 3K from Mindfreak. And another pacey round push here from PRX. They run it back 7-5 now at the half.
Yeah, on the back of their original timeout on this map as well, converting 4 out of the last 6 rounds definitely goes a little bit more in their favor. Engagement here too, really awkward for freeing. I mean, it's just a dry gate crash in towards the site, and somehow something is winning that one. 7-5, a pretty good recovery for PRX, opening up their chances a bit better. I look towards the series against chzzk Gaming, their defensive side that they go on to now. That's where they started things off. They had a 8-1 scoreline at the beginning. So if they can come out with that again here, well, that's definitely going to be very valuable. But if not, I mean, you got the weight and the pressure differences from DRX in this form right now compared to chzzk Gaming, where they had an OT in the first map of Icebox, and then it looked a bit cleaner on Lotus for PRX.
Rescuing this decently, but now needing to try to pilot this double duelist composition from the defending side as smoothly as they possibly can. Work going to be cut out for them here on the side of PRX, but picking up the pistol, much like we saw them be able to do back on Split, might set the stage decently well for them to make the comeback happen here.
Well, here we go. It's going to be a very important pistol rounds, I guess, for both of the teams here as well, right? DRX get this one. They hold the lead of them with a 4-2. Otherwise, we tie up 3-3 if it goes PRX's way.
Fighting.
Whoever gets the victory here can win this series in the 4th map.
Full cluster.
뒤에 들리는 사운드가 약간 중국 중계 사운드인데?
See how it begins. Double duelist setup for PRX on this defensive side, setting up around the ace site nice and early. You've got Mindfreak there as well, who has invested on the Paranoia, of course. Lighter shields and smokes, early rubble. Just control DRX.
Nade available here. But, door open. Mako dominating, finding 2 there. Nate does manage to take him down on the back end, but headshot through the box.
Oh my.
Finding Forsaken. Devi suddenly last one alive, still pivoting over towards this A site in the stealth drone, about to scout him as well.
Such a decisive pistol already from DRX.
Damn clean. Some very crispy shots. Some damage found,
nice.
but no kills picked up here for the Sultan. Gets taken down, and that pistol that PRX would have loved to have grabbed on their hands.
Yeah, just a martyrdom really to come in from Jing in this round, and apart from that, nothing too much, right? Just a single kill that comes their way. And now DRX, I mean, setting them.
Oh my god. Oh my gosh. 뭐야? 아, 기총 떨어질 뻔. 아, 진짜 미쳐버리겠네. 아, 나 너무 힘들어. 기트라고 준게 없어, 저기. 진짜로. 오 마이 갓. 아, 이거. 아, 알로. 아, 나 머리 아파. 아.
Yeah, this one's going to look a little bit rough for DRX, and a lot of timing. Divide.
와.
Sliver of HP. They're aware.
완전 마이크 문제였던 것 같은데. 와! So nice. 근데 머리가 띵하네. 와우. 또 사라졌어. 또 사라졌어. 아, 중계 또 사라졌어. 아. 이 쫀득야 진짜.
等着好戏吧。
아, 기태라 중계. 아, 진짜 미쳐버릴 것 같아. 아, 진짜. 어제 대회에서 결승전에서 이러냐? I'm coming. 아까 완전 주고받았다.
监听器启动。
이 선수 많이
监
긁혔는데.
听此区。
아, 위험해. 와, 3명이 뽀뽀에 1명이 스티인데. 아이고. 아니. 아, 아깝다. 아, 너무 아깝다. 아, 이거 해체돼요. 너무 아깝다. 진짜 아깝다. 게임 사운드. 게임 사운드 들려줘. 온 세상이 정적이야. 세상의 소리를 들려줘. 아, 너무 아깝다.
For the Paper X
Oh my-
side.
What the? 아, please. 아, 진짜 미쳤나봐. 아, 나 지금 너무 힘들어. 아니, 와, 레전드인데, 진짜. 아, 예비. 다시 들린다. 이거 아예 영어 중계진이 영어 안 쓰시는데? 그러니까 중계 안 하고 있는 것 같은데, 마이크 이슈 자각하고. 오. 오. 아. 여러분, 저희는 공식 중계를 듣고 있습니다. 많이 놀랐어? 많이 놀랐습니다.
Unfortunate scenes for Hyunmin when he gets out of the dimensional drift. And really all, I'll call it 3 angles that you can come through on the retake from PRX there is where they do choose to do it from. The full flank, the door, the halls. Reset the economy of DRX. And I mean, we did just see a bit of rubble control from the defender squad here. Gonna try and do it again, now with an extra member. Two sensors that he can place here, and they're both now done. Stealth drone to go out to try and find Devi. How does he look to play this one in the retake?
Oh, oh.
A little bit of an answer back from them. I say little. That's essentially a thrifty. Bit of a higher investment from Bane on the Annihilation, don't get me wrong. But any rounds to lose, these are not the rounds. When you got the full rifle rounds in almost an nth hour on a map as well, it can be quite disheartening, very concerning. Lots of light shields for PRX here. They could be broken after this one.
무릎을 쳤어요.
Control around the map. Very spread thin. PRX on this default. Where do they look to get some early information for now? They've kind of locked you out of A, but to pivot in towards the C site. Freeing one away from an Armageddon. Orb. I didn't know if it was already grabbed, but by the looks of it, it is.
됐어요? 아니야. 이겼어 이거를. 나이스. 많이 긁히긴 했는데. 옥달. 굿잡. 나가자 이제. 저기 온다. 안돼.
Yeah, PRX really need the guns now to stretch the rest of the map if they've got any hope, any way of climbing back in towards this one. Losing that thrifty to the thrifty in the previous just is so damn hard now. So you've got to cut your losses, and I mean, going into the next round, if you're trying to stall DRX from getting that important map point, you do have some key components for the early round, for the late retake as well, if you want to shift to that, because DRX have been quite successful in just opening up these sites. Dimensional Drift, showstopper. You need to see something very decisive come through from PRX. I mean, even now, a timeout would be wonderful.
우리가 중계한테 말렸어.
So if you do drop your timeout, I mean, it's got to result in a victory next. So we'll see. Indeed it is.
마이크 하나가 문제인가 보다. 한 분 목소리가 안 들리는 거 보면.
It feels... Yeah, it feels a little bit closer from PRX compared to Ascent, but it still feels like Lotus is definitely DRX's current territory by the way that these rounds have been fashioned. And now that they really just dropped the guillotine in that eco round. This timeout just needs to be so crucial to have that awakening for PRX. Because also it's not really too out of the playbook from what DRX are trying to do, right? If they recognize that, well, A Robble control's just given over to us, let's just move towards C, go in together, start to clear our angles. We're not seeing PRX go on these solid choke lines. They're playing a little bit more
뭐야, 저 타이머
back and
수동으로 끄는 거야?
crossfire, trap ready. But with the timeout fading away, this is where we need to see the saved weapons result in a pretty dominant fashion, in my mind at
방금
least.
옆에 스태프가 대신 꺼주던데 타이머 버튼.
Once again, by positionings, it's just looking to be this A-site Rubble endeavor.
어어. 우리나라 중계진이었으면은 아 이거 시작부터 스킬 좀 많이 빠지긴 했는데 아직 나쁘지는 않고요. 오 뭐야? PRX 빨라요. 와 찡이 2명 잡았어요. 오 와. 데미장식이 둘 갔는데? 따라붙는 게 빠르긴 하더라.
Oh, the crowd has roared for them. I think we know whose side they're on right now, Achilles. But these are the sort of rounds you can't recreate. It looks flashy, it looks fancy. It was a bloody necessary round. I'll give them that. They've done it with a little bit of pizzazz. But can they do it again? 11-8, you almost need it to be flawless. Not give DRX the chance to get to this map point. A-site utility waited out for the very beginning.
안 들려. 오.
But
두명 뜯겼고. 오. 오. 아까비.
爆能器落在 A 区。致盲陷阱就绪，回收闪光陷阱。
아깝다. 아 너무 아깝다.
all right, rolling with the punches now. PRX Dimensional Drift providing the goods. The tail end spray from Jing as well. If Bane wins that duel, very different scenario of 2 versus 2. And maybe slow it down, see where Estrella could slot himself into on his little merry runabout. But really, PRX hitting a couple of uncouth shots, having a good strategy at the beginning. Try it.
아, 캐릭 안 할까봐. 와, 찡 돌아왔구나. 와, 에이스는 안 했지만 미친. 아. 와락 콤보.
And these are the sort of plays as well that the players have just decided what to do by themselves. Someone on the team has gone for this choice because the timeout was 3 rounds ago, right?
기체가 진짜 잘
Unless I'm
때렸다.
reading it wrong and Alex has said in 3 rounds do this.
맞아,
They've come
timeout.
out with that together as a team. Mighty gorgeous. Forcing the second timeout of DRX now. As it feels like a little bit. Maybe just so slightly.
조금만 더 하면 매치다.
PRX might be able to tie it up and go the full rounds yet
기체가
again.
핵처럼 뜯기긴 했지. 맛있게. 역전 주지 말자.
What is
진짜로.
the strategy from
에이스
DRX
할
now?
뻔.
Momentum falling, but they go with the lesser last round. They have the buy here. They've got a couple of pivotal ultimates.
안 된다. 기억 다시
Out to the
버튼을
C
넣어더라.
side. Here we go.
또? 같은 수법인데 이거?
Whoops. Yeah, the progression smoke as well with the Prowler that goes through. Gonna force DRX to the A side of things.
안 돼, 잡아야 돼. 나갔다 일단. 와우. 공 다 쓴다, 공 다 쓴다.
Oh no!
어? 에? 프린공에 에스트리아 선수가 갔는데? 맞네.
1v1.
안돼, 이거는. 어우, 다행이다. 수습은 했다. 아니, 근데 프린 선수 궁에 에스트리아 선수가 갔는데 뭐지? 아, 벙커에서 못 나와서? 어허. 봐야 알겠는데? 응. 안 보여준. 하긴 너무 시작 부분이라 애매했나 보다. 별. 헤이드공에 페어공에 베드록까지였는데. 아파. 아파. 어머, 오야. 아, 타이밍. 아, 나 다 저기서 오냐? 오 마이 갓. 아, 왔다. 와, 씨, 결승 어지럽네, 진짜.
Last round of regulation. This is where things get extremely tantalizing yet again for the OT. It was DRX last time that pushed us into overtime over on split. This time they have the opportunity to close it first. It's PRX to try and come back. And what are they going to look to do when they've got no ultimates available? You assume none to be picked up whatsoever. But it's similar situations for DRX. And they're the ones presenting nil equipment in this one too. Stingers, one Vandal, a Sheriff.
이겨줘, 제발.
This is a different look. We're seeing patience from PRX right now. A lot of W gaming, a lot of aggression together in tandems. Right now, not towards the A side at least. You start to scope things out towards B, start to maneuver rotations.
안녕. 아. 나이스. 나이스. 오케이. 했다. 끝에서 온다. 온 거 아직 모르는 듯? 이거지. 아 진짜 힘겹다.
Oh, feels a little bit claustrophobic at the end there for them, doesn't it? When you've got the baby door room and a bit of a B stretch to come through. But the pivot back towards the A site, the fact that Marco with the stinger gets the 2, and they have a little bit of breathing room around the site to situate themselves. A recovery needed. PRX thought recognizing what they need to do on that defensive side, maybe still a little bit too late. Had they done it slightly earlier, could have come into OT, could have won it, but irrespective of that, valiant efforts aside, best of 5s provide entertainment, and they have depth as well, and that's what we have to cast our mind towards right now, because there's a 4th map on the horizon. Icebox is next.
Icebox is next. Okay. 그냥 아주 그냥 레전드네.
FM game, you know, playing in this ACL as well. What are they looking like? If Mind Freak's coming back into the roster, starting to warm up as well. Having a couple of moments. I think everybody's having a couple of moments in this series for sure. Both good and bad. Man. Yeah. Ever so slightly. Ever so slightly.
맞아. 선수들 막 얘기하는 것도 들려줘야 되고 이거 설명도 좀 해줘야 되고 어떤 전략을 했었는지.
Yep. And closing it right at the end with a stinger, essentially. He doesn't come away with that. We're probably in overtime still right now.
아쉽스. 예스.
Yeah. Yeah, but in the Thrifty department, I mean, there was that round that it was, you know, looking from an outside view, technically a Thrifty to come through, but not actually a Thrifty, right? What was a Hero Vandal, like one Stinger and the rest pistols or something like that, that really helped them out. But regardless, this one, huge backwards and forwards nature, leaving everybody to guess, really, how was it going to turn out in the end? I think when you look at the first half too, before that timeout came through from PRX, it was
정말 어렵다. 어디 갔는데 또 맨날 돌아와. 그냥 어렵다 정말. 습하. 아휴, 여러분 좀 쉬세요. 좀 쉬십시오. 아유. 그럴 수 있어. 와, 진짜 레전드다. 그래도 우승 상금 1억 5천이라던데. DRX 용돈 받자. 용돈벌이 하자. 벤츠는 EWC로 가서 받을 거니까. 내 용돈 받아야지. 맛있는 거 먹어야지. (10분) 뒤? 10분? 이나 있구나. 어디 보자. 어디 보자, 그러면. 발로란트. 음. 10분 정도랬죠? 역시 파트너십 계열 몇 번한 게 아니에요? 너무하다, 진짜. 그죠? 어휴. 너무다. 약간 이벤트 매치라고 듣기는 했는데. 대회 운영이 너무다.
해줘봐, 쟤 한 명만 나와. 아, 좀 적당히.
자, 결국 이번 시즌 강함의 정의를 다시 썼습니다.
아, 갑자기 마음이 편안해져. 나야 군시 인증대에
2025년
맞다는데?
현재의 젠지는 퍼시픽이라는 하나의 권역을 넘어 VCT 전체를 놓고 봤을 때
아,
어느
편안.
팀이 역대 최고의 팀인가? 라는 질문에 답해 이들의 이름을 적어도 손색이 없을 만큼 VCT 최고의 강팀 중 하나가 되었습니다. 메이저 대회 5연 결승 진출, 퍼시픽에게 첫 국제대회 트로피를 안겨준 업적을 통해 그 이유를 증명할 수 있겠죠. 오랜 시간 동안
미안해요.
VCT의 주연으로 활약했던
저
젠지,
사운드 줄이느라.
그리고 그러한 주연이 있다면
인증되는
조연도
파트너십을 안 되는
반드시 있는 법입니다. 전설의 시작을 알린 2024 시즌, 퍼시픽이 출범한 2023 시즌, 그리고 현재까지 첫 시즌의 첫 맞대결에서도, 첫 시즌의 벼랑 끝에서도, 24 젠지라는 동화의 시작을 알렸던 경기에서도 진지에게 패배한 팀, 지독한 상성을 깨고 마침내 첫 승리를 장식한 경기마저도 상하이라는 대서사에 완벽히 묻혀버린 비운의 팀. 상하이 이후 2024 퍼시픽 스테이지 2, 2025 퍼시픽 킥오프, 그리고 이번 2025 퍼시픽 스테이지 1 플레이오프까지 젠지 상대 역대 전적
와.
1승 7패, 퍼시픽의 분명한 강팀 중 하나로 평가받았음에도 중요한 순간 언제나 젠지라는 벽에 막혀 조연에 그칠 수밖에 없었던 팀. 이 팀의 이름은 RRQ입니다. RRQ.
근데
구단
결승에서
역사상
이겼잖아.
최초로 마스터스에 진출하며 마침내 꽃을 피워낼 준비를 했지만 결국 또 젠지에게 막혀 그들에게 결승 진출권을 내주고 말았었죠. 아직 기회는 남아있었지만 그 기회를 살려 젠지에게 복수를 하기 위해선 로어 파이널이라는 관문을 반드시 넘어야만 했습니다. 그리고 로어 파이널에서 RIQ가 만난 팀은
PRX PRX have qualified to Masters Toronto. The final seed, the final team from Pacific. They are back on the global stage once again.
그룹 스테이지 깊은 귀신의 늪에 빠져 있었으나 플레이오프가 시작하자마자 귀신같이 봄을 끌어올려 다시 황제의 자리를 차지하고자 하는 팀 퍼시픽의 초대 챔피언
두둥 해조이 Z 소바 태우 빼고 미러전이네요. Z띵 나왔는데 아니야 근데 현민 Z도 있으니까 그냥 다이저브 생각난 김에 비타민 먹어야겠다. 아이스박 해설 마이크 압수 해설 때 마이크 압수 확인. 벌써 게임성이 너무 이거 아니고
在这儿，还剩1名敌人，爆能器落在 B 区。爆能器已部署。
피 구였네. 오늘의 여러분 놀랍게도 결승전입니다. 나니? 어휴.
早已失去理智，这样的结局正好。
총 배달. 카메라 각도 좀 그렇긴 해. 저 아래에서 저렇게 찍히면 턱이 진짜 아니야. 아박 이겨가지고 끝내자. 그냥. 연막살. 근데 이 연막이랑 하이퍼가 아니네 그러고 보니까. 오멘 바이퍼네 양팀 다. 미드 들어온 거 모르나 본데? 아우, 오, 다행이다, 앉아서. 또. 괜찮아. 괜찮습니다. 미드로 도네. 바이퍼. 아니, 이걸 올라가네? 아니. 응? 리얼? 와, 이거 엇갈렸어? 와. 레전드네? 내가 미드에서 왔는데 없었어. 약간 이런 느낌이잖아. 와, 이거 나중에 영상 보면은 대박이겠다, 그죠? 아, 이게 우리나라 해설진이라면 해설을 어떻게 했을까, 중계를? 아, 마코 선수가 미드에서 프렉을 내줬거든요. 안전적으로 설치하고, 마인드 프레이크 선수는 그 세이브를 선택했습니다. 한성도 안 달려. 지금 타수 언급을 막 이래. 알고 있음. 맞아요. 숲에서는 ACL 경기 어떤 손님이 중계하고 있다고 하긴 했어. 오, 마인드 프레스 선수. 너무 위험한데? 오! 아, 너무 아깝다. 야, 인양. 와, 위아래로? 아이고. 아우, 절약왕. 아쉽다. 여러분은 프로 선수들의 내전 경기를 보고 있습니다. 고용 그 자체. 선수들 사운드라도 아니야. 그러다가 선수들한테 또 뭔가 피해갔을지도 몰라. 스테이지 2 경기 언제 있죠? 너무너무 보고 싶다. 네, 체킹은 포세이큰 선수 소바만 체킹이 됐고요. 오호. 토론토? 야, 봐, 나 그거 다 적어놨어. 기둘. 내가 이거 다 해놨지. 마스터스 토론토 6월 7일. 스테이지 2가 7월 12일. 토론토는 6월 7일. 3주? 아, 비포탑. 와, 지금 둘 잘렸는데? 나 이러면 B 들어가야죠. 오, 나이스. 아래 있어요. 안녕. 아니. 아이고 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 아이고.
我方还剩1人。
뭐지? 반해체 했나? 아니. 오휴. 오야 진짜 나 심장 아팠다. 내 심장 지금 좀 많이 아팠다. 와.
剩余30秒。30秒。剩1名。
스크림. 스크림 몰래 보는 중. 역대급이네. 오빠 위치 체크 됐고요. 중계진 힘들어서 쉬러 갔어. 중계진 파업했어요, 파업. 중계 선별상의 해줘요. 바지 체킹 했고요. 오, 썸디 선수 오빠 놓쳤어요. 오, 야. 아이고.
投放风群手雷。
살은하고 죽어야지. 오케이.
激活风群手雷。
아니. 아니. 아하! 이게? 선수들 화면 들어가자마자 급점수. 오빠, 잘 들어갔는데. 너무 아깝다. 건단님 어서오세요. 좋은 밤입니다. 오빠, 아쉽다. 미드를 2명이서 체크했었으니까. 아이고. 위험한데? 쇼티네, 쇼티요. 아우야. 아프네, 이거. 싸늘하다. 아박이. 이거 엄마. 아박이 DRX 맵이죠. 이 더블 스포츠에서는 ACL에서 한다고? 어머 진짜? 아까 마이크 진짜 히 소리 나는데 진짜 와. 선수들 문제가 아니라 이제 중계라서 그런가?
挡我的路！不要妨碍我！
이게 선수들도 아니고 중계 때문 팩퍼즈 걸린다? 어우, 욕 더럽게 먹을걸?
爆能器落在 B 区，还剩1名敌人。
이제 잘랐지. 어우야. 와, 뭐야? 와, 이 와중에 2명 잡고 갔어. 와. 와, 대박이다. 역시 수호신이시여. 캬. 아깝다. 아. 맞아, 함성이라도 들려주세요. 저 진짜 도서관이 돼버렸잖아요. 리얼 도서관이잖아요. 엑사시 팬텀 당했다. 예비. 아, 안 돼. 냥. 오야. 킬조이. 어허.
剩余30秒。
30초에 벽이 깨졌거든요. 어떨지 모르겠네요.
剩余10秒。
啊，差点就玩脱了。
세이브. 아아우. 와. 아이스박스. 근데 여기 DRX 맵이잖아요. 왜 와봤겠지? 아니야, 용역 가게만 해도 좋은 거니까. 응. DRX 공이 4개네. 오야 오야 안녕. 아.
爆能器落在 A 区。
그래서 봉 빠져서 봉쇄 대책은 그냥 봉쇄 바이 봉쇄로 할 것 같기도 하고. 하하. 해설 언제 놀러와? 좀 외롭다. 근데 우리는 이거 할 때, 우리나라에서 할 때는 그 한국 플레이어면 한국어 나오고 그 외국 플레이어면 영어 나오고 막 이런 식으로 하는데 여기는 무조건 다 중국어네? 그냥 랭귀지 다 중국어로 해놨나 본데? 그죠? 뭐지? 공색 깨졌나? 아까비. 위험한데? 헉! 그래도 이겼음. 총 떨구고 본인 총도 떨구고?
发射榴弹，威胁一消。
돈이 많아서. 그쵸. 에스트레아 선수 갇혔는데? 오! 좋은 아다리다 이거는. 와, 저기 있는 거 예상했을까? 빡지? 아, 1티어 내전. 맞음.
剩余30秒，还剩1名敌人。数。
오퍼 들고 졌는지? 잘 가요. 아, 조용해서 졸려요? 어디 보자. 나쿠 선수가 또 썸띵 선수를 잡아내면서 오퍼를 떨궜습니다. 예. 이렇게 6, 그래서 뭐 66이야? 66. 양팀 6점씩 가져가면서 수비가 끝났고요. 하프타임 1분 뒤에 다시 돌아오도록 하겠습니다. ASMR 본격 뭐랄까 여러분 발로란트 ASMR 들려보신 적 있나요? 그것도 프로 선수들이 들려주는 ASMR. 고스트 셰리프부터 팬텀 벤달까지 다양한 사운드를 들을 수 땀이 떨어뜨렸어. 있습니다. 하고 아주 so nice 하죠. 아마도요. 경기도 사실 없고 사실 우리가 보고 있는 건 여러분 알고 계십니까? 여러분은 지금 미래에 일어날 경기를 미리 보고 있는 겁니다. 천기 누설이죠. 졸았으면 대박이라고? 아까 이미 한숨 잤어요. 한 3분 정도 쉴 때. 나 3분 정도 쉴 때 진짜 그냥 잤어. 나 지금 너무 개운해. 베인, 너무 아쉽습니다. 지금 위치 알고 빠르게 가고 있는데요. 아이고. 우클릭이 아쉽게 됐습니다. 네, 그렇네요. 우클릭 너무 아쉬웠고요. 시작은 되게 좋았어요. 여기서 베인 선수가 또 2명을 잡고 갔는데 여기서 너무 아쉽게 할 말이 없다. 손수제 사운드로 들렸으면 좀 덜 할 텐데. 들리는 거라고는 밤샤넬. 오이시 가디언 다베마스. 너무 아쉽습니다. 아이고, 더블로 피킹 살 때까지는 가고요. 아이고, 저 위에 왜 계십니까? 스크림. 제가 가디언 한다로 딸갔어요. 세계 최초 ASMR 결승전. 그렇게 할까? 결승전이 무려 ASMR? 여러분 총 사운드 좋아하시나요? 스킬 사운드는 어떠실까요?
剩余30秒。
네, PRX A 밀고 들어오려는 것 같고요.
剩一名敌人，爆能器落在 A 区。
썸띵 선수 혼자 갇혀 있는데, 이걸 가능할지.
剩余10秒。
그렇게 되었습니다. 팬텀 맛있네. 네, 그래도 아직까지 PRX A를 두드리고 있네요. 네. 내가 미드 견제도 한번 해줘야 할 텐데 하고 있지 않아서 포탑만 놔두고 A에 주력을 하고 있는 모습입니다. 좋아요. 개인 소설 점수 각각 한 명씩. 이제 감독님들 마이크로 전략이 너무 빠지나? 클래식. 클래식 소바.
爆能器落在 A 区。
프링 선수 봤나요? 봤습니다. 또다시 썸띵 선수 혼자 남아있고요. 무결점으로 DRX 1점 가져왔습니다. 예이. 네, 타임아웃 PRX에서 건 것 같죠? 네, PRX 타임아웃이고요. 알렉스 감독님이 굉장히 다양하게 전술을 이렇게 전달하고 있는데 이거 진짜 괜찮을까? 어렵다. 진짜 트로피 들 때도 조용하면 진짜 어우야. 오 마이 갓. 여분 마이크가 없나 근데? 그렇지. 어렵네. 송출 라인이 진짜 무슨 도서관 오브 도서관이 되어버린 거지. 하하하. 아니 알아듣지 못하던 그 영어 중계진이 그리 봅니다. 아하하. 오. 에스트레아 선수 침착하게. 아주 아쉽겠고요. 여기서 더 떨구면 안 되죠? 더 떨구면 안 되죠? 침착해. 이현 선수 위치는 발각됐습니다. 오른쪽은 더블로 보고 있고요. 선수 스파이크를 갖고 볼리의 각을 보네요. 하지만 마코 선수가 더 빠르게 뒤로 이동했고요. 이 선수 미드로 통해서 이동하고 있습니다. 아,
胜利
마코 선수 와 있는 걸 예측하지 못했나봐요. 아이고. 약간 전략 주고받는 건가?
我的大招好了啊！不行不行，你们都不配用我的发明。
대체 포인트는 킬조이에게로. 좋아임. 여기서 이스트레 선수.
爆能器已部署。
4팬텀? 이제 보니 4팬텀이었는데? 와우. DRX 4팬텀의 프린 선수만 벤달 들고 있고요. 오, 팬텀 들만하네요. 맛있네요. 하율님 그 수준이 아니야. 진짜 그 사이에 정말 많은 일이 있었어요. 현민 선수 에이스 가나요? 에이스 가나요? 아! 다바이 병장님 에이스 한 번 정도는 줄 수 있잖아요. 해설이었습니다. 4킬 했으니까 우승해야겠지? 텍스 선수의 엔딩. 4킬의 나라. 잠깐만, 나 오늘 비타민 먹은 것 좀 적고 올게요. 오케이, 됐다. 응, 됐어. 5쇼티라고? 오마이갓. 쇼티 진짜. 아공. 찡.
再见了，封锁视野。我方还剩1人。
어호호호호호호. 얼랄라. 썸띵 완전 딸피고. 이거 아바이 선수만 어떻게 잡아먹으면 될 것 같은데. 아, 아깝다. 아, 너무 아깝다. 아박이 이 척구를 아니지 이 연막을 많이 써. 바이퍼 필수에 오멘 아니면 하버. 그래서 하이퍼를 썼는지 아니면 바이퍼 오멘을 썼는지. 근데 최근에 듀렉 하이퍼가 많이 보여서 듀렉의 하이퍼가 많이 공개돼서 일부러 오멘한 것 같은데. 오마이갓. 맞아요. 작년에도 이척했는데. 아, 네. 오! 뱀잎발로 진입 맞고. 아, 좋았습니다. 봉쇄 장치 때문에 일단 설치까지는 갈 것 같고요. 미드 조심. 오마이갓! 나이스. 아직 설치 못했어요. 설치 각 보고 있는데. 나이스. 마인드 브레이크 선수 한 명 남아있는데. 아우, 아프다. 오케이. 아, 공격해 오면 맞지. 따란. 아, 연막샷. 알렉스 감독님 고개 젖혔어. PRX 타이머 벌써 그런 건가? PRX 지금 타이머 2개 중에 이제 1개 남아있으니까 남은 1개마저 사용 중이고요. 이제 다음 판 매치 포인트까지 갈 수 있는 라운드입니다. 현재 어센트 로터스를 DRX가 가져갔고 스플릿을 PRX가 가져가서 돌아왔다. 오케이를 들었어. 나는 오케이라면서요. 오신 거 아니에요? Hi. Hey man. Yes, I'm okay. I'm ready. 다시 가셨어요? 안녕히 가세요. 진짜 밀당 엄청 하네 진짜. 아씨. 안녕하세요. 본격 해설과 밀당하는 경기 ACL 결승전입니다. 감사합니다. 아 진짜 감질나게 목소리 들려줬다가 안 들려줬다가 하네. 와이드 브레이크 선수 셰리프인컵 대회 하면은 전부 다 이제 가인은 한 상태거든요. 썸띵 선수랑 바바이 선수가 가디언 들고 있습니다. DRX의 경우 아직도 4팬텀 사용 중이고요. IGL을 내려놓은 마코는 신이다. 에임 폭격기. 일단 드론에 찍힌 건 없습니다. 오! 잘 잘랐다. 이거 매치까지 가자. 좋았어, 좋았어. 사고만 안 나면 되거든요. 오마이 갓. 23, 23. 아, 이거 바이퍼 연막이 올라와가지고. 아, 이게 어렵게 됐죠.
Hello, is this thing on? Hi, everybody. It's been a hot minute.
Oh, yeah. Hi.
What looks to maybe be
okay.
of this series, DRX.
나 기가 트였어. 매치 포인트야, 근데. 근데 매치 포인트야. 기가 트였는데, 매치 포인트야.
Nearby. You can yell occasionally into the mic right next to me.
와.
They did the thing. They're doing the thing.
그러니까 한 라운드 먹으면 끝이잖아요.
3-1 fashion PRX. Going to need to take this to OT.
Hi everyone. Okay. Hello.
The buy is there. It's held together. But can they find the shots? I mean, at the moment, something looking like he's going to be going for this glass cannon guardian, something that he has done in the past, something that has delivered results.
Something guardian.
Here in Shanghai before. Forsaken, able to stay tucked back into a corner, dodging the damage from the salvos. There's about to be zero ambiguity about this. Everyone clustered together.
경기에 집중하라고.
One considered effort here on the strike. Estrella going to be being revealed up and over top of something and down. He shall.
오, 공조심.
아,
소박공 제대로 들어갔고요. 오.
Finding one, the shorty draw out to five.
왔다. 남은 거 현민 선수 오퍼 현민. 아, 네, 지금 와이드 프레이크 선수 벤달로 총 바꿨고요. 해줘. 제발. 아이고. 오. 이겼다. 와.
Shall get them over the line.
와우, ZZ.
3-1 DRX. Take down
근데 마지막 스파이크 해체한 거 맞죠? 스파이크 해체한 거죠? 야, 이거를 와. 아, PRX 아쉽긴 하겠다, PRX. 오늘 너무 힘들었다. 우승하는 거 보려고 한 거지. 그러니까 해체도 안 봐도 그냥
Their
넘어가
round of
버리네.
play is just getting started. They might not lift this one. They might not get that extra
이걸
bit
보기.
of cash. But we
이
still
우승하는 걸
are
보기.
damn certain we'll look forward to seeing this team.
무려 1시간 동안 전을 태우고 4시간 동안 해설과 밀당을 하며 ACL결 결승전. 와 진짜. 트로피에 녹색 조명 쓰는 순간 그냥 배추되는 거죠. 배추. 배추 트로피. 빨간 조명 아닌 게 어디야?
Over PRX, something that they haven't been able to do for quite some time, but here on the 13th outing, they will be able to make it happen.
무서워.
With the trophy to live.
근데 트로피 되게 커 보이는데?
Surround.
근데 마코선도 키가 이렇게 커요?
再次恭喜 DRX 获得了2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛无畏契约的总冠军。今晚我们共同见证一场属于无畏契约 ACL 总决赛的传奇之战。Please lift your trophy together.
와우. RRQ 트로피 건전지가 있어.
这一刻荣誉属于 DRX， 属于每一位努力奋斗的选手和教练。接下来也让我们的工作人员为我们的冠军队伍颁发象征着2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛无畏契约赛事的冠军奖牌。
와 환호가 없는 거야 아니면 그냥 소리가 안 나는 거야?
Congratulations to DRX for winning the championship of the ACL Grand Finals. And tonight we witnessed the Grand Finals together. And this moment belongs to DRX. And now we're going to present the medals of this event to all the
우승이랑 그냥
winners.
침묵? 그럴 수도 있어 진짜로. 아 들리긴 해도 소리 조금 질러주네. 하하하하. 메달도 있어?
让我们再次把掌声和欢呼声献给这支队伍。And let's give it up one more time.
은메달이야 근데?
经过几天激烈的角逐，从淘汰赛的稳扎稳打，再到总决赛的王者之姿，相信所有的选手们也有很多的心情想要和观众们分享。And now it's time for the interview. The first question goes to you, Frame. We all very familiar with you, and how's the feeling of coming back to China?
네, 프링 선수에게 질문입니다. 이번에 중국에 다시 돌아오시게 된 기분이 어떠신가요?
되게 오랜만에 이제
이겼으니
상하이에
완전
왔는데
그러니까.
이번에는 저번에는 우승을 못했는데 이번에는 우승하게 돼서 너무 좋은 것 같습니다.
여러분 진짜 보시느라 수고 많았어요.
진짜 진짜로. I'm really happy to win.
上一次可能在中国的时候也没能赢下对他们非常关键的比赛，这回来到了这里，来到这次总决赛，赢下这场比赛，真的非常的开心。而且 Free 在之前的比赛确实给大家留下了非常深刻的印象。又一次回到中国，有什么想对中国粉丝们说的话呢？ And you have so many remarkable records in China. Is there anything you want to say to all the Chinese fans? Hello, is there anything you want to say to the Chinese fans? The question is to Free. The question is to Free.
안 들리나 봐. 안 들리나 봐.
so many
통역사고.
remarkable records in China. This question is for Free. And is there anything you want to say to all the Chinese fans?
지금 중국에서
안
큰
들리나
활약을
보다.
해주셨는데 중국 팬들에게 하고 싶은 말 있으신가요?
이렇게 멀리 와주셔서 응원해주셔서 감사하고 열심히 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thanks for cheering for us, and I'll do my best. Thank you.
Oh my god.
感谢大家对我的支持，在接下来的比赛里，我也会用尽全力打好比赛的。那接下来也想问一下这边的选手，我来这边看一下吧。接下来想问一下 Chloe 教练，因为其实今天也是非常非常精彩的一场比赛嘛，想问一下你，除去队员们出色的个人能力以外，你认为今天能实现这场复仇非常关键的原因是什么呢？ And apart from the sharp aim of all the players, what other key factors do you think that contributed to this revenge today?
오늘 선수들의 힘이 굉장히 좋았는데 그것 외에 오늘 경기를 이길 수 있게 된 요인이 어떤 것인가요?
옆에 가 있습니다.
뒤에서 봤을 때 아무래도 선수들의 의사소통이 오늘 평소보다 더 잘 된 것 같아서 좋은 경기가 나왔던 것 같습니다.
I think players really communicated well in this series, and that is the why we won the game.
他认为，同时其实除去他们非常优秀的个人能力以外，今天在比赛里他们的沟通和交流做得非常的好，这也是他们今天能够赢下这场比赛的一个重要原因。接下来 ，Astral。其实，自从你加入到 DRX， 我们也能感受到这支队伍高歌猛进的势头。那来到 DRX， 一切如何？感受又怎么样呢？Ever since you joined this team, and more and more momentum just keeps picking up for your team. And how's everything in the team?
DRX에 합류하게 되고 나서 DRX가 점점 잘해지고 있는데 DRX 오신 이제 기분이 어떠신가요?
일단 DRX라는 팀에 오게 돼서 일단 너무 기뻤고요. 그리고
밤
제가 있어서
늦었잖아요. 퇴근하고
지금
싶겠지.
잘하는 건 아닌 것 같고 선수들이 더 잘해서 지금 잘하고 있는 것 같습니다.
I'm really happy to join DRX, and it's not because of me that DRX is doing well, but other players are really doing great.
他说他非常高兴可以加入到这支队伍，而且对于他来说，其实他不觉得是他加入到这支队伍给这支队伍带来了多大的帮助，而是其他所有的队友一起让现在的队伍打得越来越好，成绩越来越好。那接下来想问一下 Ben， 赢下这场比赛其实不仅收获了奖杯，同时还有非常非常丰厚的奖金。那接下来在休赛期打算做一些什么呢？There's not only a trophy, but with an exceptional present. So what are you planning to do?
질문할 땐 좀 천천히 해줘.
이번에 트로피도 있지만 크나큰
이제
상금도
답을
있거든요.
전할 땐
이 상금을 가지고 어떤 걸 하고 싶나요?
질문은 그래도
생각은 없었는데
조절했구나.
맛있는 거 많이 먹고 팀원들 맛있는 밥 같이 먹고 댕길
우승했으니까
I want to have some
마라탕
delicious
먹자.
food with my teammates.
맞아.
Only that. 他说，其实他很想和自己的队友们一起去吃一些好吃的东西，可能他的愿望确实也是非常简单的。这段的时间训练估计也是确实很累，需要一段时间去休息一下。接下来 Marco， 因为其实和 PRX 也是非常熟悉的老朋友了。当你知道即将在总决赛的舞台上和他们对战的时候，脑海中在想些什么呢？And you and PRX are very close friends. What was going through your minds when you knew that you were going to play against them in the grand final?
이번에 결승전에서 PRX를 만나게 됐을 때 이제 PRX와 오랜 친구로 알고 있는데
막판
그때
타고
기분이
가야지.
어떠셨나요?
일단은 서로 너무 이제 없으면 섭섭할 정도로 많이 친해졌는데 역시나
막판 느낌
결승전에서
진짜
또 이렇게
크다.
만나게 되니까 그냥 좀 재밌는 경기를 서로 했던 것 같습니다.
나 근데
We
오늘
are
약간
really
경기분 느낌이
close
안
friends,
들어.
and meeting PRX in grand final made really this game fun. So yeah, it was really
뭔가
fun.
허무해.
Really fun, yeah.
키
We
진짜
all
커
enjoy
보여.
that. 마코也是说，其实他们确实和 PRX 是非常熟悉的好朋友了，所以今天在这场总决赛碰到了 PRX， 确实让这场游戏变得更加有趣一点。我想所有的观众也都非常非常享受今天这场比赛。那接下来 Yumi， 其实，在第一赛段你们当时那场比赛是被 PRX 淘汰了，而今天在总决赛实现了面对 PRX 的复仇，此时此刻的心情如何呢？And it was a miserable loss in stage 1. And today you managed to achieve the revenge. How's your feeling right now?
발로란트 원래는 하고 싶어야 되는데 이상하다.
I guess we won against them today, so it's a revenge from Pacific. But yeah, it just feels great to win.
确实，他们也很想在今天的比赛里碰到 PRX，
우리도 알려줘.
来自太平洋赛区的复仇，所以今天确实也非常高兴能够赢下这场比赛的胜利。接下来 Termi 教练。赢下这个冠军，其实离不开教练组日以继夜的努力，同时也离不开所有队员们的付出。那会如何评价大家今天的发挥呢？And winning a champion's title is a group effort from all the coaching staff and the players being able to execute all the things correctly. So how do you commend your performance today?
네, 이번에 우승이 이제 감독님들의 굉장히 큰 감독님과 코치진의 굉장히 큰 노력이 이제 이뤄낸 우승이라고 생각하는데 저희 이번에 선수들의 활약에 대해서 어떻게 평가하시나요?
우선 저희 선수와 코칭 스태프 모두 뭐 열심히 노력을 해서 결과가 잘 나온 것 같고요. 선수들이 그래도 중국에 와서 굉장히 좀 마음 편하게 잘 좀 좋은 시간들을 보내면서 여행도 다니고 이러면서 좀 선수들이 좋은 기운을 얻고 경기장에서 좀 실력을 발휘한 것 같고요. 그래서 선수들이 굉장히 좀 오늘 여유롭게 플레이를 해서 우승할 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
So as we came to China and our coaching staffs and our players really prepared hard, but on the other side, we were like we were feeling more comfortable, and I think that made our performance better.
他说：“这回来到中国，其实教练组还是所有的队员，确实真的是为了这场比赛努力付出了很多，也做了很多的准备。所以说，确实来到这边打的整体更舒服了一点，这也可能是他们表现越来越好一个很重要的原因。” 那接下来想问一下 RGC 教练，其实此时此刻也肯定非常为大家自豪嘛？那有没有什么最后想要对所有队员们说的话呢？I know you are also very proud of your boys at this moment. So is there anything you wanna say to all the players?
저희 선수들에게 하고 싶은 말이 있나요?
저
이번 대회하면서 많이 성장했을
경기 보는 동안 물 2리터 마심.
챔피언스를 위해서 좀 더 노력하고 증명해 나가는 그런 대회가 됐다고 생각을 하고요. 앞으로도 더 잘할 거라고 믿어 의심치 않습니다.
이미 오늘 물 2리터
I believe our
마셨어요.
players are going to do more
물이
better
없어, 그래서.
in the future, and let's prepare for the champions.
고질병.
我相信所有的队员们在之后也会表现得越来越好的。接下来我们也会为冠军赛做好努力的，请大家再给他们一些掌声，好不好？
기침이 나와요. 이러잖아요. 근데 나는 펄럭 기침이.
再次感谢 DRX 接受我们的采访，同时再次有请工作人员为我们的冠军队伍颁发价值11万美金的支票。同时也有请选手们在签名区签下他们的
오메데토래.
축하드립니다. Now it's time to reward the champions and present the check to all the players. And please give your signatures on it.
11만 달러? 인 건가? 11만 달러? 1억 5,405만 원? 와, 1억 5천.
我想所有的观众今天此时此刻在接近11点的晚上，还在这个场馆里陪伴着 DRX。我相信所有的选手们、所有的教练们也感受到了你们对他们的支持。 相信你们的支持也会在之后继续激励他们，让他们之后拿到更好的成绩。
와우. 용돈벌이 제대로 했다.
I want to ask them. Which one does they think is the best of all the signatures? Which one does they think is the best for all the signatures?
The players?
Yeah, all the players.
업사인 중에 이게 제일 멋있는 것 같아요. Main things is
Freeing. Why is freeing? Being. Why is being?
내 거라서.
Because it's mine.
我刚才也是问了一下，觉得他们哪个签名是最好的，然后他们刚才辩选手说，觉得是他自己，因为是他自己签的，所以他最喜欢。 那再次感谢 DRX 所有的选手，今夜用实力书写传奇。这个奖金不仅是对胜利的褒奖，更是对电竞职业精神的最高致敬。那本次2025英雄亚冠 ACL 总决赛无畏契约到这里就全部结束了，让我们下次比赛再见。And goodbye and good night, everybody. See you next time.
Goodbye and good night. 예. 여러분도 쉬어야죠. 우리 오늘 일찍 자요. 재밌게 봤습니다. 아이, 이런 이슈도 재밌지. 발로란다고? 발로란트 재밌겠긴 하다. 무조건 한국 해설. 군대장 일 화이팅. 발로란트? 하러 가실? 아니야, 나 실례. 이따가시 예선도 중계도 안 해준대요? 오 마이 갓. 발로란트 좀만 할까? 에? A little bit 발로란트? 아, 왜? 재밌겠잖아, 발로란트. 발로, 호금. 언니는 어디야? 알았어. 알았어요. 안녕. 미안은 이만 갈게. 예. 듀렉 우승. 빠바바바바이 빠바바바바이. 가야겠다. 알았어. 오케이. 그대들에게 다음한 오늘의 밤이 되기를 바라며 다들 잘 자고 새로운 한 주도 파이팅 하고요. 그리고 구독권 선물 주신 곰명희씨 아리가또 합니다. 오늘 함께 해주신 분들 감사합니다. 다들 잘 자요. 안녕. 굿나잇 뿅.